The Tibetan Book of the Dead by W.Y. Evans Wentz. An adult brain audiobook production, read by Graham Dunlop. In memory of my deceased father and mother, I dedicate this book to my teachers, both secular and religious, in Europe and America and throughout the Orient.
Thou shalt understand that it is a science most profitable, and passing all other sciences, for to learn to die. For a man to know that he shall die, that is common to all men, as much as there is no man that may ever live, or he hath hope or trust thereof. But thou shalt find full few that have this cunning to learn to die. I shall give thee the mystery of this doctrine, the which shall profit thee greatly, to the beginning of ghostly health, and to a stable fundament of all virtues.
Orologium Sapiente.
Against his will he dieth that hath not learned to die. Learn to die, and thou shalt learn to live, for there shall none learn to live that hath not learned to die. Tour of all tours, and teacheth a man for to die.
The Book of the Craft of Dying, Compress Edition.
Whatever is here, that is there. What is there, the same is here. He who seeth here is different, meeteth death after death. By mind alone this is to be realized, and then there is no difference here. From death to death he goeth, who seeth as if there is difference here.
Katha Upanishad 4:10-11. Swami Sarvananda's translation. Preface to the third edition. It is with a consciousness of the deepest gratitude that I write this preface. No greater honor could be shown by the Western world to this Tibetan treatise on the science of death and rebirth than that shown by the most illustrious of the West's psychologists, Dr. Carl G. Jung, in his psychological commentary to it, first published in the Swiss edition of the Tibetan Book of the Dead, Das Tibetanische Totenbuch, by Rascher Verlag, Zurich, 1938, and herein presented in English translation for the first time. And no exposition of the arcane significance of the book's teachings could have been written more knowledgeably than that set forth in the introductory foreword hereto, in its original English form, by the learned Lama Anagarika Govinda. The editor and all who read this book are indebted to Dr. Jung and to Lama Govinda for having made this enlarged and greatly enriched edition possible, and to Mr. R.F.C. Hull also, for his able translation from the German of Dr. Jung's psychological commentary. Grateful acknowledgment, too, is here made to the Bollingen Foundation for the granting of permission to publish the English translation of the psychological commentary. To each member of the one human family now incarnate here on the planet Earth, this book bears the greatest of all great messages. It reveals to the peoples of the Occident a science of death and rebirth, such as only the peoples of the Orient have heretofore known. Inasmuch as all mankind must relinquish their fleshly bodies and experience death, it is supremely profitable that they should know how rightly to meet death when it comes. Lama Govinda makes comprehensible, as the ancient mysteries did, and as the Upanishads declare, that the enlightened meet death after death unceasingly. According to the Avatar Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, only the awakened ones remember their many deaths and births. The Buddha sets forth the yogic method whereby all who doubt these teachings concerning a plurality of births and deaths can prove them to be true, as he did, by self-realization. The argument of the unenlightened man, that merely because he himself has no conscious memory of his many births and deaths, the teachings are untrue, is scientifically untenable. The field of the normal man's sense perception is, as can be demonstrated, narrowly circumscribed and extremely limited. There are objects and colors he cannot see, sounds he cannot hear, odors he cannot smell, tastes he cannot taste, and feelings he cannot feel. And beyond his workaday consciousness, which he assumes to be his only consciousness, There are other consciousnesses of which yogins and saints have cognizance, and of which psychologists are beginning to glean some, but as yet very little understanding. As Lama Govinda concisely explains, there exists incompleteness in a potentially realizable consciousness, the memory of a forgotten past, in which each of us now incarnate shares. In his psychological commentary, Dr. Jung points out that although Freud's is the first attempt made by the West to investigate, as if from below, from the animal sphere of instinct, the psychic territory that corresponds in Tantric Lamaism to the Siddha Bardo, or state of reincarnating, a very justifiable fear of metaphysics prevented Freud from penetrating into the sphere of the occult. In this, Freud was typically non-oriental and fettered by his own self-imposed limitations. But such self-imposed limitations of Western science, which are very much like those that Western theology imposed upon itself by refusing to take into proper account the esoteric in Christian tradition, cannot always hold back psychological research. Dr. Jung himself has indeed gone far beyond these limitations of Freud, his predecessor. It is therefore not possible, Dr. Jung states, for Freudian theory to reach anything except an essentially negative valuation of the unconscious, wherein are stored, apparently imperishably, as Dr. Jung holds, the records and completeness of mankind's past. At a conclusion parallel to this of Western science, Lama Govinda arrived by means of Eastern science. Dr. Jung reports that psychoanalysts even claim to have probed back to memories of intrauterine origin, and that had Freudian psychoanalysis succeeded in pursuing these so-called intrauterine experiences still further back, it would surely have come out beyond the Siddha Bardo and penetrated from behind into the lower reaches of the Chonyid Bardo. But, as he points out, with the equipment of our existing biological ideas, such a venture would not have been crowned with success. It would have needed a wholly different kind of philosophical preparation from that based on current scientific assumptions. But had the journey back been consistently pursued, it would undoubtedly have led to the postulate of a pre-uterine existence, a true Bardo life, if only it had been possible to find at least some trace of an experiencing subject. Western psychologists have therefore advanced appreciably beyond Freud in the study of the psychic life of man, and will advance much further when they no longer allow the Freudian fear of metaphysics to bar their entrance into the realm of the occult. This finds ample support in Dr. Jung's further pronouncement. I think, then, we can state it as a fact that with the aid of psychoanalysis, the rationalizing mind of the West has pushed forward into what one might call the neuroticism of the Siddha, or rebirth state, and has there been brought to an inevitable standstill by the uncritical assumption that everything psychological is subjective and personal. Even so, this advance has been a great gain, inasmuch as it has enabled us to take one more step behind our conscious lives. Thus it is of far-reaching historical importance that the profound doctrine of pre-existence and rebirth, which many of the most enlightened men in all the known epochs have taught as being realizable, is now under investigation by our own scientists of the West. And some of these scientists seem to be approaching that place on the path of scientific progress, whereas with respect also to other findings by the sages of Asia long before the rise of Western science, East and West appear to be destined to meet in mutual understanding. Apparently, however, before this much-desired understanding can be attained, there must be, as Dr. Jung observes, a wholly different kind of philosophical preparation from that based upon the West's existing biological ideas. May it not be that heretical Western psychologists who are prepared to blaze a new path of research will eventually find the lacking complement to their at present inadequate methods in the psychological techniques of Oriental yoga, such as those referred to in Lama Govinda's foreword. At least the writer believes that they will. According to his view, that much sought-after higher understanding of the human psyche will be won not by these admittedly inadequate Freudian methods now in vogue of psychoanalyzing a subject, but by meditation and an integrating self-analysis, such as the master yogins employ and the Buddha prescribes. He believes, too, that thereby Western science and Eastern science will, at last, attain at-one-ment. Then, when that long-awaited at-one-ment shall have been consummated, there will no longer be doubt, nor fallacious argumentation, nor unwise and unscientific church counsel, anathematizations directed against that paramount doctrine of pre-existence and rebirth, upon which the Bardo Thodol is based. Then, too, not only will Pythagoras and Plato and Plotinus and the Gnostic Christians and Krishna and the Buddha be vindicated in their advocacy of the doctrine, but, equally, the hierophants of the ancient mysteries of Egypt and Greece and Rome and the Druids of the Celtic world. And Western man will awaken from that slumber of ignorance which has been hypnotically induced by a mistaken orthodoxy. He will greet with wide-opened eyes his long unheeded brethren, the wise men of the East. As set forth in my first important work, The Fairy Faith in the Celtic Countries, 44 years ago, the postulate of rebirth implies a scientific extension and correction of Darwin's conception of evolutionary law. That alone, through traversing the cycle of death and birth as taught by our revered ancestors, the Druids of Europe, 25 and more centuries ago, man attains in the spiritual and psychic sphere that destined perfection which all life's processes and all living things exhibit at the end of their evolutionary course, and from which at present man is so far removed. May this third edition of the first volume of the Oxford Tibetan series bear to all who read it the good wishes of its compilers, not only of those of them who dwell in faraway Tibet and Hindustan, but also of those of them who dwell in the Western world. And may we heed the solemn admonition set forth in this book, not to fritter away in the worthless doings of this world the supreme opportunity afforded by human birth, lest by our spiritual improvidence we depart from this life spiritually empty-handed. W.Y.E.W., San Diego, California, Easter, 1955. Sri Krishna's Remembering. Many lives, Arjuna, you and I have lived. I remember them all, but thou dost not. Bhagavad Gita 4:5. Bondage to rebirth. As a man's desire is, so is his destiny. For as his desire is, so is his will. And as his will is, so is his deed. And as his deed is, so is his reward, whether good or bad. A man acteth according to the desires to which he clingeth. After death he goeth to the next world bearing in his mind the subtle impressions of his deeds, and after reaping there the harvest of his deeds he returneth again to this world of action. Thus he who hath desire continueth subject to rebirth. Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. Freedom from rebirth. He who lacketh discrimination, whose mind is unsteady and whose heart is impure, never reacheth the goal but is born again and again. But he who hath discrimination, whose mind is steady, and whose heart is pure, reacheth the goal, and having reached it is born no more. Katha Upanishad. Swami Prabhavananda's and Frederick Manchester's translations. Preface to the second edition. The message of this book. As this, the second edition of the Tibetan Book of the Dead, was about to be published, its editor was invited to explain, by means of an additional preface, what the essential message is that the book holds for peoples so enamored of this world's utilitarianism and physical existence, and so fettered to bodily sensuousness, as are the peoples of the Occident. The message is that the art of dying is quite as important as the art of living, or of coming into birth, of which it is the complement and summation. That the future of being is dependent perhaps entirely upon a rightly controlled death, as the second part of this volume, setting forth in the art of reincarnating, emphasizes. The art of dying, as indicated by the death rite associated with initiation into the mysteries of antiquity, and referred to by Apuleius, the Platonic philosopher, himself an initiate, and by many other illustrious initiates, as the Egyptian Book of the Dead suggests, appears to have been far better known to the ancient peoples inhabiting the Mediterranean countries than it is now by their descendants in Europe and the Americas. Note,
of this pre-mortem experience of death, presumably while out of the body, Apuleius states in his Metamorphosis 11:23, I drew nigh to the confines of death. I trod the threshold of Proserpine in the realm of the dead. I was born through all the elements, and I returned to earth again. Cf. Translation by H.E. Butler, Oxford Clarendon Press, 1910. The art of going out from the body, or of transferring the consciousness from the earth plane to the after-death plane, or to any other plane, is still practiced in Tibet, where it is known as Phowa. C.W.Y. Evans Wentz, Tibetan Yoga and Secret Doctrines, Oxford University Press, London, 1935. Among these illustrious initiates, who in their various extant writings make reference similar to that by Apuleius to this death rite, but usually in language more veiled than his, may be mentioned Asclepius, the founder of Greek drama, Pindar, the Greek poet, Plato, the disciple of Pythagoras, Plutarch, the Greek biographer, Cicero, the Roman orator and statesman, Plotinus, the Neoplatonist, and his disciples Porphyry and Iamblichus. Cicero, rejoicing in his initiation-acquired enlightenment, writes, We at last possess reasons why we should live, and we are not only eager to live, but we cherish a better hope in death. De Legibus 2:14, translation by A. Moret, in his Kings and Gods of Egypt, New York and London, 1912. In the same context, A. Moret states, The same sentiment is found in the inscription of an Eleusinian initiate. Behold, it is a fair mystery that comes unto us from the blessed. For mortals, death is no more than evil, but a bliss. And Plutarch in his Immortality of the Soul refers to the crowd of the folk who are not initiated and purified, and who throng to the mud pit of sensuality and flounder in the darkness, and through fear of death cling to their woes, not trusting in the bliss of the hereafter.
To those who had passed through the secret experiencing of premortem death, rite dying is initiation, conferring, as does the initiatory death rite, the power to control consciously the process of death and regeneration. Throughout the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance that followed, Europe still retained enough of the mystery teachings concerning death to understand the paramount importance of knowing how to die. And many treatises hereinafter referred to on the art of dying were then current there. Various primitive churches of Christendom, notably the Roman, Greek, Anglican, Syrian, Armenian, and Coptic, and other of the churches dating from the Reformation days, wisely incorporated into their rituals and observances many principles of this pre-Christian art of dying. And today, in their efforts thus to aid the dying, these churches are in outstanding contrast sociologically and culturally to an earth-limited medical science which has no word of guidance to convey to the dying concerning the after-death state, but which, on the contrary, frequently augments rather than ameliorates, by its questionable practices, the unfounded fears and often extreme unwillingness to die of its deathbed patients, to whom it is likely to have administered stupefying drugs and injections. As the Tibetan Book of the Dead teaches, the dying should face death not only calmly and clear-mindedly and heroically, but with an intellect rightly trained and rightly directed, mentally transcending, if need be, bodily suffering and infirmities as they would be able to do had they practiced efficiently during their active lifetime the art of living, and when about to die, the art of dying. When Milarepa, Tibet's saintly master of yoga, was preparing to die, he chose not only a favorable external environment, in the cave of Brilch in Chubar, Tibet, but an inner state of mental equilibrium in keeping with his approaching nirvana. Indomitably controlling his body, which, having been poisoned by an enemy, was disease-weakened and pain-racked, he welcomed death with song as being natural and inevitable. After having delivered his final testamentary teachings and parting admonitions to his assembled disciples, he composed, extemporaneously, a remarkable hymn in grateful praise of his guru Marpa, which is yet preserved in his biography. Then, when Milarepa had completed the singing of the hymn, he entered the quiescent state of samadhi and relinquished his fleshly form. Thus did Milarepa die triumphantly, as do the saints and sages of all saving faiths throughout the ages. But in the Occident, where the art of dying is little known and rarely practiced, there is, contrastingly, the common unwillingness to die, which, as the Bardo ritual suggests, produces unfavorable results. As here in America, every effort is apt to be made by a materialistically inclined medical science to postpone and thereby to interfere with the death process. Very often the dying is not permitted to die in his or her own home, or in a normal, unperturbed mental condition when the hospital has been reached. To die in a hospital, probably while under the mind-benumbing influence of some opiate, or else under the stimulation of some drug injected into the body to enable the dying to cling to life as long as possible, cannot but be productive of a very undesirable death, as undesirable as that of a shell-shocked soldier on a battlefield. Even as the normal result of the birth process may be aborted by malpractices, so similarly may the normal result of the death process be aborted. The Oriental sages believe that, despite these unfortunate circumstances which now encompass him when dying, Occidental man will, as he grows in right understanding, recognize that everywhere throughout the all-embracing universe, whose immensities he measures in millions of light years, there is the reign of unerring law. The cycle of necessity, the circle of existence of the old Druidic faith, the round of life and death, he will know to be universal, that worlds and suns no less than he himself and every living thing repeatedly come into the illusory manifestation of embodiment, and that each of these many manifestations is rounded by what the Lamas of Tibet call the bardo, the state intervening between death and rebirth. If the suggestive observations herein presented in this new preface, which are born out of the doctrines contained in the translated texts of this book, aid in any small degree to awaken the Occident to the extreme dangers into which it has been led, in large measure by medical science ignorant for the most part of the art of dying, they will have furthered the prayers of the Lamas by helping to dissipate that darkness of ignorance which, as the Buddha realized, enshrouds the world. As the fully enlightened one and all the supreme guides of humanity have taught, it is only by the inner light of wisdom, the true light, which lighteth every man that cometh into the world, that the darkness of ignorance can be dispersed. The Egyptian Book of the Dead, correctly entitled, is The Coming Forth from Day, with reference to the sacred Egyptian art of the coming forth from this life into another life, or in the language of pharaonic Egypt, the Per-Emhru. Similarly, the Tibetan Book of the Dead in the original Tibetan is the Bardo Thodol, meaning liberation by hearing on the after-death plane, and implying a yogic method of coming forth into nirvanic liberation beyond the cycle of birth and death. Each of these two books concerning death thus inculcates, by its own peculiar method, an art of dying and coming forth into a new life, but in a more symbolic and esoterically profound manner than do the treatises of medieval Christian Europe on the art of dying, among which the Ars Morendo, craft of dying, may be taken as being typical and illustrative of this contrasting difference. It was the fervent hope of the late Lama Kazi Dawa Sandup, the translator, and of other of the learned Lamas who directed the editor's Tibetan research, a hope in which the editor too shares, that aided by the mystery teachings and its own Christianized versions of many principles of them, the Occident might reformulate and practice an art of dying, and also an art of living. For the peoples of the Occident, as it was for the initiates of antiquity and still is for the peoples of the Orient, the transition from the human plane of consciousness and the process called death can be and should be accompanied by solemn joyousness. Eventually, as the master yogins declare, when humanity shall have grown spiritually strong, death will be experienced ecstatically, in that state known to them as samadhi. By right practicing of a trustworthy art of dying, death will then indeed have lost its sting and been swallowed up in victory. Whilst this preface is being written, it is Easter in California, As was the custom in many great civilizations of yore, so here today from hilltop and mountain with prayer and joyous singing, obeisance is being paid to the newborn sun at dawn, amidst the fresh and glistening greenery of renaissant leaves and the fragrance of blossoms and the joy of spring. It is truly the ever-recurrent resurrection, the coming forth into a new life of things that had died, and in like manner are those who have fallen asleep in the Christos to be empowered to rise from their tombs. Over the bosom of the Earth Mother, in pulsating vibrations, radiant and energizing, flows the perennial stream of life. And whosoever has the power of right seeing sees that for unemancipated beings, death is but the necessary and law-directed prelude to birth. W.Y.E.W., San Diego, California, Easter, 1948. Right directing of thought when dying. Buddhists and Hindus alike believe that the last thought at the moment of death determines the character of the next incarnation. As the Bardo Thodol teaches, so have the sages of India long taught that the thought process of a dying person should be rightly directed, preferably by the dying person if he or she has been initiated or psychically trained to meet death, or otherwise by a guru or a friend or relative versed in the science of death. Sri Krishna, in the Bhagavad Gita 8:6, says to Arjuna, "One attaineth whatever state of being one thinketh about at the last when relinquishing the body, being ever absorbed in the thought thereof." Our past thinking has determined our present status, and our present thinking will determine our future status. For man is what man thinks, in the words of the opening verse of the Dhammapada. All that we are is the result of what we have thought. It is founded on our thoughts. It is made up of our thoughts. Likewise did the Hebrew sages teach, as in Proverbs 23:7, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." Preface to the first edition. In this book I'm seeking, so far as possible, to suppress my own views and to act simply as the mouthpiece of a Tibetan sage, of whom I was a recognized disciple. He was quite willing that I should make known his interpretation of the higher Lamaic teachings and of the subtle esotericism underlying the Bardo Thodol, following the private and orally transmitted instructions which he, as a young man, had received when living the life of an ascetic with his late hermit guru in Bhutan. Being himself a man who possessed a considerable amount of Western learning, he took great trouble to enable me to reproduce Oriental ideas in a form which would be intelligible to the European mind. If, in amplification, I have frequently referred to Occidental parallels of various mystic or occult doctrines current in the Orient, I have done so largely because in my wanderings there, chiefly in the high Himalayas and on the Tibetan frontiers of Kashmir, Garhwal, and Sikkim, I have come across learned philosophers and holy men who have found or thought they had found beliefs and religious practices, some recorded in books, some preserved by oral tradition alone, not only analogous to their own, but so closely akin to those of the Occident as to imply some historical connection therewith. Whether the supposed influence passed from east to west or from west to east was not so clear to their minds. A certain similarity does, however, seem to attach to the culture of these geographically divided provinces. I've spent more than 5 years in such research, wandering from the palm-wreathed shores of Ceylon, and thence through the wonderland of the Hindus, to the glacier-clad heights of the Himalayan ranges, seeking out the wise man of the East. Sometimes I lived among city dwellers, sometimes in jungle and mountain solitudes among yogis, sometimes in monasteries with monks. Sometimes I went on pilgrimages, as one of the salvation-seeking multitude. The introduction, which in its usual lengthiness is intended to serve as a very necessary commentary to the translation, and the annotations to the text record the more important results of this research, more especially in relation to Northern or Mahayana Buddhism. Nevertheless, I have been really little more than a compiler and editor of the Tibetan Book of the Dead. To the deceased translator, who combined in himself a greater knowledge of the occult sciences of Tibet and of Western science than any Tibetan scholar of this epoch, the chief credit for its production very naturally belongs. In addition to that greatest of all debts which the student ever owes to his preceptor, I acknowledge my indebtedness to each of my many good friends and helpers who have personally aided me herewith. Some of them are of one faith, some of another, some are far away in Japan and in China, some in the land of my birth, America. Many are in Ceylon and in India. A few are in Tibet. Here in England, I think first of all of Dr. R. Merritt, reader in social anthropology in the University of Oxford, and fellow of Exeter College, who ever since I first came up to Oxford in the year 1907 has faithfully guided my anthropological research. Sir John Woodruff, late a judge of the High Court, Calcutta, now a reader in Indian law in the University of Oxford, and the foremost authority in the West on the Tantras, has read through our translation chiefly in relation to the character of the work as a ritual more or less tantric, and offered important advice. I am also very grateful to him for the foreword. To Atal Bihari Ghosh of Calcutta, joint honorary secretary with Sir John Woodruff, of the Agamandu Sandhana Samiti, as to Sir E. Denison Ross, director of the School of Oriental Studies, London Institution, and to Dr. F. W. Thomas, librarian of the India Office, London, I am under a special obligation for important constructive criticism on the book as a whole. To Major W. L. Campbell, British political representative in Tibet, Bhutan, and Sikkim, during my sojourn in Gangtok, I am indebted for much encouragement and scholarly aid, and for the gift of 2 valuable paintings prepared by his orders in the chief monastery of Ghansi, Tibet, to illustrate the symbolism of the Bardo Thodol text and herein reproduced. To his predecessor and successor in the same post, Sir Charles Bell, I am also a debtor for important advice at the outset of my Tibetan research when in Darjeeling. To Mr. E. S. Boucher, M.A., Oxon, F.R. Hist. S., author of Syria as a Roman Province, A Short History of Antioch, etc., my heartiest thanks are due for the assistance which he has so kindly rendered in reading the whole of this book when in proof. Sardar Bahadur S. W. Ladenla, Chief of Police, Darjeeling, who sent me to Gangtok with a letter of introduction to the late Lama Kazi Dawasandup, the translator of the Bardo Thodol, Dr. Johann van Menen, Secretary of the Asiatic Society, Calcutta, who lent me Tibetan books which proved very helpful while the translation was taking shape, and who afterwards contributed advice concerning translations, and Dr. Cassius A. Pereira of Colombo, Ceylon, who criticized parts of the introduction in the light of Theravada Buddhism, are among many others to whom my thanks are due. Thus, under the best of auspices, this book is sent forth to the world, in the hope that it may contribute something to the sum total of right knowledge, and serve as one more spiritual strand in an unbreakable bond of goodwill and universal peace, binding East and West together in mutual respect and understanding, and in love such as overleaps every barrier of creed and caste and race. W.Y.E.W., Jesus College, Oxford, Easter, 1927. Renunciation. Get thee away from life-lust, from conceit, from ignorance, and from distraction's craze. Sunder the bonds, so only shall thou come to utter end of ill. Throw off the chain of birth and death, thou knowest what I mean. So free from craving in this life on earth, thou shalt go on thy way calm and serene. The Buddha, Psalms of the Early Buddhists, 156, Mr. Rhys David's translation. Victory. What anguish crept upon me, even me, when as I pondered in my little cell, ah me, how I have come unto this evil road, into the power of craving have I strayed. Belief is the span of life yet left to me. Old age, disease, hang imminent to crush. Now ere this body perish and dissolve, swift let me be. No time have I for sloth, and contemplating as they really are, the aggregates of life that come and go, I rose and stood with mind emancipate. For me the Buddha's words had come to pass. Mitakali, a Brahmin Bhikkhuni. Psalms of the Early Buddhists. 143. Mrs. Rhys David's translation. Psychological Commentary by Dr. C.G. Jung. Translated by R.F. C. Hull from Das Tibetanische Totenbach. Note about Jung.
To one of Dr. Jung's most successful disciples, Dr. James Kirsch, analytical psychologist of Los Angeles, California, who has discussed this psychological commentary with Dr. Jung in Zurich and aided in its English translation, the editor is indebted for the important prefatory admonition which follows, addressed to the Oriental reader. This book addresses itself primarily to the Occidental reader and attempts to describe important Oriental experiences and conceptions in Occidental terms. Dr. Jung seeks to facilitate this difficult undertaking by his psychological commentary. It is therefore unavoidable that, in so doing, he employs terms which are familiar to the Occidental mind, but which are, in some instances, objectionable to the Oriental mind. One such objectionable term is soul. According to Buddhistic belief, the soul is ephemeral, is an illusion, and therefore has no real existence. The Germanic word Seele, as employed in the original German version of this psychological commentary, is not synonymous with the English word soul, although commonly so translated. Seele is an ancient word sanctioned by Germanic tradition and used by outstanding German mystics like Eckhart and great German poets like Goethe to signify the ultimate reality symbolized in feminine or Shakti aspect. Herein, Dr. Jung uses it poetically with reference to the psyche as the collective psyche. In psychological language, it represents the collective unconscious as being the matrix of everything. It is the womb of everything, even of the Dharmakaya. It is the Dharmakaya itself. Accordingly, Oriental readers are invited to put aside, for the time being, their understanding of soul, and to accept Dr. Jung's use of the word in order to be able to follow him with an open mind into the depths where he seeks to build a bridge from the shore of the Orient to the shore of the Occident, and to tell of the various paths leading to the great liberation, the Una Salis.
Before embarking upon this psychological commentary, I should like to say a few words about the text itself. The Tibetan Book of the Dead, or the Bardo Thodol, is a book of instructions for the dead and dying. Like the Egyptian Book of the Dead, it is meant to be a guide for the dead man during the period of his bardo existence, symbolically described as an intermediate state of 49 days duration between death and rebirth. The text falls into three parts. The first part, called Chikai Bardo, describes the psychic happenings at the moment of death. The second part, or Chonyid Bardo, deals with the dream state which supervenes immediately after death, and with what are called karmic illusions. The third part, or Sidpa Bardo, concerns the onset of the birth instinct and of prenatal events. It is characteristic that supreme insight and illumination, and hence the greatest possibility of attaining liberation, are vouchsafed during the actual process of dying. Soon afterward, the illusions begin which lead eventually to reincarnation, the illuminative lights growing ever fainter and more multifarious, and the visions more and more terrifying. The descent illustrates the estrangement of consciousness from the liberating truth as it approaches nearer and nearer to physical rebirth. The purpose of the instruction is to fix the attention of the dead man, at each successive stage of delusion and entanglement, on the ever-present possibility of liberation, and to explain to him the nature of his visions. The text of the Bardo Thodol is recited by the Lama in the presence of the corpse. I do not think I could better discharge my debt of thanks to the two previous translators of the Bardo Thodol, the late Lama Kazidawa Samdup and Dr. Evans Wentz, than by attempting with the aid of a psychological commentary to make the magnificent world of ideas and the problems contained in this treatise a little more intelligible to the Western mind. I am sure that all who read this book with open eyes and who allow it to impress itself upon them without prejudice will reap a rich reward. The Bardo Thodol, fitly named by its editor, Dr. W. Y. Evans Wentz, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, caused a considerable stir in English-speaking countries at the time of its first appearance in 1927. It belongs to that class of writings which are not only of interest to specialists in Mahayana Buddhism, but which also, because of their deep humanity and their still deeper insight into the secrets of the human psyche, make an especial appeal to the layman who is seeking to broaden his knowledge of life. For years, ever since it was first published, the Bardo Thodol has been my constant companion, and to it I owe not only many stimulating ideas and discoveries, but also many fundamental insights. Unlike the Egyptian Book of the Dead, which always prompts one to say too much or too little, the Bardo Thodol offers one an intelligible philosophy addressed to human beings rather than to gods or primitive savages. Its philosophy contains the quintessence of Buddhist psychological criticism, and as such one can truly say that it is of an unexampled superiority. Not only the wrathful but also the peaceful deities are conceived as sensoric projections of the human psyche, an idea that seems all too obvious to the enlightened European, because it reminds him of his own banal simplifications. But though the European can easily explain away these deities as projections, he would be quite incapable of positing them at the same time as real. The Bardo Thodol can do that because in certain of its most essential metaphysical premises, it has the enlightened as well as the unenlightened European at a disadvantage. The ever-present unspoken assumption of the Bardo Thodol is the anti-nominal character of all metaphysical assertions, and also the idea of the qualitative difference of the various levels of consciousness and of the metaphysical realities conditioned by them. The background of this unusual book is not the niggardly European either-or, but a magnificently affirmative both-and. This statement may appear objectionable to the Western philosopher, for the West loves clarity and unambiguity. Consequently, one philosopher clings to the position, God is, while another clings equally fervently to the negation, God is not. What would these hostile brethren make of an assertion like the following?
Recognizing the voidness of thine own intellect to the Buddhahood, and knowing it at the same time to be thine own consciousness, thou shalt abide in the state of the divine mind of the Buddha.
Such an assertion is, I fear, as unwelcome to our Western philosophy as it is to our theology. The Bardo Thodol is in the highest degree psychological in its outlook. But with us, philosophy and theology are still in the medieval, pre-psychological stage, where only the assertions are listened to, explained, defended, criticized, and disputed, while the authority that makes them has, by general consent, been deposed as outside the scope of discussion. Metaphysical assertions, however, are statements of the psyche, and are therefore psychological. To the Western mind, which compensates its well-known feelings of resentment by a slavish regard for rational explanations, this obvious truth seems all too obvious, or else it is seen as an inadmissible negation of metaphysical truth. Whenever the Westerner hears the word psychological, it always sounds to him like only psychological. From him, the soul is something pitifully small, unworthy, personal, subjective, and a lot more besides. He therefore prefers to use the word mind instead, though he likes to pretend at the same time that a statement which may in fact be very subjective indeed is made by the mind, naturally by the universal mind, or even, at a pinch, by the absolute itself. This rather ridiculous presumption is probably a compensation for the regrettable smallness of the soul. It almost seems as if Anatole France had uttered a truth which were valid for the whole Western world when, in his Penguin Island, Catherine d'Alexandrie offers this advice to God: give them a soul, but a little one. It is the soul which, by the divine creative power inherent in it, makes the metaphysical assertion. It posits the distinctions between metaphysical entities. Not only is it the condition of all metaphysical reality, it is that reality.
This paragraph makes apparent the interpretive importance of the annotation set forth above, page 35, concerning the difference in meaning of the term soul of the English rendering and of the term Seele of the original German, and at this point readers would benefit by rereading the annotation.
With this great psychological truth, the Bardo Toro opens. The book is not a ceremonial of burial, but a set of instructions for the dead, a guide through the changing phenomena of the Bardo realm, the state of existence which continues for 49 days after death until the next incarnation. If we disregard for the moment the supratemporality of the soul, which the East accepts as a self-evident fact, we, as readers of the Bardo Toro, shall be able to put ourselves without difficulty in the position of the dead man, and shall consider attentively the teaching set forth in the opening section, which is outlined in the quotation above. At this point, the following words are spoken, not presumptuously, but in a courteous manner.
O nobly born so-and-so, listen. Now thou art experiencing the radiance of the clear light of pure reality. Recognize it. O nobly born, the present intellect, in real nature void, not formed into anything as regards characteristics or color, naturally void, is the very reality, the all-good. Thine own intellect, which is now voidness, yet not to be regarded as of the voidness of nothingness, but as being the intellect itself, unobstructed, shining, thrilling, and blissful, is the very consciousness, the all-good Buddha.
This realization is the Dharmakaya state of perfect enlightenment, or, as we should express it in our own language, the creative sound of all metaphysical assertion is consciousness as the invisible, intangible manifestation of the soul. The voidness is the state transcendent over all assertion and all predication. The fullness of its discriminative manifestation still lies latent in the soul. The text continues.
Thine own consciousness, shining, void, and inseparable from the great body of radiance, hath no birth nor death, and is the immutable light. Buddha Amitabha.
The soul, or as here, one's own consciousness, is assuredly not small, but the radiant Godhead itself. The West finds this statement either very dangerous, if not downright blasphemous, or else accepts it unthinkingly and then suffers from a theosophical inflation. Somehow we always have a wrong attitude to these things. But if we can master ourselves far enough to refrain from our chief error of always wanting to do something with things and put them to practical use, we may perhaps succeed in learning an important lesson from these teachings, or at least in appreciating the greatness of the Bardo Toro, which vouchsafes to the dead man the ultimate and highest truth, that even the gods are the radiance and reflection of our own souls. No sun is thereby eclipsed for the Oriental as it would be for the Christian, who would feel robbed of his God. On the contrary, his soul is the light of the Godhead, and the Godhead is the soul. The East can sustain this paradox better than the unfortunate Angelus Silesius, who even today would be psychologically far in advance of his time. It is highly sensible of the Bardo Toro to make clear to the dead man the primacy of the soul, for that is the one thing which life does not make clear to us. We are so hemmed in by things which jostle and oppress that we never get a chance in the midst of all these given things to wonder by whom they are given. It is from this world of given things that the dead man liberates himself, and the purpose of the instruction is to help him towards this liberation. We, if we put ourselves in his place, shall derive no lesser reward from it, since we learn from the very first paragraphs that the giver of all given things dwells within us. This is a truth which, in the face of all evidence, in the greatest things as in the smallest, is never known, although it is often so very necessary, indeed vital, for us to know it. Such knowledge, to be sure, is suitable only for contemplatives who are minded to understand the purpose of existence, for those who are Gnostics by temperament and therefore believe in a Savior who, like the Savior of the Mandeans, calls himself Gnosis of life, Manda Dahaya. Perhaps it is not granted to many of us to see the world as something given. a great reversal of standpoint calling for much sacrifice is needed before we can see the world as given by the very nature of the soul. It is so much more straightforward, more dramatic, impressive, and therefore more convincing to see that all things happen to me than to observe how I make them happen. Indeed, the animal nature of man makes him resist seeing himself as the maker of his circumstances. That is why attempts of this kind were always the object of secret initiations, culminating as a rule in a figurative death which symbolized the total character of this reversal. And in point of fact, the instruction given in the Bardo Total serves to recall to the dead man the experiences of his initiation and the teachings of his guru. For the instruction is, at bottom, nothing less than an initiation of the dead into the Bardo life, just as the initiation of the living was a preparation for the beyond. Such was the case, at least, with all the mystery cults in ancient civilizations from the time of the Egyptian and Eleusinian mysteries. In the initiation of the living, however, this beyond is not a world beyond death, but a reversal of the mind's intentions and outlook, a psychological beyond, or in Christian terms, a redemption from the trammels of the world and of sin. Redemption is a separation and deliverance from an earlier condition of darkness and unconsciousness, and leads to a condition of illumination and releasedness, to victory and transcendence over everything given. Thus far, the Bardo Total is, as Dr. Evans Wentz also feels, an initiation process whose purpose it is to restore to the soul the divinity it lost at birth. Now, it is a characteristic of Oriental religious literature that the teaching invariably begins with the most important item, with the ultimate and highest principles which, with us, would come last, as for instance in Apuleius, where Lucius is worshipped as Helios only right at the end. Accordingly, in the Bardo Total, the initiation is a series of diminishing climaxes ending with rebirth in the womb. The only initiation process that is still alive in practice today in the West is the analysis of the unconscious as used by doctors for therapeutic purposes. This penetration into the ground layers of consciousness is a kind of rational meutics in the Socratic sense, a bringing forth of psychic contents that are still germinal, subliminal, and as yet unborn. Originally, this therapy took the form of Freudian psychoanalysis and was mainly concerned with sexual fantasies. This is the realm that corresponds to the last and lowest region of the Bardo, known as the Sidpa Bardo, where the dead man, unable to profit by the teachings of the Chikai and the Chonyan Bardo, begins to fall a prey to sexual fantasies and is attracted by the vision of mating couples. Eventually, he is caught by a womb and born into the earthly world again. Meanwhile, as one might expect, the Oedipus complex starts functioning. If his karma destines him to be reborn as a man, he will fall in love with his mother-to-be and will find his father hateful and disgusting. Conversely, the future daughter will be highly attracted to her father-to-be and repelled by her mother. The European passes through this specifically Freudian domain when his unconscious contents are brought to light under analysis, but he goes in the reverse direction. He journeys back through the world of infantile sexual fantasy to the womb. It has even been suggested in psychoanalytical circles that the trauma par excellence is the birth experience itself. Nay, more, psychoanalysts even claim to have probed back to memories of intrauterine origin. Here, Western reason reaches its limit, unfortunately. I say unfortunately because one rather wishes that Freudian psychoanalysis would have happily pursued these so-called intrauterine experiences still further back. Had it succeeded in this bold undertaking, it would surely have come out beyond the Sidpa Bardo and penetrated from behind into the lower reaches of the Chonyad Bardo. It is true that with the equipment of our existing biological ideas, such a venture would not have been crowned with success. It would have needed a wholly different kind of philosophical preparation from that based on current scientific assumptions. But had the journey been back consistently pursued, it would undoubtedly have led to the postulate of a pre-uterine existence, a true Bardo life, if only it had been impossible to find at least some trace of an experiencing subject. As it was, the psychoanalysts never got beyond purely conjectural traces of intrauterine experiences, And even the famous birth trauma has remained such an obvious truism that it can no longer explain anything, any more than can the hypothesis that life is a disease with a bad prognosis because its outcome is always fatal. Freudian psychoanalysis in all essential aspects never went beyond the experiences of the Sidpa Bardo. That is, it was unable to extricate itself from sexual fantasies and similar incompatible tendencies which cause anxiety and other affective states. Nevertheless, Freud's theory is the first attempt made by the West to investigate, as if from below, from the animal sphere of instinct, the psychic territory that corresponds in tantric Lamaism to the Sidpa Bardo. A very justifiable fear of metaphysics prevented Freud from penetrating into the sphere of the occult. In addition to this, the Sidpa state, if we are to accept the psychology of the Sidpa Bardo, is characterized by the fierce wind of karma, which whirls the dead man along until he comes to the womb door. In other words, the Sidpa state permits of no going back because it is sealed off against the Chonyad state by an intense striving downwards, towards the animal sphere of instinct and physical rebirth. That is to say, anyone who penetrates into the unconscious with purely biological assumptions will become stuck in the instinctual sphere and be unable to advance beyond it, for he will be pulled back again and again into physical existence. It is therefore not possible for Freudian theory to reach anything except an essentially negative valuation of the unconscious. It is a nothing but. At the same time, it must be admitted that this view of the psyche is typically Western, only it is expressed more blatantly, more plainly, and more ruthlessly than others would have dared to express it, though at the bottom they think no differently. As to what mind means in this connection, we can only cherish the hope that it will carry conviction. But, as even Max Scheler noted with regret, the power of this mind is, to say the least of it, doubtful. I think, then, that we can state it as a fact that with the aid of psychoanalysis, the rationalizing mind of the West has pushed forward into what one might call the neuroticism of the Sidpa state, and has there been brought to an inevitable standstill by the uncritical assumption that everything psychological is subjective and personal. Even so, this advance has been a great gain inasmuch as it has enabled us to take one more step behind our conscious lives. This knowledge also gives us a hint of how we ought to read the Bardo Toro, that is, backwards. If, with the help of our Western science, we have to some extent succeeded in understanding the psychological character of the Sidpa Bardo, our next task is to see if we can make anything of the preceding Chonyad Bardo. The Chonyad state is one of karmic illusion, that is to say, illusions which result from the psychic residua of previous existences. According to the Eastern view, karma implies a sort of psychic theory of heredity based on the hypothesis of reincarnation, which in the last resort is an hypothesis of the supertemporality of the soul. Neither our scientific knowledge nor our reason can keep in step with this idea. There are too many ifs and buts. Above all, we know desperately little about the possibilities of continued existence of the individual soul after death. So little that we cannot even conceive how anyone could prove anything at all in this respect. Moreover, we know only too well, on epistemological grounds, that such a proof would be just as impossible as the proof of God. Hence, we may cautiously accept the idea of karma only if we understand it as psychic heredity in the very widest sense of the word. Psychic heredity does exist, that is to say, there is inheritance of psychic characteristics, such as predisposition to disease, traits of character, special gifts, and so forth. It does no violence to the psychic nature of these complex facts if natural science reduces them to what appear to be physical aspects, nuclear structures in cells and so on. They are essential phenomena of life which express themselves in the main psychically, just as there are other inherited characteristics which express themselves in the main physiologically, on the physical level. Among these inherited psychic factors, there is a special class which is not confined either to family or to race. These are the universal dispositions of the mind, and they are to be understood as analogous to Plato's forms, idola, in accordance with which the mind organizes its contents. One could also describe these forms as categories analogous to the logical categories, which are always and everywhere present as the basic postulates of reason. Only in the case of our forms, we are not dealing with categories of reason, but with categories of the imagination. As the products of imagination are always, in essence, visual, their forms must, from the outset, have the character of images and, moreover, of typical images, which is why, following St. Augustine, I call them archetypes. Comparative religion and mythology are rich mines of archetypes, and so is the psychology of dreams and psychosis. The astonishing parallelism between these images and the ideas they serve to express has frequently given rise to the wildest migration theories, although it would have been far more natural to think of the remarkable similarity of the human psyche at all times and in all places. Archetypal fantasy forms are, in fact, reproduced spontaneously any time and anywhere, without there being any conceivable trace of direct transmission. The original structural components of the psyche are of no less surprising a uniformity than are those of the visible body. The archetypes are, so to speak, organs of the pre-rational psyche. They are eternally inherited forms and ideas which have at first no specific content. Their specific content only appears in the course of the individual's life, when personal experience is taken up in precisely these forms. If the archetypes were not pre-existent in identical form everywhere, how could one explain the fact, postulated at almost every turn by the Bardo Toro, that the dead do not know that they are dead, and that this assertion is to be met with just as often in the dreary, half-baked literature of European and American spiritualism? Although we find the same assertion in Swedenborg, knowledge of his writings can hardly be sufficiently widespread for this little bit of information to have been picked up by every small-town medium, and a connection between Swedenborg and the Bardo Toro is completely unthinkable. It is a primordial, universal idea that the dead simply continue their earthly existence and do not know that they are disembodied spirits. An archetypal idea which enters into immediate, visible manifestation whenever anyone sees a ghost. It is significant, too, that ghosts all over the world have certain features in common. I am naturally aware of the unverifiable spiritualistic hypothesis, though I have no wish to make it my own. I must content myself with the hypothesis of an omnipresent but differentiated psychic structure which is inherited and which necessarily gives a certain form and direction to all experience. For just as the organs of the body are not mere lumps of indifferent passive matter, but are dynamic, functional complexes which assert themselves with imperious urgency, so also the archetypes, as organs of the psyche, are dynamic, instinctual complexes which determine psychic life to an extraordinary degree. That is why I also call them dominants of the unconscious. The layer of unconscious psyche which is made up of these universal dynamic forms I have termed the collective unconscious. So far as I know, there is no inheritance of individual prenatal or preuterine memories, but there are undoubtedly inherited archetypes which are, however, devoid of content, because to begin with, they contain no personal experiences. They only emerge into consciousness when personal experiences have rendered them visible. As we have seen, Sidpa psychology consists in wanting to live and to be born. The Sidpa Bardo is the Bardo of seeking rebirth. Such a state, therefore, precludes any experience of transsubjective psychic realities, unless the individual refuses categorically to be born back again into the world of consciousness. According to the teachings of the Bardo Toro, it is still possible for him in each of the Bardo states to reach the Dharmakaya by transcending the four-faced Mount Meru, provided that he does not yield to his desire to follow the dim lights. This is as much as to say that the dead man must desperately resist the dictates of reason as we understand it, and give up the supremacy of egohood regarded by reason as sacrosanct. What this means in practice is complete capitulation to the objective powers of the psyche, with all that this entails, a kind of symbolical death corresponding to the judgment of the dead in the Sidpa Bardo. It means the end of all conscious, rational, moral, responsible conduct of life, and a voluntary surrender to what the Bardo Total calls karmic illusion. Karmic illusion springs from belief in a visionary world of an extremely irrational nature, which neither accords nor which derives from our rational judgments, but is the exclusive product of uninhibited imagination. It is sheer dream or fantasy, and every well-meaning person will instantly caution us against it. Nor indeed can one see at first sight what is the difference between fantasies of this kind and of the phantasmagoria of a lunatic. Very often only a slight abaissement du niveau mental is needed to unleash this world of illusion. The terror and darkness of this moment has its equivalent in the experiences described in the opening sections of the Sidpa Bardo. But the contents of this bardo also reveal the archetypes, the karmic images which appear first in their terrifying form. The Chonyad state is equivalent to a deliberately induced psychosis. One often hears and reads about the dangers of yoga, particularly of the ill-reputed Kundalini yoga. The deliberately induced psychotic state, which in certain unstable individuals might easily lead to a real psychosis, is a danger that needs to be taken very seriously indeed. These things really are dangerous and ought not to be meddled with in our typically Western way. It is a meddling with fate which strikes at the very roots of human existence and can let loose a flood of sufferings of which no sane person ever dreamed. These sufferings correspond to the hellish torments of the Chonyad state described in the text as follows.
Then the Lord of Death will place round thy neck a rope and drag thee along. He will cut off thy head, tear out thy heart, pull out thy intestines, lick up thy brain, drink thy blood, eat thy flesh, and gnaw thy bones. But thou wilt be incapable of dying. Even when the body is hacked to pieces, it will revive again. The repeated hacking will cause intense pain and torture.
These tortures aptly describe the real nature of the danger. It is a disintegration of the wholeness of the Bardo body, which is a kind of subtle body constituting the visible envelope of the psychic self in the after-death state. The psychological equivalent of this dismemberment is psychic dissociation. In its deleterious form, it would be schizophrenia, split mind. This most common of all mental illnesses consists essentially in a marked abaissement du niveau mental, which abolishes the normal checks imposed by the conscious mind and thus gives unlimited scope to the play of the unconscious dominance. The transition, then, from the Sidpa state to the Chonyad state is a dangerous reversal of the aims and intentions of the conscious mind. It is a sacrifice of the ego's stability and a surrender to the extreme uncertainty of what must seem like a chaotic riot of phantasmal forms. When Freud coined the phrase that the ego was the true seat of anxiety, he was giving voice to a very true and profound intuition. Fear of self-sacrifice lurks deep in every ego, and this fear is often only the precariously controlled demand of the unconscious forces to burst out in full strength. No one who strives for selfhood, individuation, is spared this dangerous passage. For that which is feared also belongs to the wholeness of the self, the subhuman or suprahuman world of psychic dominance, from which the ego originally emancipated itself with enormous effort, and then only partially for the sake of a more or less illusory freedom. This liberation is certainly a very necessary and very heroic undertaking, but it represents nothing final. It is merely the creation of a subject who, in order to find fulfillment, has still to be confronted by an object. This, at first sight, would appear to be the world, which is swelled out with projections for that very purpose. Here we seek and find our difficulties, here we seek and find our enemy, here we seek and find what is dear and precious to us. And it is comforting to know that all evil and all good is to be found out there, in the visible object where it can be conquered, punished, destroyed, or enjoyed. But nature herself does not allow this paradisal state of innocence to continue forever. There are and always have been those who cannot help but see that the world and its experiences are in the nature of a symbol, and that it really reflects something that lies hidden in the subject himself, in his own transsubjective reality. It is from this profound intuition, according to Lamaist doctrine, that the Chonyid state derives its true meaning, which is why the Chonyid Bardo is entitled the Bardo of the Experiencing of Reality. The reality experienced in the Chonyid state is, as the last section of the corresponding Bardo teaches, the reality of thought. The thought forms appear as realities. Fantasy takes on real form, and the terrifying dream evoked by karma and played out by the unconscious dominance begins. The first to appear, if we read the text backwards, is the all-destroying god of death, the epitome of all terrors. He is followed by the 28 power-holding and sinister goddesses and the 58 blood-drinking goddesses. In spite of their demonic aspect, which appears as a confusing chaos of terrifying attributes and monstrosities, a certain order is already discernible. We find that there are companies of gods and goddesses who are arranged according to the 4 directions and are distinguished by typical mystic colors. It gradually becomes clear that all these deities are organized into mandalas, or circles, containing a cross of the 4 colors. The colors are coordinated with 4 aspects of wisdom. 1, white, the light path of the mirror-like wisdom. 2, yellow, the light path of the wisdom of equality. 3, red, the light path of the discriminative wisdom. And 4, green, the light path of the all-performing wisdom. On a higher level of insight, the dead man knows that the real thought forms all emanate from himself, and that the 4 light paths of wisdom which appear before him are the radiations of his own psychic faculties. This takes us straight to the psychology of the Lamaistic mandala, which I have already discussed in the book I brought out with the late Richard Wilhelm, The Secret of the Golden Flower. Continuing our ascent backwards through the region of the Chonyid Bardo, we come finally to the vision of the 4 great ones. The green, Amoga Siddhi, the red, Amitba, the yellow, Ratna Sambhava, and the white, Vajra Sattva. The ascent ends with the effulgent blue light of Dharma Dhatu, the Buddha body, which glows in the midst of the mandala from the heart of Vairochana. With this final vision, the karmic illusions cease. Consciousness, weaned away from all form and from all attachment to objects, returns to the timeless, inchoate state of the Dharmakaya. Thus, reading backwards, the Chikai state, which appeared at the moment if death is reached. I think these few hints will suffice to give the attentive reader some idea of the psychology of the Bardo Total. The book describes a way of initiation in reverse, which, unlike the eschatological expectations of Christianity, prepares the soul for a descent into physical being. The thoroughly intellectualistic and rationalistic worldly mindedness of the European makes it advisable for us to reverse the sequence of the Bardo Total, and to regard it as an account of Eastern initiation experiences, though one is perfectly free if one chooses to substitute Christian symbols for the gods of the Chonyid Bardo. At any rate, the sequence of events as I have described it offers a close parallel to the phenomenology of the European unconscious when it is undergoing an initiation process, that is to say, when it is being analyzed. The transformation of the unconscious that occurs under analysis makes it the natural analog of the religious initiation ceremonies, which do, however, differ in principle from the natural process in that they forestall the natural course of development and substitute for the spontaneous production of symbols a deliberately selected set of symbols prescribed by tradition. We can see this in the Exercitia of Ignatius Loyola, or in the yoga meditations of the Buddhists and Tantrists. The reversal of the order of the chapters, which I have suggested here as an aid to understanding, in no way accords with the original intention of the Bardo Total, nor is the psychological use we make of it anything but a secondary intention, though one that is possibly sanctioned by Lamaist custom. The real purpose of this singular book is the attempt, which must seem very strange to the educated European of the 20th century, to enlighten the dead on their journey through the regions of the Bardo. The Catholic Church is the only place in the world of the white man where any provision is made for the souls of the departed. Inside the Protestant camp, with its world-affirming optimism, we only find a few mediumistic rescue circles whose main concern is to make the dead aware of the fact that they are dead. But, generally speaking, we have nothing in the West that is in any way comparable to the Bardo Total, except for certain secret writings which are inaccessible to the wider public and to the ordinary scientist. According to the tradition, the Bardo Total, too, seems to have been included among the hidden books, as Dr. Evans Wentz makes clear in his introduction. As such, it forms a special chapter in the magical cure of the soul, which extends even beyond death. This cult of the dead is rationally based on the belief in the supratemporality of the soul, but its irrational basis is to be found in the psychological need of the living to do something for the departed. This is an elementary need which forces itself upon even the most enlightened individuals when faced by the death of relatives and friends. That is why, enlightenment or no enlightenment, we still have all manner of ceremonies for the dead. If Lenin had to submit to being embalmed and put on show in a sumptuous mausoleum like an Egyptian pharaoh, we may quite be sure that it was not because his followers believed in the resurrection of the body. Apart, however, from the masses said for the soul in the Catholic Church, the provisions we make for the dead are rudimentary and on the lowest level, not because we cannot convince ourselves of the soul's immortality, but because we have rationalized the above-mentioned psychological need out of existence. We behave as if we did not have this need, and because we cannot believe in a life after death, we prefer to do nothing about it. Simpler-minded people follow their own feelings, and, as in Italy, build themselves funeral monuments of gruesome beauty. The Catholic masses for the soul are on a level considerably above this, because they are expressly intended for the psychic welfare of the deceased and are not a mere gratification of lachrymose sentiments. But the highest application of spiritual effort on behalf of the departed is surely to be found in the instructions of the Bardo Total. They are so detailed and thoroughly adapted to the apparent changes in the dead man's condition that every serious-minded reader must ask himself whether these wise old lamas might not, after all, have caught a glimpse of the fourth dimension and twitched the veil from the greatest of life's secrets. If the truth is always doomed to be a disappointment, one almost feels tempted to concede at least that much reality to the vision of life in the Bardo. At any rate, it is unexpectedly original, if nothing else, to find the after-death state of which our religious imagination has formed the most grandiose conceptions, painted in lurid colors as a terrifying dream state of a progressively degenerative character. The supreme vision comes not at the end of the Bardo, but right at the beginning in the moment of death. What happens afterward is an ever-deepening descent into illusion and obscuration down to the ultimate degradation of a new physical birth. The spiritual climax is reached at the moment when life ends. Human life, therefore, is the vehicle of the highest perfection it is possible to attain. It alone generates the karma that makes it possible for the dead man to abide in the perpetual light of the voidness, without clinging to any object, and thus to rest on the hub of the wheel of rebirth, freed from all illusion of genesis and decay. Life in the Bardo brings no eternal rewards or punishments, but merely a descent into a new life which shall bear the individual nearer to his final goal. But this eschatological goal is what he himself brings to birth as the last and highest fruit of the labors and aspirations of earthly existence. This view is not only lofty, it is manly and heroic. The degenerative character of Bardo life is corroborated by the spiritualistic literature of the West, which again and again gives one a sickening impression of the utter inanity and banality of communications from the spirit world. The scientific mind does not hesitate to explain these reports as emanations from the unconscious of the mediums and of those taking part in the seance, and even to extend this explanation to the description of the hereafter given in the Tibetan Book of the Dead. And it is an undeniable fact that the whole book is created out of the archetypal contents of the unconscious. Behind these there lie, and in this our Western reason is quite right, no physical or metaphysical realities, but merely the reality of psychic facts, the data of psychic experience. Now, whether a thing is given subjectively or objectively, the fact remains that it is. The Bardo Toro says no more than this, for its 5 Jnani Buddhas are themselves no more than psychic data. That is just what the dead man has to recognize if it has not already become clear to him during life that his own psychic self and the giver of all data are one and the same. The world of gods and spirits is truly nothing but the collective unconscious inside me. To turn this sentence round so that it reads, the collective unconscious is the world of gods and spirits outside me. No intellectual acrobatics are needed, but a whole human lifetime, perhaps even many lifetimes of increasing completeness. Notice that I do not say of increasing perfection, because those who are perfect make another kind of discovery altogether. The Bardo Toro began by being a closed book, and so it has remained, no matter what kind of commentaries may be written upon it. For it is a book that will only open itself to spiritual understanding, and this is a capacity which no man is born with, but which he can only acquire through special training and special experience. It is good that such, to all intents and purposes, useless books exist. They are meant for those queer folk who no longer set much store in the uses, aims, and meaning of present-day civilization. Introductory Foreword by Lama Anagarika Govinda. It may be argued that nobody can talk about death with authority who has not died. And since nobody, apparently, has ever returned from death, how can anybody know what death is or what happens after it? The Tibetan will answer, there is not one person, indeed, and not one living being that has not returned from death. In fact, we all have died many deaths before we came into this incarnation. And what we call birth is merely the reverse side of death, like one of the 2 sides of a coin, or like a door which we call entrance from outside and exit from inside a room. It is much more astonishing that not everybody remembers his or her previous death, and because of this lack of remembering, most persons do not believe there was a previous death. But likewise, they do not remember their recent birth, and yet they do not doubt that they were recently born. They forget that active memory is only a small part of our normal consciousness, and that our subconscious memory registers and preserves every past impression and experience which our waking mind fails to recall. There are those who, in virtue of concentration and other yogic practices, are able to bring the subconscious into the realm of discriminative consciousness and thereby to draw upon the unrestricted treasury of subconscious memory, wherein are stored the records not only of our past lives, but the records of the past of our race, the past of humanity, and of all pre-human forms of life, if not of the very consciousness that makes life possible in this universe. If through some trick of nature the gates of an individual's subconsciousness were suddenly to spring open, the unprepared mind would be overwhelmed and crushed. Therefore, the gates of the subconscious are guarded by all initiates and hidden behind the veil of mysteries and symbols. For this reason, the Bardo Toro, the Tibetan book vouchsafing liberation from the intermediate state between life and rebirth, which state men call death, has been couched in symbolical language. It is a book which is sealed with the 7 seals of silence, not because its knowledge should be withheld from the uninitiated, but because its knowledge would be misunderstood and therefore would tend to mislead and harm those who are unfitted to receive it. But the time has come to break the seals of silence. For the human race has come to the juncture where it must decide whether to be content with the subjugation of the material world or to strive after the conquest of the spiritual world by subjugating selfish desires and transcending self-imposed limitations. According to Tibetan tradition, the Bardo Toro is one of those works of Padma Sambhava, which were secretly hidden in order to preserve them for later generations, and which were to be revealed to the world when the time was ripe. However this may be, it is a fact that during the persecution of Buddhism by Langdharma, at the beginning of the 9th century AD, innumerable books of the earliest period of Tibetan Buddhism were concealed under rocks, in caves, and other places to prevent their destruction. Since all members of the Buddhist order and their supporters were either killed or driven out of Tibet, most of these buried scriptures remained where they had been hidden. Many of them were recovered during the succeeding centuries and designated termas, a term derived from the Tibetan word getur, pronounced tur, meaning treasure. Those who discovered these spiritual treasures and propagated their teachings were called tertans, from Tibetan geturpsten, pronounced turtan, meaning revealer of treasure. This seems to me a far more reasonable explanation for the tradition of the tertans, which significantly is held in the oldest schools of Tibetan Buddhism, like the Nyingmapa and Kargyapa, than the theory advanced by certain Western critics that these scriptures had been faked by people who wanted to pass off their own ideas under the guise of ancient revelations. Such critics underestimate the religious sincerity and the deep respect for the sanctity of spiritual tradition, which is ingrained in every Tibetan layman and Lama alike. To add to or omit from the sacred scriptures a single word or letter has ever been looked upon by the Tibetans as heinous sin, which even the most impious would fear to commit. Furthermore, these same critics underestimate the difficulties of forging and issuing such scriptures, for the forging would require a technical and critical knowledge of history and linguistics, such as was not only unknown in Tibet, but such as would have required a mastermind for its execution. Had a genius of that sort existed in Tibet, he would have had no need to resort to the subterfuge of forgery, for he could have stood on his own feet, as did many scholarly geniuses who wrote and taught in their own name. Nor is it likely that men who could create and propagate such profound thoughts and lofty ideals as the termas contain would stoop so low as to deceive their fellow men. And when we consider that the literature in question is not a matter of a few isolated treatises, but of about 100 big volumes, according to tradition 108 volumes, running into tens of thousands of folios, then the theory of willful deception becomes not only improbable, but absurd. In considering the influences on the Bardo Toro of the pre-Buddhistic religion of Tibet, namely that of the Bonpos, there must be taken into account the fact that all of these termas attributed to Padmasambhava declare, in no uncertain terms, their adherence to him, the very personage who opposed and defeated the Bonpos. These recovered scriptures cannot therefore be regarded as propagating Bon ideas. Even though Padmasambhava did adopt into the Buddhist system some of the local Tibetan deities to serve as guardians of the faith, in doing so he did not give up 1 inch of Buddhist ground to the Bonpos, but acted in perfect conformity with the principles of Orthodox Buddhism, wherein, in all Buddhist countries, the deities of the earth and of space have always been honored and propitiated as being protectors of the Dharma. Thus, the following Pali verses are still recited in the course of the regular puja, or ceremony of worship, by the followers of Theravada Buddhism in Ceylon, Burma, Siam, Cambodia, and elsewhere. These verses may be rendered into English as follows.
May the beings of the sky, or of space, and of the earth, devas and nagas, i.e. gods and serpent spirits of great power, after having shared in the merits of this puja, long protect the sacred doctrine.
Any cultural influence as between Buddhism and Bonism was more in the nature of a one-way traffic than a mutual exchange of ideas. For the Bonpos, who had no literature of their own, took over Buddhist concepts and symbols on a vast scale, and thereby created a literature and an iconography which so greatly resembled those of the Buddhists as to be almost indistinguishable to the casual observer. There was also current the wholly arbitrary assertion that it was the Bon influence which encouraged laxity in the observance of the Buddhist monastic rules in Tibet, and led to a general decline in the standard of Tibetan learning and morality. Whoever has had the opportunity to stay for even a short time in one of the still existing Bon monasteries of Tibet will have noticed with surprise that the rules of celibacy and monastic discipline are stricter there than in most Buddhist monasteries, and that for many of the major scriptures of the Tibetan Buddhist canon, a parallel can be found in the scriptures of the Bonpos. They have their Prajnaparamita Sutras, their Pratya Samaputta, represented in a wheel of life of 13 divisions, their tantras and mantras, and their deities more or less correspond to the various Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Devatas, and Dharmapalas of Buddhism. It may seem paradoxical, but it is a fact that whereas the older schools of Tibetan Buddhism, despite their tolerance of local deities, succeeded in breaking the power of Bonism, it was the Gelugpas, the youngest and most vigorously reformed school, which reintroduced one of the most influential institutions of the Bonpas, namely state oracles in oracle temples in all important monasteries of the Yellow Sect. The deities who are invoked in these oracle temples are exclusively Bon origin. Among the older Buddhist sects, and especially among the Kargyatpas, no such oracle temples exist. This shows that the old schools, contrary to common belief, are less under the influence of Bonism than the Gelugpas, in spite of the Gelugpas' reforms and stricter monastic discipline. This stricter monastic discipline of the Gelugpas really brings them nearer to the above-mentioned Puritanism of the Bonpos. We must therefore beware of sweeping statements as to what can be attributed to the influence of Bonism and what not. Especially is this so because we do not know of what the teachings of Bon consisted before the advent of Buddhism, although we can safely assume that they were animistic and the spiritualized forces of man and nature being worshipped, chiefly in their awe-inspiring and terrifying aspects, and certain rituals were performed for the benefit and the guidance of the dead. Such religious practices as these are commonly found in almost all earlier civilizations, and they prevailed in India as much as they did in Tibet. This animism permeates all Buddhistic texts, wherein every tree and grove and every locality is held to have its own peculiar deities, and the Buddha is represented as discoursing with gods and other spiritual beings inhabiting the earth and the realms beyond, as if that were a most natural procedure. Only a completely intellectualized and westernized Buddhism, which attempts to separate the rational thought content of Buddhism from its equally profound mythological elements, can deny this animistic background, and with it the metaphysical foundations of Buddhism. The Buddhist universe is alive through and through. It has no room for inert matter and mere mechanism. And what is more, the Buddhist is alert to all possibilities of existence and to all aspects of reality. If we have read all the fearful apparitions which surround the Buddha during the night preceding his enlightenment, we need not search for Bon influences in relation to the animal-headed monsters that appear from the abyss of the subconscious mind in the hour of death, or in the visions of meditation. Wrathful deities, demons in animal form, and gods in demoniacal guise are as much at home in Indian as in Tibetan tradition. Despite the popular usage to which the Bardo Toro has been put in connection with the death rituals, and herein probably is discernible the only trace of Bon influence worth considering, the central idea and the profound symbolism of the Bardo Toro are genuinely Buddhistic. The Tibetans themselves have put forth considerable effort to free their scriptures from errors and non-Buddhistic accretions, and to ensure the correctness and reliability of their traditions. After the rules for the translation of Sanskrit texts and the necessary corresponding Tibetan terminology had been established in the early Tibetan translators and pioneers of the Dharma, translators were explicitly forbidden to coin new terms. When this was unavoidable, they were directed to report the matter to a special tribunal called the Tribunal of the Doctrine of the Blessed One, attached to the royal palace. The translation of tantric works could be undertaken with the king's permission only. These rules were promulgated by King Tide Sonsen Rappakan, 817-36 AD, and have been followed by all Tibetan translators ever since. With the advent of wooden block prints, similar precautions were taken not only with regard to translations, but with regard to all religious literature. Thus, it became a rule that no religious book could be published without the sanction of the highest spiritual authorities, who appointed qualified proofreaders and scholars to prevent faulty renderings or unwarranted interpolations. This, however, did not interfere with the diversity of interpretations by the various acknowledged schools and their teachers. The chief purpose was to prevent the degeneration of established traditions either through carelessness or ignorance of unqualified copyists and interpreters. It is for this reason that the authorized block prints contain the most reliable versions of the generally accepted traditional sacred texts. But handwritten books, although sometimes suffering from mistakes in spelling and from other errors of the copyist, who often shows lack of understanding of the archaic or classical language of the text, are nevertheless valuable, especially if they go back to originals of greater antiquity than those of the current block prints, or if they represent some lesser-known tradition handed down from guru to chela through the many generations. If, therefore, I direct the reader's attention to certain differences between the officially accepted version of the block print and that of the manuscript, which formed the basis of Lama Kazidawa, Samdup's translation, I do not wish to question the value of the manuscript, but merely to throw light upon some important points of Buddhist tradition, which may lead to a deeper understanding, not only from the historical, but likewise from a spiritual point of view. Indeed, it is the spiritual point of view what makes this book so important for the majority of its readers. If the Bardo Toro were to be regarded as being based merely upon folklore, or as consisting of religious speculation about death and a hypothetical after-death state, it would be of interest only to anthropologists and students of religion. But the Bardo Toro is far more. It is a key to the innermost recesses of the human mind, and a guide for initiates and for those who are seeking the spiritual path of liberation. Although the Bardo Toro is at the present time widely used in Tibet as a breviary, and read or recited on the occasion of death, for which reason it has been aptly called the Tibetan Book of the Dead, one should not forget that it was originally conceived to serve as a guide not only for the dying and the dead, but for the living as well. And herein lies the justification for having made the Tibetan Book of the Dead accessible to a wider public. Notwithstanding the popular customs and beliefs which, under the influence of age-old traditions of pre-Buddhist origin, have grown around the profound revelations of the Bardo Toro, it has value only for those who practice and realize its teaching during their lifetime. There are two things which have caused misunderstanding. One is that the teachings seem to be addressed to the dead or the dying. The other, that the title contains the expression, liberation through hearing, in Tibetan, toskrol. As a result, there has arisen the belief that it is sufficient to read or to recite the Bardo Toro in the presence of a dying person, or even of a person who has just died, in order to effect his or her liberation. Such misunderstanding could only have arisen among those who do not know that it is one of the oldest and most universal practices for the initiate to go through the experience of death before he can be spiritually reborn. Symbolically, he must die to his past and to his old ego before he can take his place in the new spiritual life into which he has been initiated. The dead or the dying person is addressed in the Bardo Toro mainly for three reasons. 1. The earnest practitioner of these teachings should regard every moment of his life or her life as it were the last. 2. When a follower of these teachings is actually dying, he or she should be reminded of the experiences at the time of initiation, or of the words or mantra of the guru, especially if the dying one's mind lacks alertness during the critical moments. And 3. One who is still incarnate should try to surround the person dying or just dead with loving and helpful thoughts during the first stages of the new or after-death state of existence, without allowing emotional attachment to interfere or to give rise to a state of morbid mental depression. Accordingly, one function of the Bardo Toro appears to be more to help those who have been left behind to adopt the right attitude towards the dead and towards the fact of death than to assist the dead, who, according to Buddhist belief, will not deviate from their own karmic path. In applying the Bardo Toro teachings, it is ever a matter of remembering the right thing at the right moment. But in order so to remember, one must prepare oneself mentally during one's lifetime. One must create, build up, and cultivate those faculties which one desires to be of deciding influence at death and in the after-death state, in order never to be taken unawares and to be able to react spontaneously in the right way when the critical moment of death has come. This is clearly expressed in the root verses of the Bardo Toro as rendered in the Tibetan Book of the Dead.
O procrastinating one, who thinketh not of the coming of death, devoting thyself to the useless doings of this life, Improvident art thou in dissipating thy great opportunity. Mistaken indeed will thy purpose be now if thou returnest empty-handed from this life. Since the holy Dharma is known to be thy true need, wilt thou not devote thyself to the holy Dharma even now?
It is recognized by all who are acquainted with the Buddhist philosophy that birth and death are not phenomena which happen only once in any given human life. They occur uninterruptedly. At every moment, something within us dies and something is reborn. The different bardos, therefore, represent different states of consciousness of our life. The state of waking consciousness, the normal consciousness of a being born into our human world, known in Tibetan as the Kindness Bardo. The state of dream consciousness, Rimilam Bardo. The state of jhana, or trance consciousness in profound meditation, Samtan Bardo. The state of experiencing of death, Chika Bardo. The state experiencing of reality, Chosnid Bardo. The state of rebirth consciousness, Shripa Bardo. All this is clearly described in the root verses of the 6 bardos, which, together with the paths of good wishes, form the authentic and original nucleus of the bardo total, around which the prose parts crystallized as commentaries. This proves that we have to do here with life itself and not merely with a mass for the dead, to which the bardo total was reduced in later times. The bardo total is addressed not only to those who see the end of their life approaching, or who are very near death, but to those who still have years of incarnate life before them, and who for the first time realize the full meaning of their existence as human beings. To be born as a human being is a privilege, according to the Buddha's teaching, because it offers the rare opportunity of liberation through one's own decisive effort, through a turning about in the deepest seat of consciousness, as the Lankavatara Sutra puts it. Accordingly, the root verses of the 6 bardos open with the words,
Oh, that now, when the bardo of life is dawning upon me, after having given up indolence, since there is no time to waste in life, may I undistractedly enter the path of listening, reflecting, and meditating, so that once having attained human embodiment, no time may be squandered through useless distractions.
Note on the bardo of life.
Lama Kazi Dawa Sandup has here birthplace bardo. Apparently his manuscript has Kaiganas instead of Kainas, which is found in the block print. The latter means literally having been born, that is, having been born into the state men call life. Kaiganas refers to the womb, the place, ganas of birth. And this is the subject of the 6th verse, dealing with the bardo of rebirth, which therefore cannot be meant here, for otherwise there would be only 5 bardos instead of 6.
Listening, reflecting, and meditating are the 3 stages of discipleship. The Tibetan word for listening or hearing, thos, in this connection, as well as in the expression total, tosgrao, cannot be confused with the mere physical sense awareness of hearing, as may be seen from the Tibetan term yantos, the equivalent of the Sanskrit word Shravaka, referring to a disciple and, more particularly, to a personal disciple of the Buddha, and not merely to one who by chance happened to hear the Buddha's teaching. It refers to one who has accepted this teaching in his heart and has made it his own. Thus, the word listening in this connection implies hearing with one's heart, that is, with sincere faith, shraddha. This represents the first stage of discipleship. In the second stage, this intuitive attitude is transformed into understanding through reason, while in the third stage, the disciple's intuitive feeling as well as intellectual understanding are transformed into living reality through direct experience. Thus, intellectual conviction grows into spiritual certainty, into a knowing in which the knower is one with the known. This is the high spiritual state vouchsafed by the teaching set forth in the Bardo Total. Thereby, the initiated disciple attains dominion over the realm of death, and being able to perceive death's illusory nature is freed from fear. This illusoriness of death comes from the identification of the individual with his temporal transitory form, whether physical, emotional, or mental, whence arise the mistaken notion that there exists a personal separate egohood of one's own, and the fear of losing it. If, however, the disciple has learned, as the Bardo Total directs, to identify himself with the eternal, the Dharma, the imperishable light of Buddhahood within, then the fears of death are dissipated like a cloud before the rising sun. Then he knows that whatever he may see, hear, or feel in the hour of his departure from this life is but a reflection of his own conscious and subconscious mental content. And no mind-created illusion can then have power over him if he knows its origin and is able to recognize it. The illusory Bardo visions vary, in keeping with the religious or cultural tradition in which the percipient has grown up, but their underlying motive power is the same in all human beings. Thus it is that the profound psychology set forth by the Bardo Total constitutes an important contribution to our knowledge of the human mind and of the path that leads beyond it. Under the guise of a science of death, the Bardo Total reveals the secret of life, and therein lies its spiritual value and its universal appeal. The Bardo Total is a treatise which needs more than philological knowledge for its translation and interpretation, namely a thorough knowledge of its traditional background and of the religious experience of one who either has grown up in the tradition or who has imbibed its tradition from a competent living guru. In times of old, it was not considered that the mere knowledge of language sufficed to make a man a translator in any serious sense of the word. No one would have undertaken to translate a text who had not studied it for long years at a feat of a traditional and authoritative exponent of its teaching, and much less would anyone have thought himself qualified to translate a book in the teachings of which he did not believe. Our modern attitude, unfortunately, is a complete reversal of this. A scholar is regarded as being all the more competent scholarly the less he believes in the teachings which he has undertaken to interpret. The sorry results are only too apparent, especially in the realm of Tibetology, which such scholars have approached with an air of their own superiority, thus defeating the very purpose of their endeavors. Lama Kazidawa Samdup and Dr. Evans Wentz were the first to re-establish the ancient method of Lotsavas, as the translators of sacred texts are called in Tibet. They approached their work in the spirit of true devotion and humility, as a sacred trust that had come into their hands through generations of initiates, a trust which had to be handled with the utmost respect for even the smallest detail. At the same time, they did not regard their translation as final or infallible, but rather like pioneer translations of the Bible, that is, as being a starting point for ever deeper and more perfect renderings in accordance with our growing acquaintance with the sources of Tibetan tradition. Such an attitude is not only the hallmark of spiritual understanding and true scholarship, but it makes even the reader feel that he is treading on sacred ground. This explains the deep impression which the Tibetan Book of the Dead, as well as the other complementary volumes of the Oxford Tibetan series, have made upon thoughtful readers all over the world. The outstanding success of these works was due to their convincing sincerity and seriousness of purpose. Indeed, the world owes a great debt of gratitude to these two devoted scholars. Sabadhanam, Dhammadhanam, Janati. The best of all gifts is the gift of truth.
The Buddha's remembering. In recollection, all former births passed before his eyes, born in such a place of such a name and downwards to his present birth. So through hundreds, thousands, myriads, all his births and deaths he knew. Ashvagosha's Life of the Buddha, Samuel Beale's translation.
Foreword by Sir John Woodruff, The Science of Death.
As to the title of this foreword, The Science of Death, see Thanatology by Dr. Roswell Parks in the Journal of the American Medical Association, April 27, 1912. Strive after the good before thou art in danger, before pain masters thee and thy mind loses its keenness.
Kulanarva Tantra 127. The thought of death suggests two questions. The first is, how may one avoid death, except when death is desired, as in death at will? The avoidance of death is the aim when Hatha Yoga is used to prolong present life in the flesh. This is not, in the Western sense, a yea saying to life, but for the time being to a particular form of life. Dr. Evans Wentz tells us that according to popular Tibetan belief, no death is natural. This is the notion of most, if not all, primitive peoples. Moreover, physiology also questions whether there is any natural death, in the sense of death through mere age without lesion or malady. This text, however, in the language of the renouncer of fleshly life the world over, tells the nobly born that death comes to all, that humankind are not to cling to life on earth with its ceaseless wandering in the worlds of birth and death, samsara. Rather should they implore the aid of the Divine Mother for a safe passing through the fearful state following the body's dissolution, and that they may at length attain all-perfect Buddhahood. The second question, then, is how to accept death and die. It is with this that we are now concerned. Here the technique of dying makes death the entrance to good future lives, at first out of and then again in the flesh, unless and until liberation, nirvana, from the wandering samsara is attained. This book, which is of extraordinary interest both as regards text and introduction, deals with the period, longer or shorter according to the circumstances, which, commencing immediately after death, ends with rebirth. In the Buddhist's view, life consists of a series of successive states of consciousness. The first state is the birth consciousness, the last is the consciousness existing at the moment of death, or the death consciousness. The interval between the two states of consciousness, during which the transformation from the old to a new being is effected, is called the bardo, or intermediate state, antarabhava, divided into three stages called the chikai, chonyad, and sidpa bardo, respectively. This manual, common in various versions throughout Tibet, is one of a class amongst which Dr. Evans Wentz includes the Egyptian Book of the Dead, a guide for the use of the ka, or so-called double, the de arte moriende, and other similar medieval treatises on the craft of dying, to which may be added the Orphic manual called The Descent into Hades, cf. He Descended into Hell, and other like guidebooks for the use of the dead, the Pretakonda of the Hindu Garuda Purana, Swedenborg's De Collio et de Inferno, Ruska's De Inferno, and several other eschatological works both ancient and modern. Thus, the Garuda Purana deals with the rites used over the dying, the death moment, the funeral ceremonies, the building up by means of the Preta Shraddha rite of the new body for the Preta, or deceased in lieu of that destroyed by fire, the judgment, and thereafter, Chapter 5, the various states through which the deceased passes until he is reborn again on earth. Both the original text and Dr. Evans Wentz's introduction from a very valuable contribution to the science of death from the standpoint of the Tibetan Mahayana Buddhism of the so-called tantric type. The book is welcome not merely in virtue of its particular subject matter, but because the ritual works of any religion enable us more fully to comprehend the philosophy and psychology of the system to which they belong. The text has three characteristics. It is firstly a work on the art of dying, for death as well as life is an art, though both are often enough muddled through. There is a Bengali saying, "Of what use are yapa and tapas, two forms of devotion, if one knoweth not how to die?" Secondly, it is a manual of religious therapeutic for the last moments and a psychurgy exercising, instructing, consoling, and fortifying by the rites of the dying, him who is about to pass on to another life. Thirdly, it describes the experiences of the deceased during the intermediate period and instructs him in regard thereto. It is thus also a traveler's guide to other worlds. The doctrine of reincarnation on the other hand, and of resurrection on the other, is the chief difference between the four leading religions: Brahmanism, Buddhism, Christianity, and Islam. Christianity, in its orthodox form, rejects the most ancient and widespread belief of the kuklos genation, or samsara, or reincarnation, and admits one universe only, this, the first and last, and two lives, one here in the natural body and one hereafter in the body of resurrection. It has been succinctly said that as metempsychosis makes the same soul, so resurrection makes the same body serve for more than one life. But the latter doctrine limits man's lives to two in number, of which the first or present determines forever the character of the second or future. Brahmanism and Buddhism would accept the doctrine that as a tree falls, so shall it lie, but they deny that it so lies forever. To the adherents of these two kindred beliefs, this present universe is not the first and last. It is but one of an infinite series without absolute beginning or end, though each universe of the series appears and disappears. They also teach a series of successive existences therein until morality, devotion, and knowledge produce that high form of detachment, which is the cause of liberation from the cycle of birth and death called the wandering or samsara. Freedom is the attainment of the supreme state, called the void, nirvana, and by other names. They deny that there is only one universe, with one life for each of its human units, and then a division of men for all eternity into those who are saved in heaven or are in limbo and those who are lost in hell. Whilst they agree in holding that there is a suitable body for enjoyment or suffering in heaven and hell, it is not a resurrected body, for the fleshly body on death is dissolved forever. The need of some body always exists, except for the non-dualist who believes in a bodiless videha, liberation, mukti. And each of the four religions affirms that there is a subtle and death-surviving element, vital and psychical, in the physical body of flesh and blood, whether it be a permanent entity or self, such as the Brahmanic Atma, the Muslim Ruh, and the Christian soul, or whether it be only a complex of activities, or skandha, psychical and physical with life as their function, a complex and continual change, and therefore a series of physical and psychical momentary states, successively generated the one from the other, a continuous transformation, as the Buddhists are said to hold. Thus, to none of these faiths is death an absolute ending, but to all it is only the separation of the psyche from the gross body. The former then enters on a new life, whilst the latter, having lost its principle of animation, decays. As Dr. Evans Wentz so concisely says, death disincarnates the soul complex, as birth incarnates it. In other words, death is itself only an initiation into another form of life than that of which it is the ending. On the subject of the physical aspect of death, the attention of the reader is drawn to the remarkable analysis here given of symptoms which precede it. These are stated because it is necessary for the dying man and his helpers to be prepared for the final and decisive moment when it comes. Noteworthy, too, is the description of sounds heard as, to use Dr. Evans Wentz's language, the psychic resultants of the disintegrating process called death. They call to mind the humming, rolling, and crackling noises heard before and up to 15 hours after death, which, recognized by Grunewaldi in 1618, and referred to by later writers, were in 1862 made the subject of special study by Dr. Collingges. But it is said that the chain of conscious states is not always broken by death, since there is power to protect consciousness and enter the body of another. Indian occultism speaks of the same power of leaving one's body, Svek Shotkranti, which, according to the Tantra Raja, chapter 27, is accomplished through the operation Vayudharana of the vital activity, or Vayu, in 38 points or junctions, marma, of the body. How, it may be asked, does this practice work in with the general doctrine or reincarnation? We should have been glad if Dr. Evans Wentz had elucidated this point. On principle, it would seem that in the case of entry into an unborn body, such entry may be made into the matrix in the same way as if it had occurred after a break of consciousness in death. But in the case of entry into beings already born, the operation of the power or city would appear to be by the way of possession, avesha, by one consciousness of the consciousness and body of another, differing from the more ordinary case by the fact that the possessing consciousness does not return to its body, which ex hypothesi is about to die when the consciousness leaves it. If transference of consciousness is effected, there is, of course, no bardo, which involves the break of consciousness by death. Otherwise, the text is read. Then, as the breathing is about to cease, instruction is given and the arteries are pressed. This is done to keep the dying person conscious with a consciousness rightly directed. For the nature of the death consciousness determines the future state of the soul complex, existence being the continuous transformation of one conscious state into another. Both in Catholic and Hindu ritual for the dying, there is constant prayer and repetition of the sacred names. The pressing of the arteries regulates the path to be taken by the outgoing vital current, prana. The proper path is that which passes through the Brahmarandra, or foramen, of Monroe. This notion appears to have been widely held, to quote an instance, even in so remote and primitive a spot as San Cristobal in the Solomon Islands. See Threshold of the Pacific by C.E. Fox. The function of a hold stone in a dolmen found there, reminiscent of the dolmen at Del Perse, common in the Marne district of Western Europe, in South Russia, and in southern India, is to allow the free passage to its natural seat, the head of the dead man's adaro, or double. According to Hindu belief, see Predakanda of Garuda Purana, there are 9 apertures of the body which are the means of experience, and which in the divine aspect are the Lord's Natha, or Gurus. A good exit is one which is above the navel. Of such exits, the best is through the fissure of the top of the cranium called Brahmarandra. This is above the physical cerebrum and the yoga center called Lotus of the Thousand Petals, Sahasrapadma, wherein spirit is most manifest, since it is the seat of consciousness. Because of this, the Orthodox Hindu wears a crest lock, shika, at this spot, not as some have absurdly supposed, so that he may thereby be gripped and taken to heaven or hell, but because the Sika is, as it were, a flag, and its staff raised before and in honor of the abode of the Supreme Lord, who is pure consciousness itself. The fancy picture in a recent work by C. Lancelin, Le Vic Posthume, page 96, does not show the aperture of exit which is given in Plate 8 of the second edition of Arthur Avalon's Serpent Power, page 93. Whatever be the ground for the belief and practice of primitive peoples, according to yoga doctrine, the head is the chief center of consciousness, regulating other subordinate centers in the spinal column. By withdrawal of the vital current through the center or Shushmumna nerve, nadi, the lower parts of the body are devitalized and there is vivid concentration functioning at the cerebral center. Exotericism speaks of the Book of Judgment. This is an objective symbol of the Book of Memory. The reading of that book is the recalling to mind by the dying man of the whole of his past life on earth before he passes from it.
That such a review of earth life is experienced by the dying has been frequently attested by persons who had begun to die, as for example in drowning and then been resuscitated. W.Y.E.W.
The vital current at length escapes from the place where it last functioned. In yoga, thought and breathing being interdependent, exit through the Brahmandra connotes previous activity at the highest center. Before such exit, and whilst self-consciousness lasts, the mental contents are supplied by the ritual, which is so designed as to secure a good death and therefore later on birth consciousness. At the moment of death, the empiric consciousness or consciousness of objects is lost. There is what is popularly called a swoon, which is, however, the corollary of superconsciousness itself, or the clear light of the void. For the swoon is in and of the consciousness as knower of objects, vijnana, skanda. This empiric consciousness disappears, unveiling pure consciousness, which is ever ready to be discovered by those who have the will to seek and the power to find it. That clear, colorless light is a sense symbol of the formless void, beyond the light of sun, moon, and fire, to use the words of the Indian Gita. It is clear and colorless, but mayak, or form, bodies are colored in various ways. For color implies and denotes form. The formless is colorless. The use of psychophysical chromatism is common to the Hindu and Buddhist tantras, and may be found in some Islamic mystical systems also. What, then, is this void? It is not absolutely nothingness. It is the illogical, to which no categories drawn from the world of name and form apply. But whatever may have been held by the Madhyamika Bauddha, a Vedantist would say that being, or isness, is applicable even in the case of the void, which is expressed as is, asti. The void is thus, in this view, the negation of all determinations, but not of isness as such, as has been supposed in accounts given of Buddhist nihilism. But it is nothing known to finite experience in form, and therefore, for those who have had no other experience, it is no thing. A description of Buddhist Mahayana teaching, which is at once more succinct and clear than, to my knowledge, any other, is given in the Tibetan work, The Path of Good Wishes of Samanta Bhadra, which I have published in the 7th volume of Tantric Texts, page 21 at sec, and here summarize and explain. All is either samsara or nirvana. The first is finite experience in the 6 worlds, or loka, a word which means that which is experienced, lokyante. The second, or nirvana, is negatively speaking release from such experience, that is, from the worlds of birth and death and their pains. The void cannot even be strictly called nirvana, for this is a term relative to the world, and the void is beyond all relations. Positively and concomitantly with such release, it is the perfect experience, which is Buddhahood, which again, from the cognitive aspect, is consciousness unobscured by the darkness of unconsciousness, that is to say, consciousness freed of all limitation. From the emotional aspect, it is pure bliss unaffected by sorrow, and from the volitional aspect, it is freedom of action and almighty power, amoga siddhi. Perfect experience is an eternal, or more strictly speaking, a timeless state. Imperfect experience is also eternal in the sense that the series of universes in which it is undergone is infinite. The religious, that is practical, problem is then how from the lesser experience to pass into that which is complete, called by the Upanishads the whole, or purna. This is done by the removal of obscuration. At base, the two are one, the void, uncreated, independent, uncompounded, and beyond mind and speech. If this were not so, liberation would not be possible. Man is in fact liberated but does not know it. When he realizes it, he is freed. The great saying of the Buddhist work, the Prana Paramita, runs thus: Form, rupa, is the void, and the void is form. Realization of the void is to be a Buddha, or knower, and not to realize it is to be an ignorant being in the samsara. The two paths, then, are knowledge and ignorance. The first path leads to, and as actual realization is, nirvana. The second means continuous of fleshly life as man or brute, or as a denizen of the other 4 lokas. Ignorance in the individual is in its cosmic aspect maya, which in Tibetan, gyuma, means a magical show. In its most generic form, the former is that which produces the pragmatic, but in a transcendental sense, the unreal notion of self and otherness. This is the root cause of error, whether in knowing, feeling, or action, which becomes manifest as the 6 poisons which Hindus call the 6 enemies of the 6 lokas of samsara, of which the text gives 5 only: pride, jealousy, sloth or ignorance, anger, greed, and lust. The text constantly urges upon the dying or dead man to recognize in the apparitions, which he is about to see or sees, the creatures of his own Maya-governed mind, veiling from him the clear light of the void. If he does so, he is liberated at any stage. The philosophical scheme has so obvious a resemblance to the Indian Mayavada Vedanta that the Vaishnava Padma Purana dubs that system a bad scripture and covert Buddhism. Nevertheless, its great scholastic, the incomparable Shankaracharya, as Sir William Jones calls him, combated the Buddhists in their denial of a permanent self, Atma, as also their subjectivism, at the same time holding that the notion of an individual self and that of a world of objects were pragmatic truths only, superseded by and on the attainment of a state of liberation which has little, if anything, to distinguish it from the Buddhist void. The difference between the two systems, though real, is less than is generally supposed. This is a matter, however, which it would be out of place to discuss further here. However this may be, the after-death apparitions are real enough for the deceased who does not, as and when they appear, recognize their unsubstantiality and cleave his way through them to the void. The clear light is spoken of in the Bardo Total as a dazzlement, as is produced by an infinitely vibrant landscape in the springtide. This joyous picture is not, of course, a statement of what it is in itself, for it is not an object, but is a translation in terms of objective vision of a great, but in itself indescribable joyful inner experience. My attention was drawn in this connection to a passage in a paper on the Avatamsaka Sutra, chapter 15, by Mr. Zhu, a Chinese scholar, which says, "The Bodhisattva admits the light called seeing the Buddha in order to make the dying think about the Tathagata, and so enable them to go to the pure realms of the latter after death. The dying or deceased man is abjured to recognize the clear light and thus liberate himself. If he does so, it is because he is himself ripe for the liberated state which is thus presented to him. If he does not, as is commonly the case, it is because the pull of worldly tendency, sanskara, draws him away. He is then presented with the secondary clear light, which is the first, somewhat dimmed to him by the general maya. If the mind does not find its resting place here, the first or chikai bardo, which may last for several days or for the time that it takes to snap a finger, according to the state of the deceased, comes to an end. In the next stage, chonyad bardo, there is a recovery of the death consciousness of objects. In one sense, that is compared with a swoon. It is a reawakening, but it is not a waking state such as existed before death. The soul complex emerges from its experience of the void into a state like that of a dream. This continues until it attains a new fleshly body and thus really awakes to earth life again. For this world experience is life in such a body. When I first read the account of the 15 days following recovery from the swoon, I thought it was meant to be a scheme of gradual arising of limited consciousness, analogous to that described in the 36 tattvas by the northern Shivagama and its tantras, a process which is given in its ritual form in the tantric Buddha Shuddhi rite and in the Laya or Kundalini yoga. But on closer examination, I found that this was not so. After the ending of the first bardo, the scheme commences with a complete recovery, without intermediate stages of the death consciousness. The psychic life is taken up and continued from that point, that is, from the stage immediately prior to the swoon. Life immediately after death is, according to this view, as spiritists assert, similar to and a continuation of the life preceding it. As in Swedenborg's account and in the recent play Outward Bound, the deceased does not at first know that he is dead. Swedenborg, who also speaks of an intermediate state, says that except for those immediately translated to heaven or hell, the first state of man after death is like his state in the world, so that he knows no other, believing that he is still in the world, notwithstanding his death. Two illustrations may be given of the doctrine of the continuity and the similarity of experience before and immediately after death. In India, on the one hand, there are reports of hauntings by unhappy ghosts or pretas, which hauntings are said to be allayed by the performance of the Preta Shraddha rite and the sacred town of Gaya. On the other hand, I have heard of a case in England where it was alleged that a haunting seized on the saying of a requiem mass. In this case, it was supposed that a Catholic soul in purgatory felt in need of a rite which, in its earth life, it had been taught to regard as bringing peace to the dead. The Hindu ghost craves for the Hindu rite which gives to it a new body in lieu of that destroyed on the funeral pyre. These souls do not, in an Indian view, cease to be Hindu or Catholic or lose their respective beliefs because of their death. Nor, in this view, do those who have passed on necessarily and at once lose any habit, even though it be drinking and smoking. But in the after-death state, the whiskey and cigars of which we have heard are not gross material things. Just as a dream reproduces waking experiences, so in the after-death state a man who was wont to drink and smoke imagines that he still does so. We have here to deal with dream whiskey and dream cigars, which, though imaginary, are, for the dreamer, as real as the substances he drank and smoked in his waking state.
The editor has heard of a European planter who, having died in the jungles of the Malabar country of southwest India, was buried there by the people. Some years afterwards, a friend of the planter found the grave carefully fenced in and covered with empty whiskey and beer bottles. At a loss to understand such an unusual sight, he asked for an explanation and was told that the dead Sahib's ghost had caused much trouble, and that no way had been discovered to lay the ghost until an old witch doctor declared that the ghost craved whiskey and beer, to which it had long been habituated when in the flesh, and which were the real cause of its separation from the fleshly body. The people, although religiously opposed to intoxicants, began purchasing bottled whiskey and beer of the same brands which the Sahib was well known to have used, and with a regular ritual for the dead, began sacrificing them to the ghost by pouring them out upon the grave. Finding that this kept the ghost quiet, they kept up the practice in self-defense. W.Y.E.W.
Subsequently, the deceased becomes aware that he is dead. But as he carries over with him the recollection of his past life, he at first still thinks that he has such a physical body as he had before. It is in fact a dream body, such as that of persons seen in dreams. It is an imagined body which, as the text says, is neither reflected in a mirror nor casts a shadow, and which can do such wonders as passing through mountains and the like, since imagination is the greatest of magicians. Even in life on earth, a man may imagine that he has a limb where he has none. Long after a man's leg has been amputated above the knee, he can feel his toes, or is convinced that the soles of his feet, buried days before, are tickling. In the after-death state, the deceased imagines that he has a physical body, though he has been severed therefrom by the high surgery of death. In such a body, the deceased goes through the experiences next described. In the first bardo, the deceased glimpses the clear light as the Dharmakaya, called by Professor Sylvain Levy the essential body. This, which is beyond form, arupa, is the Dharma Dhatu, or matrix of Dharma substance, whence all the blessed ones, or Tathagatas, issue. This is the body of a Buddha in nirvana. The second body, or Sambhogakaya, has such subtle form, Rupavan, as is visible to the Bodhisattvas, and is an intermediate manifestation of the Dharma Dhatu. In the third body, or Nirmanakaya, the void, or state of Buddhahood, is exteriorized into multiple individual appearances more material, and therefore visible to the gross senses of men, such as the forms in which the manifested Buddhas, for there are many and not, as some think, only one, or Gautama, have appeared on earth. If the deceased recognizes the clear light of the first bardo, he is liberated in the Dharmakaya. In the second bardo, liberation is into the Sambhogakaya. The passage touching the paradise realms is not, I think, meant to conflict with this. And in the third bardo, liberation is experienced in the Nirmanakaya. During the second and third bardo, the deceased is in the Mayak world, or world of forms, and if liberation is then attained, it is with form, Rupavan. The deceased being thus in the world of duality, we find that from this point onwards there is a double parallel presentation to his consciousness. There is firstly a nirvanic line comprising the 5 jhani Buddhas of the Sambhogakaya, symbolized by various dazzling colors with certain divinities, peaceful and wrathful, emanating from them, and secondly a sansaric line consisting of the 6 lokas. These latter, with one exception, if it be one and not due to corruption of text, viz., the association of the smoky or black light of hell with the blue Vajra Sattva, have the same color as their nirvanic counterparts, but of a dull hue. With the lokas are given their poisons, or the sinful characteristics of their inhabitants. The soul complex is then abjured, on the one hand, to seek liberation through the compassionate grace of the nirvanic line of Buddhas and Devatas, divinities, and on the other hand, to shun the particular loka, world, which is concomitantly presented to his mental vision. With these Buddhas, Devatas, and lokas are associated certain nidanas, causal connections, skandhas, constituent factors, material elements and the colors of the latter. This account appears to have suffered from corruption of the text. Thus, the Nidanas and the Skandhas are not complete. Logically, Vijnana Skandha should go first with Vairocana, and Namarupa with Vajrasattva. Only 4 out of the 5 elements are mentioned. Ether, which is omitted, should be associated with Vairocana and Vijnana. The colors of the elements accord with those given in the Hindu Tantras, except as regards air, to which is assigned a green color appropriate for Asuric jealousy, though it is not that of the Hindu coloration, which is smoky gray. Again, the order of the 6 lokas is not the usual one, viz. First the better lokas or devas, asuras, and men, and then the lokas of ghosts, pretas, brutes, and hell. Each loka is characterized by its poison or besetting sin, but of these 5 only are mentioned. The editor has, however, referred to corruption in the text in some of these matters, and others I have noted on a careful analysis of the translated text. The peaceful devatas following on the 6th and 7th day, and the wrathful devatas on the 8th and subsequent days. The latter are of the terrific type characteristic both of the Buddhist and Hindu Shakta Tantras, with their Beharvis, Dakinis, Yoginis, and so on. Hinduism also makes this distinction in the nature of divinities and interprets the wrathful orders as representative of the so-called destructive power of the Supreme Lord and of his lesser manifestations. Though in truth God never destroys, Nadevo Nashaka Vachit, but withdraws the universe to himself. But power, which thus dissolves the world, is ever terrible to those who are attached to the world. All bad action, a dharma, too, is dissolvent, and according to the text, the deceased's evil karma in the samsara is reflected in the nirvanic line in its forms as divinities of the lower bardo, who so terrify the deceased that he flees from them and sinks therefore more and more into such a state as will eventually bring him birth in one or other of the lokas. The peaceful devatas are said to issue from the heart, and the wrathful from the head. I do not, however, think that this statement necessarily lets in the yoga doctrine of the serpent power in the 6 centers, which the editor has shortly set out in Part 2 of the addenda, assuming, a matter of which I have no personal knowledge, that the Tibetans both practice this yoga and teach it in its Indian form. I myself think that the mention of the heart and head does not refer to these places as yoga centers, but possibly to the fact that the peaceful deities reflect, as stated in the text, the love of the deceased which springs from the heart. I make a reservation also as regards the subject of mantras, dealt with in Part 3 of the addenda. No doubt the Tibetans employ Sanskrit mantras, but such mantras are often found in a sadly corrupt form in their books. A fact which suggests that the Tibetans feel little appreciation of the supposed sound value of mantras. But whether their theory on this subject is the same in all respects as that of the Hindus, I cannot say.
Just as the Tibetans took over Tantricism from India, so as the well-known Tibetan biography of Jetsun Milarepa, Tibet's most famous yogi and saint, for example, makes clear they appear also to have derived various systems of yoga from India, including Laya or Kundalini yoga. While it is undoubtedly true that many mantras likewise derived from India have grown hopelessly corrupt in the Tibetan language itself, the practice of Laya or Kundalini yoga by Tibetans seems to have been kept fairly pure, largely through oral transmission from guru to guru, rather than through written records except for Tibetanized terminologies and methods of application. Certain Tibetan treatises on yoga, which the editor possesses both in the original and in the English translation, suggest this. W.Y.E.W.
The Hindu theory, which I have elsewhere endeavored to elucidate, C.F. Garland of Letters, is still on several points obscure, the subject being perhaps the most difficult of any in Hinduism. Even though Tibetan Buddhism may have mantra sadhana, the presentment of it is likely to differ as much as does the general substance of these two faiths. About the 15th day, passage is made into the third bardo, in which the deceased, if not previously liberated, seeks rebirth. His past life has now become dim. That of the future is indicated by certain premonitory signs, which represent the first movements of desire towards fulfillment. The soul complex takes on the color of the loka in which it is destined to be born. If the deceased's karma leads him to hell, thither he goes after the judgment in a subtle body which cannot be injured or destroyed, but in which he may suffer atrocious pain. Or he may go to the heaven world or other loka, to return at length and in all cases, for neither punishment nor reward are eternal, to earth, whereon only can new karma be made. Such return takes place after expiation of his sins in hell or the expiration of the term of enjoyment in heaven which his karma has gained for him. If, however, the lot of the deceased is immediate rebirth on earth, he sees visions of mating men and women. He, at this final stage towards the awakening to earth life, now knows that he has not a gross body of flesh and blood. He urgently desires to have one in order that he may again enjoy physical life on the earth world. The Freudian psychoanalyst will find herein a remarkable passage supporting his doctrine of the aversion of the son for the father. The passage says that if the deceased is to be born as a male, the feeling of its being a male comes upon the knower, and a feeling of intense aversion for the father and attraction for the mother is begotten, and vice versa as regards birth as a female. This is, however, an old Buddhist doctrine found elsewhere. Professor de la Vallée Poisson cites the following passage, written in French, translated to English here. His mind troubled by the desire for love, he goes to the place of his destiny. Even from a great distance he sees, through the eye born of the power of the act, the place of his birth. Seeing there is his father and mother united, he conceives a desire for the mother when he is male, a desire for the father when he is female, and conversely, hatred. Bouddhisme, Études matériaux, Abid Armakosha, 3:15. The work cited also contains other interesting details concerning the embryo. See too the same author's La Theorie de deux causes. At length, the deceased passes out of the Bardo dream world into a womb of flesh and blood, issuing thence once more into the waking state of earth experience. This is what in English is called reincarnation, or rebirth in the flesh. The Sanskrit term is sansara, that is, rising and rising again. Punarapati, in the words of birth and death. Nothing is permanent, but all is transitory. In life, the soul complex is never for 2 consecutive moments the same, but is, like the body, in constant change. There is thus a series, santana, of successive and, in one sense, different states, which are in themselves but momentary. There is still a unifying bond in that each momentary state is a present transformation, representative of all those which are past, as it will be the generator of all future transformations potentially involved in it. This process is not interrupted by death. Change continues in the skandhas, or constituents of the organism, other than the gross body which has been cast off and which undergoes changes of its own. But there is this difference. The after-death change is merely the result of the action of accumulated past karma, and does not, as in earthly life, create new karma, for which a physical body is necessary. Buddhism, Hinduism, and Christianity are in agreement in holding that man's destiny is decided on earth, though the last differs from the first two, as explained above, on the question whether there is more than one life on earth. There is no breach, ucheda, of consciousness, but a continuity of transformation. The death consciousness is the starting point, followed by the other states of consciousness already described. Karma, at length, generates a full-formed desire or mental action. This last is followed by the consciousness taking up its abode in a suitable matrix, whence it is born again as a birth consciousness. What is so born is not altogether different from what has gone before, because it is the present transformation of it and has no other independent existence. There are thus successive births of, to use Professor de la Vallée Poussin's term, a fluid soul complex, because the series of psychic states continues at intervals of time to enter the physical womb of living beings. It has been said by the authority cited, Way to Nirvana, page 85, that the birth consciousness of a new celestial or infernal being makes for itself and by itself out of the unorganized matter, the body it is to inhabit. Therefore, the birth of such beings will follow immediately after the death of the being, which is to be reborn as an infernal or celestial being. But the case is said to be different as a rule where there is to be reincarnation, that is, rebirth in the flesh. Conception and birth then presuppose physical circumstances that may not be realized at the moment of the death of the being to be reincarnated. In these cases and others, it is alleged that the dying consciousness cannot be continued at once into the birth consciousness of a new being. The professor says that this difficulty is solved by those schools which, maintaining the intermediary existence, antarabhava, hold that the dying consciousness is continued into a short-lived being called Gandharva, which lasts for 7 days or 7 times 7 days, cf. the 49 days of the Bardo. This Gandharva creates with the help of the conceptual elements an embryo as soon as it can find opportunity. This doctrine, if it has been rightly understood, is apparently another and cruder version of the Bardo doctrine. There cannot in any philosophic view of the doctrine of karma be any hold-up of what is a continuous life process. Such process does not consist of independent sections waiting upon one another, and so a soul complex cannot be ready to reincarnate before the circumstances are fit for it. The law which determines that a being shall incarnate is the same as that which provides the means and conditions by and under which the incarnation is to take place. Nor is the body of the infernal or celestial being gross matter. This is clear from the present text. Dr. Evans Wentz raises again the debated question of the transmigration of human souls into subhuman bodies, a process which this text, exoterically viewed, seems to assume, and which is, as he points out, the general Hindu and Buddhist belief. It seems to be an irrational, though it may be a popular belief that a human soul can permanently inhabit a subhuman body as its own. For the body cannot exist in such disagreement with its occupant. The right doctrine appears to be that, as man has evolved through the lowest forms of being, Hinduism speaks of 8,400,000 graded kinds of births culminating in man, so by misconduct and neglect to use the opportunity of manhood there can equally be a descent along the downward path to the same low forms of being from which humanity has, with difficulty, emerged.
As plants, aquatic animals, reptiles, birds, quadrupeds, simian forms, and man. See Brihad Vishnu Purana.
The Sanskrit term durlabham, meaning difficult to get, refers to this difficulty of securing human birth. But such descent involves, as Dr. Evans Wentz says, the loss of the human nature and the enormous lengths of time of a creation epoch. If the series, santana, of conscious states are determined by the past karma, it may be asked how that liberty of choice exists which the whole text assumes by its injunctions to the deceased, to do this or to avoid that. No doubt even in one individual there are diverse tendencies, samskara, but the question still remains. If the karma ready to ripen determines the action, then advice to the accused is useless. If the soul is free to choose, there is no determination by karma. Hinduism holds that notwithstanding the influence of karma, the Atma is essentially free. Here the answer appears to be twofold. Apart from what is next stated, the instructions given may, by their suggestions, call up that one of several latent tendencies which tends towards the action counseled. Further, this system allows that one soul can help another. And so there are prayers for and application of merits to the deceased, just as we find in Hinduism the Pradeshraddha, in Catholicism the Requiem Mass, and in Islam the Muslims' Fatiha. In this and other matters one mind can, it is alleged, influence another otherwise than through the ordinary sense channels, whether before or after death. There is also a tendency to overlook collective karma and its effects. An individual is not only affected by his own karma, but by that of the community to which he belongs. A wider question arises as to the meaning of the reincarnation doctrine itself. but this is not the place to discuss it. There are many other points of interest in this remarkable book, but I must now stop and let the reader discover them for himself. I would like, however, to add a word as to the manner of its making. The text has been fortunate in finding as its editor Dr. Evans Wentz, whose knowledge of and sympathy with his subject has enabled him to give us a very comprehensible account of it. He, in his turn, was fortunate in his teacher, the translator, the late Lama Kazidawa Samdup, who, when I first met him, was chief interpreter on the staff of His Excellency Loken Satra, the Tibetan plenipotentiary to the government of India. He was also attached to the political staff of His Holiness the Dalai Lama on the latter's visit to India. At the time of his premature and greatly regretted death, Lama Kazidawa Samdup, the lecturer in Tibetan to the University of Calcutta. These and the other appointments which the translator held and to which Dr. Evans Wentz has referred sufficiently establish his high competency both in Tibetan and English. He had also, I may add, some knowledge of Sanskrit, which I found of much use in discussing with him the meaning of terms used in Tibetan Buddhist doctrine and ritual. I can then speak personally of his attainments, for I saw a good deal of him when he was preparing for me a translation of the Tibetan Sri Chakra Sambhara Tantra, which I have published as the 7th volume of the series of tantric texts, Luzak & Co. I can likewise, from my own knowledge, associate myself with what Dr. Evans Wentz has said as to this remarkable man. May their joint work have the success it deserves, and so encourage Dr. Evans Wentz to publish some at least of the other texts, which he tells me he has in store. John Woodruff, Oxford, October 3rd, 1925. Introduction.
The phenomena of life may be likened unto a dream, a phantasm, a bubble, a shadow, the glistening dew or lightning flash, and thus they ought to be contemplated.
The Buddha, in the Immutable Sutra.
This introduction is, for the most part, based upon and suggested by explanatory notes which the late Lama Kazidawa Samdup, the translator of the Bardo Total, dictated to the editor while the translation was taking shape in Gangtok, Sikkim. The Lama was of opinion that his English rendering of the Bardo Total ought not to be published without his exegetical comments on the more abstruse and figurative parts of the text. This, he thought, would not only help to justify his translation, but moreover would accord with the wishes of his late guru, see page 80, with respect to all translations into a European tongue of works expository of the esoteric lore of the great perfectionist school, into which that guru had initiated him. To this end, the translator's exegesis, based upon that of the translator's guru, was transmitted to the editor and recorded by the editor herein. The editor's task is to correlate and systematize and sometimes to expand the notes thus dictated, by incorporating such congenial matter from widely separated sources as in his judgment tends to make the exegesis more intelligible to the Occidental, for whom this part of the book is chiefly intended. The translator felt, too, that without such safeguarding as this introduction is intended to afford, the Bardo Total translation would be peculiarly liable to misinterpretation and consequent misuse, more especially by those who are inclined to be, for one reason or another, inimical to Buddhistic doctrines or to the doctrines of his particular sect of Northern Buddhism. He also realized how such an introduction as is here presented might itself be subject to adverse criticism, perhaps on the ground that it appears to be the outcome of a philosophical eclecticism. However this may be, the editor can do no more than state here, as he has stated in other words in the preface, that his aim both herein and in the closely related annotations to the text itself has been to present the psychology and the teachings peculiar to and related to the Bardo Total, as he has been taught them by qualified initiated exponents of them, who alone have the unquestioned right to explain them. If it should be said by critics that the editor has expounded the Bardo Total doctrines from the standpoint of the Northern Buddhist, who believes in them, rather than from the standpoint of the Christian, who perhaps would disbelieve at least some of them, the editor has no apology to offer, for he holds that there is no sound reason adducible why he should expound them in any other manner. Anthropology is concerned with things as they are, and the hope of all sincere researchers into comparative religion, devoid of any religious bias, ought always to be to accumulate such scientific data as will someday enable future generations of mankind to discover truth itself, that universal truth in which all religions and all sects of all religions may ultimately recognize the essence of religion and the Catholicity of faith. Narrator's note. These notes made reference to here and some special quotes will be narrated with this inflection and pitch to help distinguish them from the normal part of the text.
1. The importance of the Bardo Total. As a contribution to the science of death and of the existence after death and of rebirth, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, called in its own language Bardo Total, Liberation by Hearing on the After-Death Plane, is among the sacred books of the world, unique.
Mr. Talbot Mundy, in his interesting Tibetan romance in making reference to this title, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, has taken it to be a very free translation of Bardo Total. It should not, however, so be taken. It has been adopted because it seems to be the most appropriate short title for conveying to the English reader the true character of the book as a whole.
As an epitomized exposition of the cardinal doctrines of the Mahayana school of Buddhism, it is of very great importance religiously, philosophically, and historically. As a treatise based essentially upon the occult sciences of the yoga philosophy, which were fundamental in the curriculum of the great Buddhist University of Nalanda, the Oxford of ancient India, it is perhaps one of the most remarkable works the West has ever received from the East. As a mystic manual for guidance through the other world of many illusions and realms, whose frontiers are death and birth, it resembles the Egyptian Book of the Dead sufficiently to suggest some ultimate cultural relationship between the two, although we only know with certainty that the germ of the teachings as herein made accessible to English readers has been preserved for us by a long succession of saints and seers of the God-protected land of the snowy ranges, Tibet. 2. The symbolism. The Bardo Total is unique in that it purports to treat rationally of the whole cycle of sansaric, i.e. phenomenal existence intervening between death and birth. The ancient doctrine of karma, or consequences, taught by Emerson as compensation, and of rebirth being accepted as the most essential laws of nature affecting human life. Often, however, its teaching appears to be quite the antithesis of rational, because much of it is recorded in an occult cipher. Dr. L.A. Waddell has declared after careful research that the Lamas have the keys to unlock the meaning of much of Buddha's doctrine, which has been almost inaccessible to Europeans.
L.A. Waddell, The Buddhism of Tibet, or Lamaism, London, 1895, page 17.
Some of the more learned Lamas, including the late Lama Kazidawa Samdup, have believed that since very early times there has been a secret international symbol code in common use among the initiates, which affords a key to the meaning of such occult doctrines as are still jealously guarded by religious fraternities in India as in Tibet, and in China, Mongolia, and Japan. In like manner, Occidental occultists have contended that the hieroglyphical writings of ancient Egypt and of Mexico seem to have been in some degree a popularized or exoteric outgrowth of a secret language. They argue, too, that a Greek symbol code was sometimes used by Plato and other Greek philosophers in relation to Pythagorean and Orphic lore. That throughout the Celtic world, the Druids conveyed all their esoteric teachings symbolically. That the use of parables, as in the sermons of Jesus and of the Buddha, and of other great teachers, illustrates the same tendency. And that through works like Aesop's Fables, and the miracle and mystery plays of medieval Europe, many of the old Oriental symbols have been introduced into the modern literatures of the West.
There is some sound evidence for supporting that one source of the moral philosophy underlying certain of the Aesop's fables, and also by way of comparison of the Indian Panchatantra and Hitopadesha, may yet be shown to have been such primitive Oriental folk tales about animals and animal symbols as scholars now think helped to shape the Jataka tales concerning the various births of the Buddha. Cf. The Jataka, ed. by E.B. Cowell, Cambridge, 1895 to 1907. Similarly, the Christian mystery plays contain symbolism so much akin to that found in mystery plays still flourishing under ecclesiastical patronage throughout Tibet and the neighboring territories of northern Buddhism, as to point to another stream of Orientalism having come into Europe. Cf. 3 Tibetan Mysteries, ed. by H. I. Wolfe, London, N.D. The apparent Romanist canonization of the Buddha under the medieval character of Saint Jehoshaphat is an additional instance of how things Eastern seem to have become things Western. Cf. Barilam and Yawasef, ed. by E. A. W. Budge, Cambridge, 1923. Furthermore, the once very popular medieval work De Arte Moriendi, cf. The Book of the Craft of Dying, ed. by F. M. M. Comper, London, 1917, of which there are many versions and variants in Latin, English, French, and other European languages, seems to suggest a still further infiltration of Oriental ideas concerning death and existence after death, such as underlie both the Tibetan Bardo Total and the Egyptian Book of the Dead. And in order to show this, a few of the most striking passages found in the De Arte Moriendi cycle, which parallel textually certain parts of the Bardo Total, have been added in footnotes to the Bardo Total translation from Mr. Comper's excellent edition in The Book of the Craft of Dying. Buddhist and Christian Gospels, Philadelphia, 1908, a pioneer study of the remarkable parallelism which exists between the texts of the New Testament and the texts of the Buddhist canon, by Mr. A. J. Edmonds, suggests likewise that one of the most promising fields of research as yet almost virgin lies in a study of just such correspondences between Eastern and Western thought and literature as is suggested in this note.
Be this as it may, it is certain that none of the great systems of ancient thought, nor even vernacular literatures, have always found the ordinary workaday language of the world adequate to express transcendental doctrines, or even to bring out the full significance of moral maxims. The lamb, the dragon or serpent, the dove above the altar, the triangle enclosing the all-seeing eye, common to Freemasonry as well, the sacred fish symbol, the ever-burning fire, or the image of the risen sun upon the receptacle for the consecrated wafer in the Roman Mass. The architectural symbols and the orientation of church and cathedral, the cross itself, and even the colors and designs of the robes of priest and bishop and pope are a few of the silent witnesses of the survival in modern Christian churches of the symbolism of paganism. But the key to the interpretation of the inner significance of almost all such Christianized symbols was unconsciously thrown away. Uninitiated ecclesiastics gathered together in heresy-seeking councils, having regarded that primitive Christianity so deeply involved in symbolism called Gnosticism as Oriental imagery gone mad, repudiated it as being heretical, whereas from its own point of view it was merely esoteric. Similarly, Northern Buddhism, to which symbolism is so vital, has been condemned by Buddhists of the Southern school for claiming to be the custodian of an esoteric doctrine, for the most part orally transmitted by recognized initiates, generation by generation, direct from the Buddha, as well as for teaching, as, for example, in the Sundharma Pandarika, recorded doctrines not in agreement with doctrines contained in the Tipitaka, SKT Tripitaka, the Pali Canon. And yet, though the Southern Buddhist commonly assumes that there cannot be but any literal interpretation of the Buddha's teachings, The Pali scriptures contain many parables and metaphorical expressions, some of which the Lamas regard as symbolical and confirmatory of their own esoteric tradition, and to which they thus claim to hold, perhaps not without good reason, the initiate's key. The Lamas grant that the Tipitaka, 3 pitakas or baskets of the law, are, as the Southern Buddhist holds, the recorded word or doctrine of the ancients, the Theravada. But they claim that the pitakas do not contain all the word, that the pitakas lack much of the Buddha's yogic teachings, and that it is chiefly these teachings which in many instances have been handed down esoterically to the present day. Esoteric Buddhism, as it has come to be called, rightly or wrongly, seems to depend in large measure upon ear-whispered doctrines of this character, conveyed according to long-established and inviolable rule from guru to shishya by word of mouth alone. The Pali Canon records that the Buddha held no doctrine secretly in a closed fist. Cf. Maha Parabhanana Sutana, Digha Nikaya 2. That is to say, withheld no essential doctrine from the members of the Sangha, priesthood, just as no guru nowadays withholds a doctrine necessary for the spiritual enlightenment of his initiated or accepted disciples. This, however, is far from implying that all such teachings were intended to be set down in writing for the uninitiated and worldly multitude, or that they ever were so recorded in any of the canons. The Buddha himself wrote down nothing of his teachings, and his disciples who after his death compiled the Buddhist scriptures may not have recorded therein all that their master had taught them. If they did not, and there are, therefore, as the Lamas contend, certain unwritten teachings of the Buddha which have never been taught to those who are not of the Sangha, then there is undoubtedly an extra-canonical or esoteric Buddhism. An esoteric Buddhism thus conceived is not, however, to be regarded as in any wise in disagreement with canonical or exoteric Buddhism, but as being related to it as higher mathematics are to lower mathematics, or as being the apex of the pyramid of the whole of Buddhism. In short, the evidence adducible gives much substantial support to the claim of the Lamas, to whom we refer that there is, as the Bardo Total appears to suggest, an unrecorded body of orally transmitted Buddhistic teachings complementary to canonical Buddhism.
It is probably unnecessary for the editor to remind his friends who profess the Theravada Buddhism of the Southern School that, in preparing this introduction, his aim was necessarily been to present Buddhism chiefly from the standpoint of the Northern Buddhism of the Kargyupta sect, see page 79, by which the Bardo Total is accepted as a sacred book and to which the translator belonged. Although the Southern Buddhist may not agree with the Bardo Total teachings in their entirety, he will nevertheless be very apt to find them in most essentials based upon doctrines common to all schools and sects of Buddhism, and he may even find those of them with which he disagrees interestingly and possibly provocative of a reconsideration of certain of his own antagonistic beliefs.
3. The esoteric significance of the 49 days of the Bardo. Turning now to our text itself, we find that structurally it is founded upon the symbolical number 49, the square of the sacred number 7. For, according to occult teachings common to Northern Buddhism and to that higher Hinduism which the Hindu-born Bodhisattva, who became the Buddha Gautama, the reformer of the lower Hinduism and the codifier of the secret lore, never repudiated, there are 7 worlds or 7 degrees of Maya within the Sansara, constituted as 7 globes of a planetary chain.
Maya, the Sanskrit equivalent of the Tibetan Gyama, means a magical or illusory show with direct reference to the phenomena of nature. In a higher sense, in Brahmanism, it refers to the Shakti of Brahman, the supreme spirit, the Ein Sof of Judaism. The Sanskrit term sansara, or samsara, Tibetan korva, refers to the phenomenal universe itself, its antithesis being nirvana. Tib Myangdas, which is beyond phenomena, cf. pages 67 to 8.
On each globe, there are 7 rounds of evolution, making the 49 7 times 7 stations of active existence. As in the embryonic state in the human species, the fetus passes through every form of organic structure from the amoeba to man, the highest mammal, so in the after-death state, the embryonic state of the psychic world, the knower or principle of consciousness anterior to its reemergence in gross matter, analogously experiences purely psychic conditions. In other words, in both these interdependent embryonic processes, the one physical and the other psychical, the evolutionary and the involutionary attainments corresponding to the 49 stations of existence are passed through. Similarly, the 49 days of the bardo may also be symbolical of the 40 and 9 powers of the mystery of the 7 vowels. In Hindu mythology, whence much of the bardo symbolism originated, these vowels were the mystery of the 7 fires and their 49 subdivisional fires or aspects. They are also represented by the swastika signs upon the crowns of the 7 heads of the serpent of eternity of the northern Buddhist mysteries, originating in ancient India. In Hermetic writings, they are the 7 zones of after-death, or bardo experiences, each symbolizing the eruption in the intermediate state of a particular 7-fold element of the complex principle of consciousness, thus giving the consciousness principle 49 aspects, or fires, or fields of manifestation.
As regards the esoteric meaning of the 49 days of the bardo, compare H. P. Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine, London, 1888, I. 238, 411. The late Lama Kazidawa Samdup was of opinion that, despite the adverse criticisms directed against H. P. Blavatsky's works, there is adequate internal evidence in them of their author's intimate acquaintance with the higher Lamaistic teachings, into which she claimed to have been initiated.
The number 7 has long been a sacred number among Aryan and other races. Its use in the Revelation of John illustrates this, as does the conception of the 7th day being regarded as holy. In nature, the number 7 governs the periodicity and phenomena of life, for example, in the series of chemical elements, in the physics of sound and color. And it is upon the number 49, or 7 times 7, that the bardo total is thus scientifically based. 4. The esoteric significance of the 5 elements. Likewise, in a very striking manner, the esoteric teachings concerning the 5 elements, as symbolically expounded in the bardo total, parallel, for the most part, certain of the teachings of Western science, as the following interpretation, based upon that made by the translator himself, indicates. In the first round of our planet, one element alone, fire, was evolved. In the fire mist, which, in accordance with the karmic law governing the samsara, or cosmos, assumed a rotary motion and became a blazing globular body of undifferentiated primeval forces. All the other elements lay in embryo. Life first manifested itself clothed in robes of fire, and man, if we conceive him as then existing, was incarnate, as the salamanders of medieval occultism were believed to be, in a body of fire. In the second round, as the element fire assumed definite form, the element air separated from it and enwrapped the embryonic planet as a shell covers an egg. The body of man and of all organic creatures thereupon became a compound of fire and air. In the third round, as the planet bathed in the element air and fanned by it abated its fiery nature, the element water came forth from the vaporous air. In the fourth round, in which the planet still is, air and water neutralized the activities of their parent fire, and the fire, bringing forth the element earth, became encrusted with it. Esoterically, the same teachings are said to be conveyed by the old Hindu myth of the churning of the sea of milk, which was the fire mist whence came like butter the solid earth. Upon the earth so formed, the gods are credited with having fed. Or, in other words, they, hankering after existence in gross physical bodies, became incarnated on this planet and so became the divine progenitors of the human race. In the bardo, On the first 4 days, these 4 elements manifest themselves or dawn upon the deceased in their primordial form, although not in their true occult order.
It is held, too, that whereas from the 5 Jnani Buddhas, as in our texts, emanate the 5 elements, ether or aggregate of matter, Vairocana, air or aggregate of volition, Amoga siddhi, fire or aggregate of feelings, Amitba, water or aggregate of consciousness, Vajrasattva, esoterically as a reflex of Akshobhya, and earth or aggregate of touch, Ratna Sambhava. From the Adi Buddha, from whom, according to the Adi Buddha school, the 5 Jnani Buddhas themselves emanates the 6th element, which is mind, manas. Vajrasattva, as an esoteric deity, sometimes occupies, as does Vairocana, according to the school and ritual, the place of the Adi Buddha, and is then synonymous with him.
The 5th element, ether, in its primal form, symbolized as the green light path of the wisdom of perfected actions, does not dawn for, as the text explains, the wisdom or bodic faculty of the consciousness of the deceased has not been perfectly developed. The ether element, like the aggregate of matter, symbolical of the fire mist, is personified in Vairocana. He who in shapes makes visible all things. The psychical attribute of the ether element is to render the Lamaic conception in the language of the psychology of the West, that of the subconsciousness, and the subconsciousness as a transcendental consciousness higher than the normal consciousness in mankind, and as yet normally developed is as the vehicle for the manifestation of the bodic faculty, believed to be destined to become the active consciousness of the humanity of the 5th round. The memory records of all past experiences throughout the many states of sansaric existence being latent in the subconscious, as the Buddha's own teachings imply. See pages 40, 41. The 5th round races, in whom it becomes active, will thus be able to recall all their past existences. In place of faith or mere belief, man will then possess knowledge, will come to know himself in the sense implied by the mysteries of ancient Greece. He will realize the unreality of sansaric existence, attaining enlightenment and emancipation from the sansara, from all the elements, and this will come as a normal process of human evolution. It is, however, the aim in all schools of Indian and Tibetan yoga alike, as in the Bardo Total, to outstrip this tedious process of normal evolution and win freedom even now. In the body of man as he is, in our present 4th round, there are 4 kingdoms of living creatures. 1, those of the element fire. 2, those of the element air. 3, those of the element water. And 4, those of the element earth. Over this collective life of innumerable myriads of lives, man is king. If he be a great king filled with the transcendent consciousness of the triumphant yogi or saint, to him the countless multitude of his elemental subjects severally reveal themselves in their true nature and place in his hand the scepter, symbolized by the Tibetan dorje or thunderbolt of universal dominion over matter. Then indeed is he lord of nature, becoming in his turn ruler by divine right, a Chakravartin or universal emperor, god, and creator.
Man knew in the laws 12:10-11 says, "He whose firm understanding obtains a command over his words, a command over his thoughts, and a command over his whole body, may justly be called a triple commander. The man who exerts this triple self-command with respect to all animated creatures, wholly subduing both lust and wrath, shall by those means attain beatitude." Cf. Trans by Sir William Jones.
5. The Wisdom Teachings. Also involved in symbolical language there are as fundamental occult doctrines of the Bardo Total, what the translator called the Wisdom Teachings, and these, which are essential Mahayana doctrines, may be outlined as follows. The voidness. In all Tibetan systems of yoga, realization of the voidness. Tib. Stong Panid, Pron Tong Panid, SKT, Shonyata, is the one great aim, for to realize it is to attain the unconditioned Dharmakaya, or divine body of truth, Tib, Chosku, Pron, Choku. The primordial state of uncreatedness, of the supramundane Bodic all-consciousness, Buddhahood. Realization of the voidness, Pali Sunnata, is the aim of the Theravedists too. The three bodies. The Dharmakaya is the highest of the three bodies, Tib, Skusam, Pron, Koisam, SKT, Trikaya, of the Buddha and all the Buddhas and beings who have perfect enlightenment. The other two bodies are the Sambhorga Kaya, or divine body of perfect endowment, Tib Long Spyod, Gosku, Pron, Long Chod Zoku, and the Nirmana Kaya, or divine body of incarnation, Tib Spropahi Sku, Pron, Topaiku. The Dharma Kaya is symbolized, for all human word concepts are inadequate to describe the qualityless, as an infinite ocean, calm and without a wave, whence arise mist clouds and rainbow, which symbolize the Sambhoga Kaya, and the clouds, enhaloed in the glory of the rainbow, condensing and falling as rain, symbolize the Nirmana Kaya.
S.J. Atal Bihari Ghosh, CR Preface, page 10, has added here the following comment. The word dharma is derived from the verb root dri, meaning to support or to uphold. Dharma is that which upholds or supports the universe, as also the individual. Dharma is in mankind right conduct, the result of true knowledge. Truth, according to Brahmanism, is the Brahman, is liberation, moksha, nirvana. Sambhoga is the life of enjoyment. Nirmana is the process of building. In the Brahmanic scheme, dharma is the first thing needed. Then comes artha, i.e. wealth or possessions, which corresponds with nirmana. After this comes sambhoga, and the last is moksha, or liberation.
The Dharmakaya is the primordial formless bodhi, which is true experience freed from all error or inherent or accidental obscuration. In it lies the essence of the universe, including both samsara and nirvana, which as states or conditions of the two poles of consciousness are, in the last analysis, in the realm of the pure intellect, identical.
Whatever is visible and invisible, whether samsara or nirvana, is at base one, that is, shunyala, with two paths, avidya, ignorance, and vidya, knowledge, and two ends, samsara and nirvana. The foundation of all is uncreated and independent, uncompounded, and beyond mind and speech. Of it neither the word nirvana nor samsara may be said. The good wishes of the Adi Buddha, 1-2. Cf. the late Lama Kazidawa Sandup's translation, Tantric Texts, Volume 7, London, 1919. The shunyata, the void, synonymous with the Dharmakaya, is thus beyond all mental concepts, beyond the finite mind with all its imaginings and use of such ultimate terms of the dualistic world as nirvana and samsara.
In other words, the Dharmakaya, lit law body, being essential wisdom, bodhi, unmodified, the Sambhoga Kaya, lit compensation body or adorned body, embodies, as in the five Jnana Buddhas, reflected or modified wisdom, and the Nirmana Kaya, lit changeable body or transformed body, embodies, as in the human Buddhas, practical or incarnate wisdom.
C.F. Waddell, Op. Sit, pages 127-347. Ashvaghosha, the great philosopher of Mahayana Buddhism, see pages 225-226, has explained the Trikaya doctrine in The Awakening of Faith, translation by T. Suzuki, Chicago, 1900, pages 99-103, as follows. Because all Tathagatas are the Dharmakaya itself, or the highest truth, Paramartha Satya itself, and have nothing to do with conditionality, Samvrita Satya, and compulsory actions, whereas the seeing, hearing, etc., i.e. the particularizing senses of the sentient being, diversify on its own account the activity of the Tagathas. Now this activity, in another word, the Dharmakaya, has a twofold aspect. The first one depends on the phenomena particularizing consciousness by means of which the activity is conceived by the minds of common people, Prithayana, Kravatas, and Pratyeka Buddhas. This aspect is called the body of transformation, Nirmanakaya. But as the beings of this class do not know that the body of transformation is merely the shadow or reflection of their own evolving consciousness, praviti vijnana, they imagine that it comes from some external sources, and so they give it a corporeal limitation. But the body of transformation, or what amounts to the same thing, the Dharmakaya, has nothing to do with limitation and measurement. The second aspect of the Dharmakaya depends on the activity consciousness, karma, vijnana, by means of which the activity is conceived by the minds of bodhisattvas while passing from their first aspiration, sitopada, stage up to the height of bodhisattvahood. This is called the body of bliss, Sambhogakaya. The Dharmakaya can manifest itself in various corporeal forms just because it is the real essence of them. Cf. page 228.
The uncreated, the unshaped, the unmodified is the Dharmakaya. The offspring, the modification of the unmodified, the manifestation of all perfect attributes in one body is the Sambhogakaya. The embodiment of all that is wise, merciful, and loving in the Dharmakaya, as clouds on the surface of the heavens or a rainbow on the surface of the clouds, is said to be Sambhogakaya.
Cf. A. Avalon, Tantric Texts 7, London and Calcutta, 1919.
The condensation and differentiation of the one body as many is the Nirmanakaya, or the divine incarnations among sentient beings, that is to say, among beings immersed in the illusion called samsara, in phenomena and worldly existence. All enlightened beings who are reborn in this or in any other world with full consciousness as workers for the betterment of their fellow creatures are said to be Nirmanakaya incarnates. With the Dharmakaya, Tantric Buddhism associates the primordial Buddha Samanta Bhadra, Tibet, Kuntu Bzanpo, Prone Kuntu Zangpo, who is without beginning or end the source of all truth, the all-good father of the Lamaistic faith. In this same highest Buddha realm, Lamaism places Vajradhara, Tib, Dorji, Chang, Prone, Dorji, Chang, the holder of the Dorje or thunderbolt, the divine expounder of the mystic doctrine called Vajrayana, Tib, Dorje, Thegpa, Prone, Dorje, Thegpa, or Mantra Yana, and also the Buddha Amitabha, Tib, Hod Pangmed, Prone, Wod Pangmed, or as in the text, page 113, the Buddha of boundless light, who is the source of life eternal. In the Sambhogakaya are placed the 5 Jnani Buddhas, or Buddhas of meditation, the lotus, Herukas, and the peaceful and wrathful deities, all of whom will appear in the Bardo visions. With the Nirmanakaya is associated Padma Sambhava, who, being the first teacher in Tibet to expound the Bardo total, is the great guru for all devotees who follow the Bardo teachings. The opinion commonly held by men not initiated into the higher Lamaic teachings that Northern Buddhism recognizes in the primordial or Adi Buddha, a supreme deity, is apparently erroneous. The translator held that the Adi Buddha and all deities associated with the Dharmakaya are not to be regarded as personal deities, but as personifications of primordial and universal forces, laws, and spiritual influences, which sustain, as the sun sustains the earth's physical life, the divine nature of all sentient creatures in all worlds, and make man's emancipation from all sansaric existences possible.
In the boundless panorama of the existing and visible universe, whatever shapes appear, whatever sounds vibrate, Whatever radiances illuminate or whatever consciousness cognize, all are the play or manifestation of the Trikaya, the threefold principle of the cause of all causes, the primordial Trinity. In penetrating all is the all-pervading essence of spirit, which is mind. It is uncreated, impersonal, self-existing, immaterial, and indestructible.
Lama Kazi Dawa Samdup. Thus, the Trikaya symbolizes the esoteric trinity of the higher Buddhism of the Northern School. The exoteric trinity being, as in the Southern School, the Buddha, the Dharma, or scriptures, the Sangha, or priesthood, regarded in this way the one Trinitarian doctrine as esoteric, the other as exoteric. There are direct correspondences between the two trinities. Detailed and comprehensive understanding of the Trikaya doctrine, so the Lamas teach, is the privilege of initiates who alone are fitted to grasp and to realize it. The translator himself regarded the Trikaya doctrine as having been transmitted by a long and unbroken line of initiates, some Indian, some Tibetan, direct from the days of the Buddha. He considered that the Buddha, having rediscovered it, was merely its transmitter from preceding Buddhas, that it was handed on orally from guru to guru and not committed to writing until comparatively recent times, when Buddhism began to decay and there were not always sufficient living gurus to transmit it in the old way. The theory of Western scholars that simply because a doctrine is not found recorded before a certain time, it consequently did not exist previously, he, as an initiate, laughed at, and the rather strenuous efforts of Christian apologists to claim for the Trikaya doctrine a Christian origin he held likewise to be wholly untenable. He had been a close and sympathetic student of Christianity, and as a young man he had been much sought after by Christian missionaries, who looked upon him with his remarkable learning and superior social standing as an unusually desirable subject for conversion. He carefully examined their claims and then rejected them on the ground that, in his opinion, Christianity, as presented by them, is but an imperfect Buddhism, that the Asokan Buddhist missionaries to Asia Minor and Syria, as to Alexandria, must have profoundly influenced Christianity through some such probable connecting link as the Essenes, that if Jesus were an historical character, he being, as the Lama interpreted the Jesus of the New Testament clearly to be, a bodhisattva, i.e., a candidate for Buddhahood, was undoubtedly well acquainted with Buddhist ethics and taught them, as in the Sermon on the Mount.
Cf. V. A. Smith, Early History of India, Oxford, 1914.
The doctrine of the three bodies conveys the esoteric teachings concerning the path of the teachers, their descent from the higher to the lower, from the threshold of nirvana to the samsara, and progression from the lower to the higher, from the samsara to nirvana, is symbolized by the 5 Jhani Buddhas, each personifying a universal divine attribute. Contained in the 5 Jhani Buddhas lies the sacred way leading to at-one-ment in the Dharmakaya, to Buddhahood, to perfect enlightenment, to nirvana, which is spiritual emancipation through desirelessness. The 5 wisdoms, as the all-pervading voidness, the Dharmakaya is the shape, which is shapelessness, of the body of truth. The thatness constituting it is the Dharma Dhatu, Tib, Chos, Kyai, Daings, Pron, Chokaying, the seed or potentiality of truth, and this dawns on the first day of the Bardo as the glorious blue light of the Jhani Buddha, Vairocana, the manifester, he who in shapes makes visible the universe of matter. The Dharma Dhatu is symbolized as the aggregate of matter. From the aggregate of matter arise the creatures of this world, as of all worlds in which animal stupidity is the dominant characteristic, and the Mara, or illusion of shape, constitutes in all realms of the samsara, as in the human kingdom where manas, or mind, begins to operate, the bondage emancipation from which is nirvana. When in man made as perfect as human life can make him, the stupidity of his animal nature and the illusion of shape or personality are transmuted into right knowledge, into divine wisdom. There shines forth in his consciousness the all-pervading wisdom of the Dharma Dhatu, or the wisdom born of the voidness, which is all-pervading. As the aggregate of matter dawning in the bardo of the first day produces physical bodies, so the water element dawning on the second day produces the life stream, the blood. Anger is the obscuring passion, consciousness is the aggregate, and these, when transmuted, become the mirror-like wisdom personified in Vajrasattva, the Sambhoga, Kaya, reflex of the Jnani Buddha, Akshobhya, the triumphant one of divine heroic mind. The earth element of the third day producing the chief solid constituents of the human form and of all physical forms gives rise to the passion of egoism, and the aggregate is touch. And these, when divinely transmuted, become the wisdom of equality personified in Ratna Sambhava, the gem-born one, the beautifier. The fire element on the fourth day, producing the animal heat of embodied human and animal beings, gives rise to the passion of attachment or lust and the aggregate of feelings. Herein the transmutation gives birth to the all-discriminating wisdom, which enables the devotee to know each thing separately, yet all things as one, personified in the Jnani Buddha Amitabha, he of boundless light, the illuminator or enlightener. The element air of the fifth day produces the breath of life. Its quality or passions in man is envy or jealousy. Its aggregate is volition. The transmutation is into the all-performing wisdom, which gives perseverance and unerring action in things spiritual, personified in Amoga Siddhi, the almighty conqueror, the giver of divine power. As explained above in section 4, the last element, ether, which produces the mind or knower, and the desire body of the dwellers in the intermediate state, does not dawn for the deceased because, as the text tells us, the wisdom faculty of the consciousness, that is to say, the supramundane Buddha or Bodic consciousness, has not been developed in the ordinary humanity. To it is related, as in our text, Vajrasattva, and the mirror-like wisdom and the aggregate of Bodic wisdom, Vajrasattva being then synonymous esoterically with Samanta Bhadra, who in turn is often personified in Vairochana, the chief of the 5 Jnani Buddhas, the Adi Buddha, the primordial, the unborn, unshaped, unmodified Dharmakaya. When the perfection of the divine body aggregate is attained by man, it becomes the unchanging, immutable Vajrasattva. When the perfection of the divine speech principle is attained, with it comes the power of divine speech, symbolized by Amitabha. The perfection of the divine thought principle brings divine infallibility, symbolized by Vairochana. The perfection of the divine qualities of goodness and beauty is the realization of Ratna Sambhava, their producer. With the perfection of divine actions comes the realization of Amoga Siddhi, the omnipotent conqueror. To one after another of these divine attributes or principles innate in every human being, the deceased is introduced, as though in a symbiotic drama of initiation, to test him and discover whether or not any part of his divine or Bodic nature has been developed. Full development in all the Bodic powers of the 5 Jnani Buddhas, who are the personifications of them, leads to liberation, to Buddhahood. Partial development leads to birth in one of the happier states, Devaloka, the world of the Devas or gods, Asura Loka, the world of the Asuras or Titans, Nara Loka, the world of mankind. After the 5th day, the bardo visions become less and less divine. The deceased sinks deeper and deeper into the morass of sansaric hallucinations. The radiances of the higher nature fade into the lights of the lower nature. Then, the after-death dream ending as the intermediate state exhausts itself for the percipient, the thought forms of his mental content all having shown themselves to him like ghostly specters in a nightmare. He passes on from the intermediate state into the equally illusionary state called waking or living, either in the human world or in one of the many mansions of existence, by being born there. and thus revolves the wheel of life, until the one who is bound on it breaks his own bonds through enlightenment, and there comes, as the Buddha proclaims, the ending of sorrow. In sections 1 to 5 above, the more prominent occult teachings underlying the Bardo total have been briefly expounded. In sections 6 to 12, which are to follow, the chief Bardo rites and ceremonies, the Bardo psychology, and other of the Bardo doctrines will be explained and interpreted. The last sections, 13 to 15, will be devoted to a consideration of our manuscript, its history, the origin of the Bardo total texts, and our translating and editing. In addition to these 15 sections, there are, as addenda, see pages 211 to 41, 6 complementary sections addressed chiefly to the student who, more than the ordinary reader, will be interested in certain of the more abstruse doctrines and problems which arise from a careful study of the translation and its annotations. 6. The death ceremonies. When the death symptoms, as described in the first sections of our text, are completed, a white cloth is thrown over the face of the corpse, and no person then touches the corpse in order that the culminating process of death, which ends only upon the complete separation of the Bardo body from its earth-plane counterpart, shall not be interfered with. It is commonly held that normally the process takes from 3 1/2 to 4 days, unless assisted by a priest called the Foho, or extractor of the consciousness principle, and that even if the priest be successful in the extracting, the deceased ordinarily does not wake up to the fact of being separated from the human body until the said period of time has expired. The Foho, upon his arrival, takes a seat on a mat or chair at the head of the corpse. He dismisses all lament-making relatives from the death chamber and orders its doors and windows to be closed, so as to secure the silence necessary for the right performance of the Foho service. This consists of a mystic chant containing directions for the spirit of the deceased to find its way to the western paradise of Ametba, and thus escape, if karma permits, the undesirable intermediate state. After commanding the spirit to quit the body and its attachment to living relatives and goods, the Lama examines the crown of the head of the corpse at the line of the sagittal suture, where the 2 parietal bones articulate, called the aperture of Brahma, SKT, Brahmarandra, to determine if the spirit has departed thence as it should have done, and if the scalp be not bald, he pulls out a few of the hairs directly over the aperture. If through accident or otherwise there be no corpse, the Lama mentally concentrates upon the deceased and, visualizing the body of the deceased, imagines it to be present, and calling the spirit of the deceased performs the ceremony, which usually lasts about 1 hour. Meanwhile, the Tsipa, or astrologer Lama, has been engaged to cast a death horoscope based upon the moment of death of the deceased to determine what persons may approach and touch the corpse, the proper method of disposing of the corpse, the time and manner of the funeral, and the sort of rites to be performed for the benefit of the departed. Then the corpse is tied up in a sitting posture, much the same as that in which the mummies and skeletons which have been found in ancient graves or tombs in various parts of the world, and sometimes called the embryonic posture, symbolical of being born out of this life into the life beyond. The corpse, so postured, is then placed in one of the corners of the death chamber, which has not been assigned to the household daemon. Relatives and friends, having been notified of the death, gather together at the house of the deceased, and there they are fed and lodged until the corpse is disposed of. If doubt exists concerning the complete separation of the consciousness principle, or spirit, of the deceased from the body, there is not likely to be any disposal of the corpse until 3 1/2 to 4 days after the time of the death. So long as the entertaining of the mourner continues, usually for not less than 2, but more often for 3 days, the spirit of the deceased is offered a part of all the food, both solid and liquid, of each meal. The food is placed in a bowl in front of the corpse, and then, after the spirit of the deceased has extracted from the food thus offered the subtle invisible essences, the food is thrown away. After the corpse has been removed from the house for final disposal, an effigy of the deceased is put in the corner of the room which the corpse had occupied, And before this effigy, food continues thus to be offered until the 49 days of the bardo have expired. Whilst the funeral rites, including the reading of the bardo total, are being performed in the house of the deceased or at the place of death, other lamas chant by relays all day and night, the service for assisting the spirit of the deceased to reach the western paradise of Imitba. In Tibetan, this service, which the Foho also chants, is called the Diwachan Kimon Lam. If the family be well-to-do, another service of like nature may be performed at the temple wherein the deceased used to worship by all of the monks of the temple assembled. After the funeral, the lamas who read the bardo total return to the house of death once a week until the 49th day of the intermediate state has ended. It is not uncommon, however, for them to intermit one day of the first week and of each of the succeeding periods in order to shorten the service, so that they return after 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 day respectively, thereby concluding the reading in about 3 weeks. From the 1st to the 14th day, as the arrangement of Book 1 of our text suggests, the Chonyad bardo is to be read and reread, and from the 15th day onwards, the Sidpa bardo. In poorer families, the rites may cease after the 14th day. For families in better circumstances, it is usually in Sikkim to continue the rites at least until the expiration of the 21-day period, and sometimes during the whole period of the 49 days of the bardo. On the first day of the funeral rites, if the deceased were a man of wealth or position, as many as 100 lamas may assist. At the funeral of a poor man, only 1 or 2 lamas are likely to be present. After the 14th day, as the rule for all alike, only 1 lama is retained to complete the reading. The effigy of the body of the deceased is made by dressing a stool, block of wood, or other suitable object in the clothes of the deceased, and where the face should be, there is inserted a printed paper called the Shan Chang or Changku, of which the following reproduction of a specimen is typical. In this Changku, the central figure represents the deceased with legs bound and in an attitude of adoration, surrounded by symbols of the 5 excellent sensuous things. 1, a mirror, the first of the 3 objects on the left, symbolical of the body, which reflects all phenomena or sensations and of sight as well. 2, a conch and a lyre, symbolical of sound. 3, a vase of flowers, symbolical of smell. And 4, holy cakes in a receptacle like that employed at the Roman Catholic Eucharist, symbolical of essence or nutriment and of taste. 5, the silk clothes of the central figure and the overhanging royal canopy, symbolical of dress and ornamental art and of the sense of touch. It is before such a paper figure, inserted in the effigy as the head and face, that the food offerings of the spirit of the deceased continue to be made, and to which, when visualized by the Lama as the deceased in person, the bardo total is read. Having begun my Tibetan researches fresh from 3 years of research in the ancient funeral lore of the Nile Valley, I realized as soon as I gained knowledge of the Tibetan funeral rites, which are very largely pre-Buddhistic, that the effigy of the dead, as now used in Tibet and Sikkim, is so definitely akin to the effigy of the deceased called the statue of the Osiris, or deceased one, as used in the funeral rites of ancient Egypt, as to suggest a common origin. Furthermore, the Changku, taken by itself alone as the headpiece for the effigy, has its Egyptian parallel in the images made for the Ka, or spirit. These sometimes were merely heads, complete in themselves, to replace or duplicate the head of the mummy and to furnish additional assistance to the Ka when seeking, as the knower in the bardo seeks, a body to rest in or that which our text calls a prop for the body. See page 182. And even as to the statue of the Osiris, the ancient priests of Egypt read their Book of the Dead, so to the Tibetan effigy, the lamas now read the bardo total. Both treatises alike being nothing more than guidebooks for the traveler in the realm beyond death. Again, the preliminary rituals of the Egyptian funeral were designed to confer upon the deceased the magic power of rising up in the ghost body, or Ka, possessed of all sense faculties, the service having consisted of the opening of the mouth and eyes, and the restoration of the use of all other parts of the body. Likewise, the Lama's aim at the outset is to restore complete consciousness to the deceased after the swoon state immediately following death, and to accustom him to the unfamiliar environment of the other world, assuming that he be, like the multitude, one of the unenlightened, and thus incapable of immediate emancipation. In conformity with our own view, that part of the Tibetan funeral rites directly concerned with the effigy and the Chang Ku has come down to our day as a survival from pre-Buddhist, probably very ancient times. Dr. L.A. Waddell writes of it as follows: "This is essentially a bone rite, and is referred to as such in the histories of Guru Padmasambhava as being practiced by the bone, i.e., the religion prevalent in Tibet before the advent of Buddhism, and in its transcendentalism, much like Taoism, and as having incurred the displeasure of the Guru Padmasambhava, the founder of Lamaism." Of the Changku itself, Dr. Waddell adds, its inscription, as in our copy above, usually runs,
"I, the world departing one," and here is inserted the name of the deceased, "adore and take refuge in my Lama confessor and all the deities, both mild," translated by us as peaceful and wrathful, "and may the great pitier forgive my accumulated sins and impurities of former lives and show me the way to another good world." Of the 100 superior deities, 42 are supposed to be mild and 58 of an angry nature. L.A. Waddell, an Aboriginal or Chinese deity now identified with Avalokita, with whom he has much in common, L.A. Waddell. Our translation is based upon that made by Dr. Waddell, C.F. Gazetteer of Sikkim, pages 387-88.
At the left shoulder of the central figure of the Changku, as in our copy, and sometimes down the middle in other copies, are inscribed phonetic symbols referring to the 6 worlds of samsaric existence, translated as follows: S, Sura, or God, referring to the Deva world; A, Asura, or Titan, referring to the Asura world; Na, Nara, or man, referring to the human world; Tri, Trazan, or brute animal, referring to the brute world; Preta, or unhappy ghost, referring to the Preta world; and Hung, from Hunu, meaning fallen; Hell, referring to the hell world. At the termination of the funeral rites, the Changku, or face paper, is ceremoniously burned in the flame of a butter lamp, and the spirit of the deceased given a final farewell. By the color of the flame and the way in which the flame acts, the after-death fate which the deceased has met with is determined. The ashes of the cremated Changku are collected in a plate and then, upon being mixed with clay, are made into miniature stupas called sacha, usually in molds leaving impressions either of symbolical ornamentation or of sacred letters. One is kept for the family altar in the home of the deceased, and the rest are deposited in a sheltered place at a crossroads or on a hilltop, usually under a projecting ledge of rock or in a cave if there happens to be a cave. With the burning of the paper, the rest of the effigy of the deceased is taken apart, the clothes going to the lamas, who carry them off and sell them to the first purchaser, keeping the proceeds as part of their fee. When 1 year has elapsed after the death, a feast in honor of the deceased is usually given and the service of the medical Buddhas is performed.
In Ceylon, death feasts are given to the bhikkhus 7 days, 1 month, and 1 year after death. These feasts are given in the name of the dead, to whom also the merit is offered. This, under certain circumstances, helps the dead to attain higher rebirth. Cassius A. Pereira.
Thereafter, a widow of the deceased is free to remarry. Connected with the Tibetan funeral itself, there is much interesting ritual. Thus, when the officiating Lama is preparing to assist at the removal of the corpse from the house, he presents a scarf of honor to the corpse and, addressing the corpse as the deceased, advises it to partake freely of the food offered, warns it that it is dead and that its ghost must not haunt the place or trouble living relatives, saying in conclusion,
"Remember the name of thy spiritual Lama teacher, which is so-and-so, and by his aid take the right path, the white one. Come this way.
Then, as the Lama begins to lead the funeral procession, he takes hold of one end of the long scarf, the other end having been tied to the corpse, and begins to chant a liturgy to the accompaniment of a miniature hand drum, having loose-hanging knotted cords attached, which, striking the drum as it is twirled by the hand of the Lama, cause it to sound, and of a trumpet made of human thigh bone. When there are a number of priests, the chief priest, going before the rest, rings a handbell, as the Breton priest does in a Breton peasant funeral procession, and the other priests assist with the chanting and the music, one blowing at intervals the sacred conch shell, another clashing brass cymbals, and perhaps another twirling the small drum, or blowing the thigh-bone trumpet. From time to time, the chief Lama looks back to invite the spirit to accompany the body and to assure it that the route is in the right direction. After the corpse bearers come to the main body of mourners, some bearing refreshments to be in part cast on the funeral pyre for the benefit of the deceased, and in part partaken of by priests and mourners, and last of all, weeping and wailing relatives. Such priestly guiding of the deceased spirit is for the laity alone, for the spirits of deceased lamas, having been trained in the doctrines of the Bardo Total, know the right path and need no guidance. In Tibet itself, all known religious methods of disposing of a corpse are in vogue. But owing to the lack of fuel for purpose of cremation, ordinarily the corpse, after having been carried to a hilltop or rocky eminence, is chopped to pieces and, much after the Parsi custom in Persia and Bombay, given to the birds and beasts of prey. If the corpse be that of a nobleman whose family can well afford a funeral pyre, it may be cremated. In some remote districts, earth burial is customary, and it is commonly employed everywhere when death has been caused by a very contagious and dangerous disease like smallpox, for example. Otherwise, Tibetans generally object to earth burial, for they believe that when the corpse is interred, the spirit of the deceased upon seeing it attempts to re-enter it, and that if the attempt be successful, a vampire results, whereas cremation or other methods of quickly dissipating the elements of the dead body prevent vampirism. Sometimes, too, as among the Hindus, corpses are cast into rivers or other bodies of water. In the case of the Dalai Lama and the Tashi Lama, and of some very great man or saint, embalming is practiced, and the corpse, in a way somewhat resembling the ancient Egyptian embalming process, is packed in a box of marsh salt, usually for about 3 months or until the salt has absorbed all the watery parts of the corpse. Then, after the corpse is well cured, it is coated with a cement-like substance made of clay, pulverized sandalwood and spices and drugs. This adheres and hardens, and all the sunken or shriveled parts of the body, such as the eyes, cheeks, and stomach, having been rounded out by it to their natural proportions, a very Egyptian-like mummy is produced. Finally, when thoroughly dried and then covered with a paint made of dissolved gold, the mummy is set up like an image in a sort of Tibetan Westminster Abbey. At Shigatse, the seat of the Tashi Lama, there are 5 such funereal temples. With their double roofs resplendent with gold, they resemble the palaces or royal shrines of China. In size and embellishment they differ in accordance with the rank and wealth of the mummies occupying them, some being inlaid with gold, some with silver. Before these enshrined mummies, prayer is offered up, incense burnt, and elaborate rituals are performed, as in the ancestral cults of the Chinese and Japanese. The 4 northern Buddhist methods of disposing of a corpse correspond to those mentioned in various of the sacred books of the Hindus. A human body is said to consist of 4 elements, earth, water, air, and fire, and it should be returned to these elements as quickly as possible. Cremation is considered the best method to adopt. Earth burial, as among Christians also, is the returning of the body to the element earth. Water burial is the returning of the body to the element water. Air burial to the element air, the birds which devour the corpse being the denizens of the air. And fire burial, or cremation, the returning of the body to the element fire. When air burial is adopted in Tibet, even the bones of the corpse, after the birds have stripped them of flesh, are disposed of by being hammered to bits in small cavities in the rocks of the funereal hill, then mixed with flour and formed into a dough and given to the birds to devour.
The men who perform this part of the burial belong to a special caste, and being regarded as unclean are ordinarily shunned by other Tibetans.
The Tibetan air burial is thus more thorough than that of the Parsis, who allow the bones of their dead to remain in the air and slowly decompose. In a Tibetan funeral of the ordinary sort, neither a coffin nor any corpse receptacle is used. The corpse, after being laid upon its back on a sheet of piece of cloth spread over a framework, commonly made of a light material like wicker affixed to two poles, is covered with a pure white cloth. Two men inserting their heads between the projecting ends of the two poles act as pallbearers. In Sikkim, however, the corpse is carried thus sitting in the embryonic posture described above. Both in Sikkim and in Tibet, every funeral is conducted in strict accordance with the directions which have been given by the astrologer who cast the death horoscope, indicating who shall touch or handle the corpse, who shall carry it, and the form of the burial. The astrologer also declares what kind of evil spirit caused the death, for in popular belief, as also among the Celtic peoples of Europe, no death is natural, but is always owing to interference by one of the innumerable death demons. The astrologer announces, too, what ceremonies are necessary to exorcise the death demon from the house of death, what special rituals need to be read for the benefit of the spirit of the deceased, the precautions necessary to secure for the deceased a good rebirth, and the country and sort of family in which the rebirth will occur. In Sikkim, on the space of ground leveled for the funeral pyre, a mystic diagram symbolical of the happy realm of Sukhvati, or the red western realm of happiness, see text page 113, is outlined with flower and divided into compartments, the central space upon which the funeral pyre is built being dedicated to the Jnani Buddha Amitabha. At the beginning of the cremation ceremonies, the chief Lama visualizes the funeral pyre as being the mandala of Amitabha, and the fire as being Amitabha, who, as in our text, see page 113, personifies the element fire. Then the corpse itself, when laid upon the pyre, is visualized as the mandala of Amitabha, and its heart as the dwelling place of Amitabha. As the fire begins to grow in volume, sweet-smelling oils and spices and sandalwood and incense sticks are cast into it in sacrifice, as in the Hindu ritual of Homa, or sacrifice to fire. Finally, as the cremation ceremonies end, the priests and the mourners visualize the spirit of the departed as being purged of all karmic obscurations by the fire which is Amitabha, the incomprehensible light. Such, in brief, is the mysticism underlying the beautiful rites performed for the dead at the place of cremation in Sikkim. In all other forms of burial throughout Tibet or territories under Tibetan influence, a parallel or corresponding funeral service based on the same symbolical rituals is performed, with variations according to sect and province. 7. The Bardo, or after-death state.
Bardo literally means between bar to do, i.e., between two states, the state between death and rebirth, and therefore intermediate or transitional state. The translator in certain instances favored uncertain state as its English rendering. It might also be rendered as twilight state.
From the moment of death and for 3½ or sometimes 4 days afterwards, the knower, or principle of consciousness, in the case of the ordinary person deceased, is believed to be thus in a sleep or trance state, unaware, as a rule, that it has been separated from the human plane body. This period is the first bardo, called the Chikai bardo. Tib, Chai, Kahi bardo, or transitional state of the moment of death, wherein dawns the clear light, first in primordial purity, then the percipient, being unable to recognize it, that is to say, to hold on to and remain in the transcendental state of the unmodified mind concomitant with it, perceives it karmically obscured, which is its secondary aspect. When the first bardo ends, the knower, awakening to the fact that death has occurred, begins to experience the second bardo, called the Chonyad bardo. Tib, Chos Nied Bardo, or transitional state of the experiencing or glimpsing of reality. And this merges into the third bardo, called the Sidpa or Sidpai bardo, Tib Shrid Pahi bardo, or transitional state of, or while seeking rebirth, which ends when the principle of consciousness has taken rebirth in the human or some other world, or in one of the paradise realms. As explained in section 3 above, the passing from one bardo to another is analogous to the process of birth. The knower wakes up out of one swoon or trance state and then another until the third bardo ends. On his awakening in the second bardo, there dawn upon him in symbolic visions one by one the hallucinations created by the karmic reflexes of actions done by him in the earth plane body. What he has thought and what he has done become objective. Thought forms, having been consciously visualized and allowed to take root and grow and blossom and produce, now pass in a solemn and mighty panorama as the consciousness content of his personality.
Some of the more learned lamas, chiefly of the Gelugpa or Yellow Hat sect, believe that the highly symbolic visions of 110 principal deities of the Chonyad Bardo are seen only by devotees of some spiritual advancement who have studied Tantricism, and that the ordinary persons when deceased will have visions more like those described in the Sitpa Bardo.
In the second bardo, the deceased is, unless otherwise enlightened, more or less under the delusion that, although he is deceased, he still possesses a body like the body of flesh and blood. When he comes to realize that really he has no such body, he begins to develop an overmastering desire to possess one. And seeking for one, the karmic predilection for samsaric existence naturally becoming all-determining, he enters into the third bardo of seeking rebirth. And eventually, with his rebirth in this or some other world, the after-death state comes to an end. For the commonality, this is a normal process. But for those very exceptional minds possessed of great yogic knowledge and enlightenment, only the more spiritual stages of the bardo of the first few days will be experienced. The most enlightened of yogis may escape all of the bardo, passing into a paradise realm, or else reincarnating in this world as soon as the human body has been discarded, maintaining all the while unbroken continuity of consciousness.
This is borne out in the Pali Tipitaka, which records several instances of high deva rebirth immediately after death on the human plane. Cassius A. Pereira.
As men think, so are they, both here and hereafter, thoughts being things, the parents of all actions, good and bad alike. And as the sowing has been, so will the harvest be. If escape from the intermediate state is not achieved through rebirth into some other state, that of hell being possible for the very exceptional evildoer, though not for the ordinary person who expiates normal moral delinquencies upon being reborn as a human being, within the symbolic period of 49 days, a period whose actual duration is determined by karma, the deceased remains subject to all the karmic illusions of the bardo, blissful or miserable as the case may be, and progress is impossible. Apart from liberation by gaining nirvana after death, thus cutting asunder forever the karmic bonds of worldly or samsaric existence in an illusionary body of propensities, the only hope for the ordinary person of reaching Buddhahood lies in being reborn as a human being. For birth in any other than the human world causes delay for one desirous of reaching the final goal. 8. The psychology of the bardo visions. Definite psychological significance attaches to each of the deities appearing in the bardo total. But in order to grasp it, the student must bear in mind that, as suggested above, the apparitional visions seen by the deceased in the intermediate state are not visions of reality, but nothing more than the hallucinatory embodiments of the thought forms, born of the mental content of the percipient. Or, in other words, they are the intellectual impulses which have assumed personified form in the after-death dream state. Accordingly, the peaceful deities, Tib Ziwa, are the personified forms of the sublimest human sentiments which proceed from the psychic heart center. As such, they are represented as the first to dawn because, psychologically speaking, the heart-born impulses precede the brain-born impulses. They come in peaceful aspect to control and to influence the deceased whose connection with the human world has just been severed. The deceased has left relatives and friends behind, works unaccomplished, desires unsatisfied, and in most cases he possesses a strong yearning to recover the lost opportunity afforded by human embodiment for spiritual enlightenment. But in all his impulses and yearnings, karma is all masterful, and unless it be his karmic lot to gain liberation in the first stages, he wanders downwards into the stages wherein the heart impulses give way to brain impulses. Whereas the peaceful deities are the personifications of the feelings, the wrathful deities, Tuo, are the personifications of the reasonings and proceed from the psychic brain center. Yet, just as impulses arising in the heart center may transform themselves into the reasonings of the brain center, so the wrathful deities are the peaceful deities in a changed aspect. As the intellect comes into activity, after the sublime heart-born impulses subside, the deceased begins to realize more and more the state in which he is, and with the supernormal faculties of the Bardo body, which he begins to make use of, in much the same manner as an infant newborn in the human world begins to employ the human plane sense faculties, he is enabled to think how he may win this or that state of existence. Karma is, however, still his master and defines his limitations. As on the human plane, the sentimental impulses are most active in youth and often lost in mature life, wherein reason commonly takes place of them, so on the after-death plane, called the Bardo, the first experiences are happier than the later experiences. From another aspect, the chief deities themselves are the embodiments of universal divine forces, with which the deceased is inseparably related, for through him, as being the microcosm of the macrocosm, penetrate all impulses and forces, good and bad alike. Samanta Bhadra, the all-good, thus personifies reality, the primordial clear light of the unborn, unshaped Dharmakaya. Vairochana is the originator of all phenomena, the cause of all causes. As the universal father, Vairochana manifests or spreads forth as seed or semen all things. His Shakti, the mother of great space, is the universal womb into which the seed falls and evolves as the world systems. Vajra Sattva symbolizes immutability. Ratna Sambhava is the beautifier, the source of all beauty in the universe. Amitba is infinite compassion and love divine, the Christos. Amoga Siddhi is the personification of almighty power or omnipotence. And the minor deities, heroes, dakinis or fairies, goddesses, lords of death, rakshasas, demons, spirits, and all others, correspond to definite human thoughts, passions, and impulses, high and low, human and subhuman and superhuman, in karmic form, as they take shape from the seeds of thought forming the percipient's consciousness content. As the Bardo total text makes very clear by repeated assertions, none of all these deities or spiritual beings has any real individual existence any more than have human beings. It is quite sufficient for thee, i.e., the deceased percipient, to know that these apparitions are the reflections of thine own thought forms. They are merely the consciousness content visualized by karmic agency, as apparitional appearances in the intermediate state, airy nothings woven into dreams. The complete recognition of this psychology by the deceased sets him free into reality. Therefore it is that the Bardo total, as the name implies, is the great doctrine of liberation by hearing and by seeing. The deceased human being becomes the sole spectator of a marvelous panorama of hallucinatory visions. Each seed of thought in his consciousness content karmically revives, and he, like a wonder-struck child watching movie pictures cast upon a screen, looks on unaware, unless previously an adept in yoga, of the non-reality of what he sees dawn and set. At first, the happy and glorious visions born of the seeds of the impulses and aspirations of the higher or divine nature awe the uninitiated. Then, as they merge into the visions born of the corresponding mental elements of the lower or animal nature, they terrify him, and he wishes to flee from them. But, alas, as the text explains, they are inseparable from himself, and to whatsoever place he may wish to flee, they will follow him. It is not necessary to suppose that all the dead in the intermediate state experience the same phenomena, any more than the living do in the human world or in dreams. The Bardo total is merely typical and suggestive of all after-death experiences. It merely describes in detail what is assumed will be the Bardo visualizations of the consciousness content of the ordinary devotee of the Red Hat school of Padmasambhava. As a man is taught, so he believes. Thoughts being things, they may be planted like seeds in the mind of the child and completely dominate his mental content. Given the favorable soil of the will to believe, whether the seed thoughts be sound or unsound, whether they be of pure superstition or of realizable truth, they take root and flourish and make the man what he is mentally. Accordingly, for a Buddhist or some other school, as for a Hindu or a Muslim or a Christian, the Bardo experiences would be appropriately different. The Buddhists or the Hindus' thought forms, as in a dream state, would give rise to corresponding visions of the deities of the Buddhist or Hindu pantheon, a Muslims to vision of the Muslim paradise, a Christians to visions of the Christian heaven, or an American Indians to visions of the happy hunting ground. And similarly, the materialist will experience after-death visions as negative and as empty and as deityless as any he ever dreamt while in the human body. Rationally considered, each person's after-death experiences, as the Bardo total teaching implies, are entirely dependent upon his or her own mental content. In other words, as explained above, the after-death state is very much like a dream state, and its dreams are the children of the mentality of the dreamer. This psychology scientifically explains why devout Christians, for example, have had, if we are to accept the testimony of Christian saints and seers, visions, in a trance or dream state, or in the after-death state, of God the Father seated on a throne in the New Jerusalem, and of the Son at his side, and of all the biblical scenery and attributes of heaven, or of the Virgin and saints and archangels, or of purgatory and hell. In other words, the Bardo total seems to be based upon verifiable data of human physiological and psychological experiences, and it views the problem of the after-death state as being purely a psychophysical problem and is therefore in the main scientific. It asserts repeatedly that what the percipient of the Bardo plane sees is due entirely to his own mental content, that there are no visions of gods or of demons or heavens or of hells, other than those born of the hallucinatory karmic thought forms constituting his personality, which is an impermanent product arising from the thirst for existence and from the will to live and to believe. From day to day, the Bardo visions change, concomitant with the eruption of the thought forms of the percipient, until their karmic driving force exhausts itself. Or, in other words, the thought forms, born of habitual propensities, being mental records comparable, as has already been suggested, to records on a cinema film, their reel running to its end, the after-death state ends, and the dreamer, emerging from the womb, begins to experience anew the phenomena of the human world. The Bible of the Christians, like the Quran of the Muslims, never seems to consider that the spiritual experiences in the form of hallucinatory visions by prophet or devotee reported therein may, in the last analysis, not be real. But the Bardo total is so sweeping in its assertions that it leaves its reader with the clear-cut impression that every vision, without any exception whatsoever, in which spiritual beings, gods or demons or paradises or places of torment and purgation play a part, in a Bardo or any Bardo-like dream or ecstasy, is purely illusionary, being based upon sensoric phenomena. The whole aim of the Bardo total teaching, as otherwise stated elsewhere, is to cause the dreamer to awaken into reality, freed from all the obscurations of karmic or sensoric illusions, in a supramundane or nirvanic state, beyond all phenomenal paradises, heavens, hells, purgatories, or worlds of embodiment. In this way, then, it is purely Buddhistic and unlike any non-Buddhist book in the world, secular or religious. 9. The Judgment. The judgment scene, as described in our text and that described in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, seem so much alike in essentials as to suggest the common origin, at present unknown, to which we have already made reference. In the Tibetan version, Dharma Raja, Tib Shinje Chogal, King of the Dead, commonly known to Theravedists as Yamaraja, the Buddhist and Hindu Pluto as a judge of the dead, corresponds to Osiris in the Egyptian version. In both versions alike, there is the symbolical weighing. Before Dharma Raja, there are placed on one side of the balance black pebbles and on the other side white pebbles, symbolizing evil and good deeds. And similarly, before Osiris, the heart and the feather, or else in place of the feather, an image of the goddess of truth which it symbolizes, are weighed one against the other, the heart representing the conduct or conscience of the deceased, and the feather righteousness or truth. In the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the deceased, addressing his heart, says, "Raise not thyself in evidence against me. Be not mine adversary before the divine circle. Let there be no fall of the scale against me in the presence of the great God, Lord of Amenta." In the Egyptian judgment scene, it is the ape-headed, less commonly the ibis-headed Thoth, god of wisdom, who supervises the weighing. In the Tibetan judgment scene, it is the monkey-headed Shinje, and in both scenes there is the jury of deities looking on, some animal-headed, some human-headed.
Such animal-headed deities as appear in the Bardo Total are, for the most part, derived from the pre-Buddhistic religion of Tibet called Bon, and therefore probably of very great antiquity. Like their Egyptian parallels, they seem to be more or less totemistic, and through their impersonation by masked priests, as in the ancient Egyptian mysteries and surviving Tibetan mystery plays, may be, as our text also suggests, symbolic of definite attributes, passions, and propensities of sansaric or embodied beings, human, subhuman, and superhuman.
In the Egyptian version, there is a monstrous creature waiting to devour the deceased should the deceased be condemned, whilst in the Tibetan version, devils wait to conduct the evildoer to the hell world of purgation. And the record board, which Thoth is sometimes depicted as holding, corresponds to the mirror of karma held by Dharma Raja, or, as in some versions, by one of the divine jury. Furthermore, in both books of the dead, the deceased, when first addressing the judge, pleads that he has done no evil. Before Osiris, this plea seems to be accepted in all the texts now known. Before Dharma Raja, it is subject to the test of the mirror of karma, and this seems to be distinctly an Indian and Buddhist addition to the hypothetical prehistoric version, whence arose the Egyptian and the Tibetan versions, the Egyptian being the less affected. Plato, too, in recording the otherworld adventures of Er in the 10th book of the Republic, describes a similar judgment in which there are judges and karmic record boards affixed to the souls judged and paths, one for the good leading to heaven, one for the evil leading to hell, and demons awaiting to take the condemned souls to the place of punishment, quite as in the Bardo Total.
The student is here referred to Section 7 of our addenda concerning the Christianized version of the judgment contained in the curious medieval treatise entitled The Lamentation of the Dying Creature.
The purgatorial lore, now Christianized and associated with St. Patrick in the originally pagan St. Patrick's Purgatory in Ireland, the whole cycle of otherworld and rebirth legends of the Celtic peoples connected with their fairy faith, and similar Proserpine lore recorded in the sacred books of mankind the world over, as well as the Semitic doctrines of heaven and hell and judgment, and of resurrection as the Christianized corruption of a pre-Christian and Jewish rebirth doctrine, as also the passage in Plato, all testified to beliefs universal among mankind, probably far older than the oldest of ancient records from Babylon or from Egypt.
In my Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, Oxford, 1911, Chapter 10, I have suggested how very probable it is that the purgatorial lore, which centered around the cavern for mystic pagan initiations, formerly existing on an island in Loch Derg, Ireland, at what is now the famous place of Catholic pilgrimage called St. Patrick's Purgatory, gave rise to the doctrine of purgatory in the Roman Church. The original purgatorial cavern was demolished by order of the English government in Ireland to destroy, as was said, pagan superstition. Furthermore, the subterranean places of worship and initiation dedicated to the sun god Mithras, still preserved as ancient remains throughout these southern European countries, bear such close resemblance to the original Irish purgatory as to other underground places of initiation in Celtic countries like Newgrange in Ireland and Gavrinis in Brittany, as to indicate a common prehistoric origin, essentially religious and connected with a cult of the Bardo world and its inhabitants.
The painting of the Tibetan judgment scene as reproduced herein, see opposite page 166, was made in strict accord with monastic tradition in Gantok, Sikkim, during the year 1919 by Laripa Pempa Tendupla, a Tibetan artist then sojourning there. An early prototype of it was, until quite recently, preserved as one of the old frescoes contained within the pictorial Wheel of Life of the Tashiding temple picture in Sikkim, which Dr. L.A. Waddell has described as follows.
The judgment is in every case meted out by the impartial Shinje Chogal, or religious king of the dead, Dharma Raja, a form of Yama, the Hindu god of the dead, who holds a mirror in which the naked soul is reflected, while his servant Shinje weighs out in scales the good as opposed to the bad deeds, the former being represented by white pebbles and the latter by black.
And Dr. Waddell has traced back the origin of the picture to a similar Wheel of Life, commonly, though incorrectly, known as the Zodiac, in the veranda of the Ajanta Cave number 17, India, see page 56. This then establishes the antiquity of the judgment scene, of which our text contains one version. Throughout the canonical and apocryphal literature of Northern Buddhism, other versions are numerous. In the Pali canon of Southern Buddhism, there are parallel versions, for example, in the Devadutta Vaga of the Anguttara Nikaya, and in the Devadutta Suttam of the Majjhimaya Nikaya. The later version may be summarized as follows. The Exalted One, the Buddha, while sojourning at the Jetavana monastery, addresses the monks assembled therein concerning the after-death state of existence. Like a man of clear vision sitting between two houses, each with 6 doors, he beholds all who come and go. The one house symbolizing the bardo, or state of disembodied existence, the other the embodied state of existence, and the 12 doors, the 6 entrances and the 6 exits of the 6 lokas. Then, after explaining the manner in which karma governs all states of existence, the Buddha describes how the evildoer is brought before the king of death and questioned about the 5 messengers of death. The first messenger is symbolized by a newborn babe lying on its back, and the message is that even for it, as for all living creatures, old age and death are inevitable. The second messenger comes in the guise of an aged person, 80, 90, or 100 years of age, decrepit, crooked as the curved rafter of a gabled roof, leaning on a staff, trembling as he walks, pathetically miserable, with youth entirely gone, broken-toothed, gray-haired, and nearly bald, and with wrinkled brow. And his message is that the babe but grows up and matures and decays to become a victim of death. The third messenger, a person confined by illness, rolling in his own filth, unable to rise or to lie down without the aid of an attendant, brings the message that disease too is inevitable, even as death. The fourth messenger, a thief undergoing most terrible punishment, bears the message that the punishment of evil doing in this world is as nothing compared to the punishment which karma inflicts after death. The fifth messenger, to emphasize the same message of death and the corruptibility of the body, is a corpse, swollen, discolored, and putrid. In each instance, King Yama asks the deceased if he had seen the messenger and receives the reply, "No." Then the king explains to him who the messenger was and the meaning of the messages, and the deceased, thereby remembering, is obliged to confess that, not having done good deeds, he had not acted upon the messages, but had done evil instead, forgetting the inevitability of death. Thereupon, Yama pronounces the judgment that since the deceased had failed to do good, he must suffer the karmic consequences. Accordingly, the hell furies take the deceased and cause him to suffer 5 sorts of purgatorial punishments. And though he suffers most unbearable pains, he is, as the Bardo Total makes clear, incapable of dying. In the Anguttara Nikaya version, wherein there are but 3 messengers, the aged person, the man or woman overcome with disease, and the corpse, the Buddha concludes the discourse thus.
If men who have been warned by heavenly messengers have been indifferent as regards religion, they suffer long, being born in a low condition. If virtuous men who have been warned by heavenly messengers in this world, they do not neglect to profess the holy doctrines, seeing the danger of attachment which is the cause of birth and death, they have in this life extinguished the miseries of existence by arriving at a condition free from fear, happy and free from passions and sins.
10. The Rebirth Doctrine. In examining the rebirth doctrine, more particularly as it presents itself in our text, 2 interpretations must be taken into account. The literal or exoteric interpretation, which is the popular interpretation, and the symbolical or esoteric interpretation, which is held to be correct by the initiated few who claim not scriptural authority or belief, but knowledge. With respect to Tibet, these few are chiefly learned lamas who are said to have made successful application of methods like those which the Buddha expounded for remembering past incarnations and for acquiring the yogic power of seeing what really takes place in the natural process of death and rebirth. To the devotee, seeking thus to know rather than merely to believe on the authority of priests or books, the Buddha has offered the following guidance.
If he desireth to be able to call to mind his various temporary states in days gone by, such as 1 birth, 2 births, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100, 1,000, or 100,000 births, his births in many an aeon of destruction, in many an aeon of renovation, in many an aeon of both destruction and renovation, so as to be able to say, in that place such was my name, such my family, such my caste, such my subsistence, such my experience of comfort or of pain, and such the limit of my life. And when I passed from thence I took form again in that other place, where my name was so-and-so, such my family, such my caste, such my subsistence, such my experience of comfort or of pain, and such my term of life. And from thence I was born here. Thus I am able to call to mind my various temporary states of existence in days gone by.
In that state of self-concentration, if the mind be fixed on the acquirement of any object, that object will be attained.
If he desireth to see with pure and heavenly vision, surpassing that of men, beings as they pass from one state of existence and take form in others, being base or noble, good-looking or ill-favored, happy or miserable according to the karma they inherit, in that state of self-concentration, if the mind be fixed on the acquirement of any object, that object will be attained.
Longphalavagga, Anuguttara Nikaya. Again, in the Brahmana Vagga, Anuguttara Nikaya, where the yogic method of recovering from the content of the subconsciousness, which, in confirmation of the Buddha's psychology, the science of the West has now proven, is the abode of everything that is latent, is likewise described, there is this additional passage.
Thus he calleth to mind the various appearances and forms of his previous births. This is the first stage of his knowledge. His ignorance, as regards prior births, hath vanished, and his knowledge, as regard prior births, hath arisen. Darkness hath departed, and light hath arrived. The result due to one who liveth in meditation, subduing his passions promptly. William James, Variety of Religious Experiences, New York, 1902. CF translation by E.R.J. Gunaratne, Anguttara Nikaya, Akaduka, and Tika Napara, Gale, Ceylon, 1913. Passages parallel to these are contained in the Kandaraka, Sutanta, and Potelaya Sutanta of the Majjhima Nikaya. See translations by Bhikkhus Narada and Mahinda in The Blessing, Colombo, Ceylon, Jan and Feb. 1925. Buddhaghosa in his Visuddhi Magga, i.e. Path of Purity, gives in more detail similar yogic methods for recovering from the subconscious memories of past births.
Nowhere, to our knowledge, are there nowadays, as there are said to have been in Buddhaghosa's time, yogis among southern Buddhists who have carried this practice to a successful issue. It is only among northern Buddhists, as among Hindus, that such yoga seems to be, according to trustworthy evidence from well-informed Tibetans and Indians, a practically applied science even until now, producing modern saints, some few of whom are believed worthy to be called perfected saints, or arhants. As the question what is and is not the right interpretation of the rebirth doctrine is by no means settled among the Oriental peoples who hold the doctrine, it is necessary for us frankly to recognize the problem as highly controversial. Consequently, in this section we try to weigh both interpretations carefully and, if possible, arrive at a sound conclusion in order to guide the student aright in what is the most fundamental doctrine underlying the Bardo Total. In doing so, it seems desirable to invoke the aid of such facts of Western science as appear to be directly applicable. As to the esoteric interpretation, the editor has discovered that the initiates who hold to it invariably follow the Buddha's command as contained in the Kalama Sutta, Anguttara Nikaya, or else the Hindu equivalent in the works on yoga, not to accept any doctrine as true until it be tested and proven true, even though it be found written in the scriptures, and they hold no scriptures to be infallible on this or any doctrine or free from corruptions, Pali, Sanskrit, Tibetan, or others. The exoteric interpretation, namely that the human stream of consciousness, that is to say, the human life flux, not only can but very often does take re-embodiment in subhuman creatures immediately after having been in human form, is accepted universally by Buddhists, both of the northern and southern schools, as by Hindus, who, referring to scriptures, invariably regard it as being incontrovertible. Their belief being based on the authority of written records and on untested theories of gurus and priests who consider the literally interpreted written records to be infallible and who are not adept in yoga, is nowadays considered to be the orthodox interpretation, over against the exoteric interpretation which, without any doubt, the Bardo Total, if read literally, conveys. The esoteric interpretations may be stated on the authority of the various philosophers, both Hindu and Buddhist, from whom the editor has received instruction, as follows. The human form, but not the divine nature in man, is a direct inheritance from the subhuman kingdoms. From the lowest forms of life, it has evolved, guided by an ever-growing and ever-changing life flux, potentially consciousness, which figuratively may be called the seed of the life force, connected with or overshadowing each sentient creature, being in its essence psychical. As such, it is the evolving principle, the principle of continuity, the principle capable of acquiring knowledge and understanding of its own nature, the principle whose normal goal is enlightenment. And just as the psychical seed of a vegetable or animal organism, every man's seed is seen by the eyes to be capable of producing after its own kind only, so with that which figuratively may be called the psychical seed of the life flux, which the eyes cannot see. If of a human being it cannot incarnate in or overshadow or be intimately bound up with a body foreign to its evolved characteristics, either in this world, in Bardo, or in any realm or world of sansaric existence. This is held to be a natural law governing the manifestation of life, as inviolable as the law of karma, which sets it into operation. For a human life flux to flow into the physical form of a dog or fowl or insect or worm is therefore held to be as impossible as would be, let us say, the transferring of the waters of Lake Michigan into the depression occupied by the waters of Lake Killarney, or, as the Hindu would say, as putting into the bed of the Ganges River the waters of the Indian Ocean. Degeneration in a highly developed flowering plant or apple or vegetable or wheat or animal is, of course, concomitant with cultural neglect. But within this creation period, at least so far as the physical vision of science has penetrated therein, the flowering plant does not degenerate into the apple, nor into the corn, nor one species of animals into another, nor does man degenerate into anything but the savage man, never into a subhuman creature. As to the processes afflicting the life flux which the human eye cannot see, the esoteric teaching coincides with that of the ancient Greek and Egyptian mystics. As below, so above, which implies that there is one harmonious karmic law governing with unwavering and impartial justice the visible as well as the invisible operations of nature. From this follows the corollary, which the Oriental advocates of the esoteric interpretation give out. Progression or retrogression, never an unchanging neutral state of inactivity, are the alternatives within the samsara, and the one or the other within any of the mansions of existence cannot lead the life flux to the threshold of that mansion, neither the subhuman to the human nor the human to the subhuman, save step by step. Any retrogression and progression alike are time processes. Ages pass ere the fire mist becomes the solidified planet. An enlightened one is the rare fruit of unknown myriads of embodiments. And man, the highest of the animal beings, cannot become the lowest of animal beings, no matter how heinous his sins at one bound. Given ages of continual retrogression, the life flux which is now human may cease to be human. The human constituents of it becoming atrophied or latent through lack of exercise, in much the same way as atrophy overcomes the activity of a bodily organ or function which is not used. Thereupon, being no longer kinetically but merely potentially human, just as a dog or horse or elephant are potentially but not kinetically human, that life flux can and ordinarily would fall back into the subhuman kingdoms, whence it may begin anew to rise upwards to the human state or continue to retrograde even below the brute world. The late Lama Kezi Dawa Samdup, the translator, has left on record his own complimentary opinion as follows.
The 49 days of the Bardo symbolize ages either of evolution or of degeneration. Intellects able to grasp truth do not fall into the lower conditions of existence. The doctrine of the transmigration of the human to the subhuman may apply solely to the lower or purely brutish constituents of the human principle of consciousness. For the knower itself neither incarnates nor reincarnates, it is the spectator. In the Bardo total, the deceased is represented as retrograding step by step into lower and lower states of consciousness. Each step downwards is preceded by a swooning into unconsciousness, and possibly that which constitutes his mentality on the lower levels of the Bardo is some mental element or compound of mental elements, formerly a part of his earth plane consciousness, separated during the swooning from higher or more spiritually enlightened elements of that consciousness. Such a mentality ought not to be regarded as on par with human mentality, for it seems to be a mere faded and incoherent reflex of the human mentality of the deceased. And perhaps it is some such thing as this which incarnates in subhuman animal bodies, if anything does in a literal sense.
This theory, coming from the translator, is unusually interesting, for he expresses it while quite unaware of its similarity to the theory held esoterically by the Egyptian priests and exoterically recorded by Herodotus, who apparently became their pupil in the monastic college at Heliopolis. Judging from what Herodotus and others of the ancient Greeks and Romans as well have written touching thereupon, we arrive at the following summary. The human soul was believed to remain in the after-death state during a period of 3,000 years. Its human plane body of the moment of death disintegrating, the constituents went to form the bodies of animals and plants, transmigrating from one to another during the 3,000 years. At the end of that period, the soul gathers together the identical particles of matter which had thus been continually transmigrating, and which had constituted its former earth plane body of the moment of death, and from them rebuilds, through habit, as a bird its nest, a new body, and is reborn in it as a human being.
Cf. Herodotus 2:123, Lucretius de Rerum Natura 3:843-61. In common with ancient historians and philosophers, Herodotus 2:171 refuses to divulge in a literal manner the higher or esoteric teachings of the mysteries of antiquity. On this lake, within the sacred precinct of the temple at Sais, the Egyptians performed by night the representation of his adventures, i.e. the symbolic adventures touching the birth, life, death, and regeneration of Osiris, whose name, writes Herodotus, I consider it impious to divulge, which they call mysteries. On these matters, however, though accurately acquainted with the particulars of them, I must, as an initiate, observe a discreet silence. So too with regard to the mysteries of Demeter, celebrated at Eleusis in Greece, which the Greeks term the Thesmorphia. I know them as an initiate, but I shall not mention them, except so far as may be done without impiety or done lawfully. It has now been proven by archaeological and other research that the mysteries consisted of symbolic dramatic performances, open only to initiates and neophytes fit for initiation, illustrating the universally diffused esoteric teachings concerning death and resurrection, i.e. rebirth, and that the doctrine of transmigration of the human soul into animal bodies, if depicted at all, was not intended to be taken, as it has been taken by the uninitiated, literally but symbolically, as in Plato's Republic, detailed reference to which follows herein. Cf. Herodotus 2:122. Herodotus, in the last mentioned passage, gives a symbolic account of the descent into Hades and the return to the human world of King Rhampsinitus, in whose honor the priests of Egypt therefore instituted what was probably, when rationally interpreted, a rebirth festival. The most ancient recorded parallel now known exists in the Rig Veda, Mandala 10, Sukta 135, wherein, as Sayana, in his commentary in the Atharva Veda 19, seems to explain, the boy mentioned is the same as the boy Nachakitas of the Tatiria Brahmana, who went to the realm of Yama, the king of the dead, in Yamaloka, and then returned to the realm of men. That this primeval Hades legend was interpreted esoterically as teaching a rebirth doctrine is confirmed by the ancient Katha Upanishad, the story of Nachiketas being used therein as a literary vehicle to convey the highest Vedantic teachings concerning birth, life, and death. Cf. Katha Upanishad 2.5.3.8.15, 4.10-11, 6.18. Preserved in an old Japanese MS of the 14th century is a very similar Hades legend, in which the Yaksha Kunjara Karna is commanded by the Lord Virochana to go to Yama's kingdom to see what is prepared for all evildoers. Peculiar interest attaches to this version because it records a doctrine akin to that referred to by the Greek and Roman writers of 1,000-year periods of transmigration into plants, animals, and defective human beings prior to rebirth in a human body free from karmic blemishes. It mentions, too, that from Yama's kingdom, Purnavayaya was recalled to human life. Cf. The Legend of Kunja Rakarna, translated from the Dutch of Professor Kern by Miss L.A. Thomas in the Indian Antiquary, Bombay, 1903, Volume 32.
And this theory, when amended with certain necessary modifications, helps to illustrate the symbolical or esoteric interpretation of the Bardo rebirth doctrine. In further illustration, applicable to the higher Hinduism as to the higher Buddhism, advocates of this interpretation point out that even before the final dissolution of the human body, of the moment of death, there is incessant transmigration of the bodily atoms. So long as the body is the receptacle of the consciousness principle, it is said to renew itself completely every 7 years. And even as the constituents of the physical man thus transmigrate throughout all organic and inorganic kingdoms, and the mind remains unchangedly human during the brief cycle of one lifetime, So normally it likewise remains human during the greater evolutionary cycle, i.e., until it reaches the end of all sensoric evolution, namely nirvanic enlightenment. The esoteric teaching concerning this may be stated literally. That which is common to the human and to the subhuman worlds alike, namely matter in its varied aspects as solids, liquids, and gases, eternally transmigrates. That which is specifically human and specifically subhuman remains so, in accordance with the law of nature that like attracts like and produces like, that all forces ever follow the line of least resistance, that such highly evolved mental compounds as are bound up with the complex human consciousness cannot be disintegrated instantaneously, but require due allowance of time for their degeneration and ultimate dissolution and transmigration.
Examination of the laws of Manu, the authority of which is unquestioned by Orthodox Hindus, seems to confirm the esoteric interpretation following the translation by Sir William Jones as revised by G.C. Houghton in Institutes of Hindu Law or the Ordinances of Manu, London, 1825, and that by G. Buhler in the Sacred Books of the East, Volume 25, Oxford, 1886. Manu at first sets forth the fundamental laws that action which springs from the mind, from speech, and from the body produces either good or evil results. By action are caused the various conditions of man, the highest, the middling, and the lowest, and that a man obtains the results of a good or evil mental act in his mind, that of a verbal act in his speech, that of a bodily act in his body. Buhler's Trans 12:3-8. Manu then proceeds to expound how man is not a simple but a complex being. That substance, which gives a power of motion to the body, the wise call Kshetrajna, i.e. the knower of the field, Buhler's Trans, or Yivatman, the vital spirit, and that body which thence derives active functions, they name Bhutatman, or composed of elements. Another internal spirit called Mahat, or the great soul, attends the birth of all creatures embodied, and thence in all mortal forms is conveyed a perception either pleasing or painful. These two, the vital spirit and reasonable soul, are closely united with 5 elements, but connected with the supreme spirit or divine essence, which pervades all beings high and low. Jones, Trans, 12:12-14. From what follows, Manu apparently implies that it is this vital spirit, or animal soul, which alone is capable of transmigrating into subhuman forms, and not the reasonable soul or super-animal principle. When the vital soul has gathered the fruit of sins, which arise from a love of sensual, i.e. animal or brutish pleasure, but must produce misery, and when its taint has thus been removed, it approaches again those two most effulgent essences, the intellectual soul and the divine spirit. They too, closely conjoined, examine without remission the virtues and vices of that sensitive or animal soul, according to its union with which it acquires pleasure or pain in the present and future worlds. If the vital spirit had practiced virtue for the most part, and vice in a small degree, it enjoys delight in celestial abodes, clothed with a body formed of pure elementary, i.e. ethereal particles. But if it had generally been addicted to vice and seldom attended to virtue, then shall it be deserted by those pure elements, and having a coarser body of sensible nerves, it feels the pains to which Yama shall doom it. Having endured those torments according to the sentence of Yama, and its taint being almost removed, it again reaches those 5 pure elements in the order of their natural distribution. Jones, Trans, 12:18-22. After further exposition of the science of rebirth in its esoteric or rational aspect, Manu arrives at the following summary. Thus, by indulging the sensual, i.e. animal or brutish appetites, and by neglecting the performance of duties, the basest of men, ignorant of sacred expiations, assume, in their vital spirit form, but not in their reasonable soul form, the basest forms. What particular bodies the vital spirit enters in this world, and in consequence of what sins here committed, now here at large and in order. Jones Trans 12:52-53. Manu evidently exerts himself apart from the main subject of his treatise, as the whole of the law suggests, to invest with legal and divine sanction the dogma that the person of a Brahmin is peculiarly sacred and inviolable, and so gives prominence to the sin of slaying a Brahmin by mentioning it first, then to the sin of a priest drinking spirituous liquor, and then to the sin of stealing the gold of a priest. In all such instances, as in all which follow them, the implication is, as we have above observed, that the vital spirit or animal soul separated from the two higher elements of man's complex constitution, which are the reasonable soul and the divine essence, suffers the penalty of migrating in subhuman creatures. The slayer of a Brahmin, i.e., the vital spirit or the irrational animal soul of a Brahmin slayer, must enter, according to the circumstances of the crime, the body of a dog, a boar, an ass, a camel, a bull, a goat, a sheep, a stag, a bird, a chandala, or a pukasa, and so on for other crimes. Jones Trans 12:55-7. In this connection, it is interesting to observe a few of the correspondences between cause and effect, which other of the laws suggest. Thus, if a man steals precious things, he shall be born in the tribe of goldsmiths, considered to be a very low caste, or among birds called hemakaras or goldmakers. If a man steal grain in the husk, he shall be born a rat. If a yellow mixed metal, a gander, which is of like mixed color. If water, a plava or diver. If he steal flesh meat, a vulture. If oil, a blata, or oil-drinking beetle. If exquisite perfumes, a muskrat. Jones Trans 12:61-5. Understanding Manu in the sense which this note aims to set forth, the esotericists disallow such popular and literal interpretation of Manu's laws as the Brahmins in their own Brahmin interests promulgate, according to the esotericists, among the common people concerning the doctrines of rebirth and karma. The student should observe that the italicized non-Sanskrit words in the passages quoted in this note from the translation by Sir William Jones mark his interpolations from commentaries on Manu, especially from the gloss of Kaluka, and that the bracketed words indicate our own interpolations. Because the italicized interpolations tend to bring out the more obscure meanings of the passages cited, preference has been given to the Jones translation, although that by Buhler, which is more literal and therefore more technical, is, in all essentials, substantially the same.
Accordingly, the esotericists hold it to be unscientific to believe that a human life flux or consciousness principle could reincarnate in the body of a subhuman creature within 49 days after its extraction from the human form, as the exotericist believes, who accepts literally such a rebirth doctrine as the Bardo total, when viewed exoterically or literally, presents. The Bardo rebirth symbols themselves ought now to be considered from the standpoint of the esoteric interpretation, and to elucidate them innumerable parallels could be chosen from widely separated sources. But because of its recognized authority, no parallel seems more appropriate than that contained in the 10th book of Plato's Republic, describing certain of the Greek heroes of the Sidpa Bardo, choosing their bodies for the next incarnations. The Bardo legend, as recorded in the Republic, concerns Er, the son of Arminius, a Pamphylian by birth, who, as Plato tells us, was slain in battle, and 10 days afterwards, when the bodies of the dead were taken up already in a state of corruption, his body was found unaffected by decay and carried home to be buried. And on the 12th day, as he was lying on the funeral pile, he returned to life and told them what he had seen in the other world. He said that when his soul left the body, he went on a journey with a great company, and they came to a mysterious place at which there were 2 openings in the earth. They were near together, and over against them were the 2 other openings in the heaven above. In the intermediate space there were judges seated, who commanded the just, after they had given judgment on them and had bound their sentences in front of them, to ascend by the heavenly way on the right hand. And in like manner the unjust were bidden by them to descend by the lower way on the left hand. These also bore the symbols of their deeds, but fastened to their backs. Having thus described the otherworld judgment, which closely resembles the judgment described in our text, Plato goes on to describe the souls of the Greek heroes in their Sidpa Bardo, preparing for reincarnation. Most curious, he said, was the spectacle, sad and laughable and strange, for the choice of the souls was in most cases based on their own experience of a previous life. There he saw the soul which had once been Orpheus choosing the life of a swan out of enmity to the race of women, hating to be born of a woman because they had been his murderers. He beheld also the soul of Thamyras choosing the life of a nightingale, birds, on the other hand, like the swan and other musicians, wanting to be men. The soul which obtained the 20th lot chose the life of a lion, and this was the soul of Ajax, the son of Telamon, who would not be a man, remembering the injustice which was done him in the judgment about the arms. The next was Agamemnon, who took the life of an eagle because, like Ajax, he hated human nature by reason of his sufferings. About the middle came the lot of Atalanta. She, seeing the great fame of an athlete, was unable to resist the temptation, and after her there followed the soul of Epeus, the son of Panopeus, passing into the nature of a woman cunning in the arts, and far away among the last who chose, the soul of the jester Thersites, was putting on the form of a monkey. There came also the soul of Odysseus, having yet to make a choice, and his lot happened to be the last of them all. Now the recollection of former toils had disenchanted him of ambition, and he went about for a considerable time in search of the life of a private man who had no cares. He had some difficulty in finding this, which was lying about and had been neglected by everybody else. And when he saw it, he said that he would have done the same, had his lot been first instead of last, and that he was delighted to have it. And not only did men pass into animals, but I must also mention that there were animals tame and wild which changed into one another and into corresponding human natures, the good into the gentle and the evil into the savage, in all sorts of combinations. If read superficially, this Platonic account of the rebirth process may be understood literally, even as the Bardo total may be, and it is not impossible to imagine that Plato, as an initiate into the Greek mysteries, who, like Herodotus, never refers to their esoteric teachings openly, but only in figurative and very often intentionally misleading phraseology, intended that it should be understood so by the uninitiated. Nevertheless, when the passage is examined closely, the exoteric doctrine of transmigration of the human into the subhuman, or vice versa, is evidently not the meaning underlying it. The reference to the choice made by Odysseus, as italicized by us, gives the clue to the real meaning intended. Odysseus's choice was last. Each of the heroes preceding him in choosing their lot had neglected the lot of the life of a private man who had no cares, and Odysseus chooses this lot as the best of all. If we consider the sort of life chosen by each of the Greeks who preceded Odysseus, we find it to be definitely symbolical of the character of the chooser. Thus, Orpheus, the founder of the Orphic Mysteries, a divine teacher sent to instruct mankind by the god of song and music, Apollo, and held by the Greeks to have been the greatest of harp players and the most enlightened of poets and singers, very appropriately chooses the life of a swan. For since immemorial time, the swan has symbolized, as it still does, song and music. And Plato's figurative language, correctly interpreted, implies that Orpheus was to reincarnate as a great poet and musician, as was but natural. To assume, as the exotericists may, that such a being as Orpheus could be born as a swan in reality thus appears to the esotericist to be untenable. Likewise, Thamyras, an ancient Thracian bard renowned as a harp player and singer, symbolically chooses the life of the sweet-singing nightingale. Ajax, the Homeric hero who next to Achilles was the bravest of the Greeks, most fittingly chooses the life of a lion. For the king of beasts is, and has been for unknown ages, the symbol denoting bravery or fearlessness, which almost all nations and races of men have recognized. Agamemnon, the next to choose, selects the life of an eagle. For among Greek heroes he was the chief, as Zeus was among the gods of Olympus. And he, having been regarded as an incarnation of Zeus and worshipped as one of the divinities, there is assigned to him the symbol of Zeus, which is the eagle. Atalanta, the most swift-footed of mortals and famous for her foot races with her many suitors, very naturally is reborn as a great athlete. And in her case, Plato uses no symbol. Nor is a symbol used in connection with Appius, who, noted for his cunning in constructing the wooden horse at the siege of Troy, and whose cowardice afterwards became proverbial, is seen passing into the nature of a woman cunning in the arts. As to the jester Thersites, who puts on the form of a monkey, comment is unnecessary. Accordingly, the expressions concerning the hero's hatred of being born of woman seem to be purely metaphorical and employed to carry out logically the literary sense of the animal symbols, just as the passages are concerning animals tame and wild, which changed into one another and into corresponding human natures. The good into the gentle and the evil into the savage, in all sorts of combinations, and of birds, on the other hand, like the swan and other musicians wanting to be men. Even the ordinary soul, the first seen by to make choice, although neither an incarnate divinity like Orpheus or Agamemnon, nor a hero like Ajax, and though possessed of a mind obscured by animal propensities, is not assigned by Plato, as he would be by a believer in the exoteric rebirth doctrine, to birth in subhuman form. In his case, too, no animal symbol is made use of. He who had the first choice came forward and in a moment chose the greatest tyranny. His mind having been darkened by folly and sensuality, he had not thought out the whole matter before he chose, and did not at first perceive that he was fated, among other evils, to devour his own children. Now he was one of those who came from heaven, and in a former life had dwelt in a well-ordered state, but his virtue was a matter of habit only, and he had no philosophy. And, as the Bardo Total teaches, in other language, it is insistent on the need of right knowledge to the devotee who follows the Bouddhic path. So Plato teaches.
For if a man had always on his arrival in this world dedicated himself from the first to sound philosophy, and had been moderately fortunate in the number of the lot, he might, as the messenger reported, be happy here, and also his journey to another life and return to this, instead of being rough and underground, would be smooth and heavenly.
With the assistance of symbols and metaphors, Pindar, Empedocles, Pythagoras, and Socrates, like Plato and the Greek mysteries, also taught the rebirth doctrine. On a golden funereal tablet dug up near the site of Sybaris, there is the following line of an inscription.
And thus I escaped from the cycle, the painful, the misery-laden.
This, like known Orphic teachings, is purely Buddhistic and Hindu, and suggests that in ancient Greece the rebirth doctrine was widespread, at least among Greeks of culture who had been initiated into the mysteries. Symbolism, similar to that used by Plato, had been used by the recorders of the Buddhist scriptures as well, as, for example, in the account of the northern school of the birth of the Buddha himself. This latter, from the Tibetan Vinaya Pitaka, or Dalva, the most trustworthy and probably oldest part of the Bak Gyur, 3 folio 452, of the copy in the East India Office, Calcutta, runs thus.
Now the future Buddha was in the Tushita heaven, and knowing that his time had come, he made the 5 preliminary examinations. First, of the proper family in which to be born. Second, of the country. Third, of the time. Fourth, of the race. Fifth, of the woman. And having decided that Mahayama was the right mother, in the midnight watch he entered her womb under the appearance of an elephant. Then the queen had 4 dreams. First, she saw a 6-tusked white elephant under her womb. Second, she moved in space above. Third, she ascended a great rocky mountain. Fourth, a great multitude bowed down to her.
The soothsayers predicted that she would bring forth a son with the 32 signs of the great man.
If he stay at home, he will become a universal monarch. But if he shave his hair and beard, and putting on an orange-colored robe, leave his home for the homeless state and renounce the world, he will become a Tathagata, or Hunt, a perfectly enlightened Buddha.
Again, the Jataka, of the Southern School, a compilation of folklore, folk belief, and popular mythology touching the Buddha and his many incarnations, which crystallized round about his personality in much the same way as the matter of the Arthurian legend crystallized round about King Arthur during the 3rd century after his death, attributes to him many previous births in subhuman form. And although the esotericist would concede that in remote aeons of evolution such incarnations could possibly have been really subhuman, he would give to such of them as may have occurred in this world period a symbolical significance, whereas the orthodox Theravadist interprets all of them literally.
Theravadists, on the contrary, believe that the Jataka dates from the Buddha's lifetime, and that its verses, but not its prose, are his very words.
In any case, a literal interpretation of the Jataka, seeing that it is, according to the esotericist, essentially an exoteric treatise designed for the people, appears to be more plausible than that of the Dulva account of the Buddha's birth.
Here again, in opposition to this view, the Southern Buddhists maintain that the Jataka, in its verses, is the most transcendental part of the Sutta Pitaka, and is designed for study by bodhisattvas rather than for the common people.
Furthermore, since there is a parallel account in the Pali scriptures wherein the same animal symbol, namely the 6-tusked white elephant, is employed, we have here an example of the use of symbolism definite in purpose, common to both Northern and Southern Buddhism, which even the exotericist could not but interpret symbolically. Similarly, as the popular interpretation appears to have fundamentally shaped the Jataka, so it may have also affected the compilation of the Bardo Total. For like all treatises which have had at least a germ origin in the very ancient times and then grown up by the ordinary process of amalgamating congenial material, the Bardo Total, as a doctrine of death and rebirth, seems to have existed at first unrecorded, like almost all sacred books now recorded in Pali, Sanskrit, or Tibetan, and was a growth of unknown centuries. Then, by the time it had fully developed and been set down in writing, no doubt it had lost something of its primitive purity. By its very nature and religious usage, the Bardo Total would have been very susceptible to the influence of the popular or exoteric view, and in our own opinion it did fall under it in such manner as to attempt the impossible, namely the harmonizing of the two interpretations. Nevertheless, its original esotericism is still discernible and predominant. Let us take, for example, the animal thrones of the 5 Jnani Buddhas, as it describes them in harmony with Northern Buddhist symbology. The lion throne is associated with Vairochana, the elephant throne with Vajrasattva, the horse throne with Ratna Sambhava, the peacock throne with Amitabha, the harpy throne with Amoga Siddhi. And in interpreting the symbols, we find them to be poetically descriptive of the peculiar attributes of each deity. The lion symbolizes courage or might and sovereign power, the elephant, immutability, the horse, sagacity and beauty of form, the peacock, beauty and power of transmutation, because in popular belief it is credited with the power of eating poisons and transforming them into the beauty of its feathers, the harpy, mightiness and conquest over all the elements. The deities, too, in the last analysis, are symbolical of particular Bodic attributes of the Dharmakaya and of supramundane forces of enlightenment emanating thence, upon which the devotee may depend for guidance along the path to Buddhahood. In attempting the esoteric interpretation of the animal symbols used in the Sidpa Bardo, and this interpretation finds its parallel in the esoteric interpretation obviously intended by the Sidpa Bardo episode in Plato, as in the Dulva account of the birth of the Buddha, we have sufficient Buddhist rebirth symbols whose esoteric interpretation is clearly known and generally accepted to guide us. Dr. L. A. Waddell, a well-known authority on Lamaism in Sikkim, refers to the symbolism of the famous but recently ruined wall painting of the Sipar Ikorlo, or Circle of Existence, in the Tashiding Monastery, Sikkim, as follows.
This picture is one of the purest Buddhist emblems that the Lamas have preserved for us, and by its means I have been able to restore the fragment of a cycle in the veranda of the Ajanta cave number 17, hitherto uninterpreted and merely known as the Zodiac. This picture portrays in symbolic and concrete form the three original sins and the recognized causes of rebirth, nadanas, so as to ensure their being vividly perceived and avoided, while the evils of existence in its various forms and the tortures of the damned are intended to intimidate evildoers.
In it, the three original sins are depicted as a pig, a cock, and a snake, and their esoteric significance is given by Dr. Waddell thus. The pig symbolizes the ignorance of stupidity, the cock, animal desire or lust, and the snake, anger. In the accompanying symbolic illustration of the 12 nadanas, only the third is an animal symbol, the others being human and figurative symbols, and this is a monkey eating fruit, symbolizing entire knowledge, tib, namshi, skt, vijnana, of good and evil fruits. Through tasting every fruit or sensuous experience in the manner of a roving, non-philosophically guided libertine, thus engendering consciousness. Accordingly, the animal forms and environments named in the second book of the Bardo Toro, see pages 178, 185, as possible forms and environments to be entered by the human consciousness principle upon rebirth in this world may be interpreted as follows. 1. The dog form, like that of the cock in the wheel of life, symbolizes excessive sexuality or sensuality.
Compare the following passage from the Yoga Vashista, Nirvana, Prikarana, Sarga 28 verses 78-9. Those wise pandits learned in the Shastras should be considered jackals if they relinquish not desire and anger.
It also symbolizes in popular Tibetan lore jealousy, and the dog kennel environment symbolizes abiding in or living in a state of sensuality. 2. The pig symbolizes, as in the wheel of life, the ignorance of stupidity dominated by lust and selfishness and uncleanliness as well. The pigsty environment symbolizes worldly existence dominated by these characteristics. 3. The ant symbolizes, as it does amongst the nations of the West, industry and the lust for worldly possessions, and the ant hill environment the dwelling under the corresponding conditions of life. 4. The insect or grub symbolizes an earthly or groveling disposition, and its whole the dwelling in an environment dominated by such disposition. See text 179. 5. The calf, kid, lamb, horse, and fowl forms mentioned, see text pages 178-9, symbolize in like manner corresponding characteristics common to those animals and to the highest of the animal beings, man, such as almost all civilized races have associated therewith, and popularly illustrated in animal mythology like that which Aesop made the basis of his fables. In the Old Testament, the visions of the prophet Ezekiel, and in the New Testament, the revelation of John, show how similar animal symbolism affected even the Bible. And in our view, should the Buddhist and Hindu exotericists reread their own scriptures in the light of the science of symbols, their opposition to esotericism would probably be given up. Accordingly, the animal symbols in the Sidpa Bardo, despite evident corruptions of the text and of the esoteric rebirth doctrine denoted by these symbols, should rightly be taken to imply that, in accordance with its karma, a human principle of consciousness, unless winning emancipation, will, under the normal karmic conditions of gradual progression which govern the majority of mankind, continue to be born in a human form in this creation period, with the mental traits or characteristics symbolized by animals. Under exceptional or abnormal karmic conditions of retrogression, it may, on the other hand, during the course of ages, gradually lose its human nature and fall back into subhuman kingdoms. As the translator explained, we need but look around us in the human world to find the bloodthirsty tiger man, the murderer, the lustful swine man, the deceitful fox man, the thieving and imitating monkey man, the groveling worm man, the industrious and oft-times miserly ant man. the ephemeral, sometimes professedly aesthetic butterfly man, the strong ox man, or the fearless lion man. Human life is far richer in possibilities for the workings out of evil karma, no matter how animal-like the karma may be, than any subhuman species could possibly be. The illiterate folk beliefs so common in Buddhist and Hindu lands, that a human murderer must inevitably be reborn as a ferocious beast of prey, or a sensualist as a pig or dog, or a miser as an ant, are therefore, like many other popular beliefs, evidently based upon false analogies, some of which have crept into Oriental scriptures, and upon an unduly limited view of the innumerable conditions offered by human embodiment, from the saint to the criminal, from the king-emperor to the slum-dweller, or from the man of culture to the lowest savage. In accordance with our findings, that higher and rational teaching concerning rebirth, which in the Bardo total is perhaps confused because of corruptions of text, may now be summarized. If, on the plane of uncertainty, the influence of innate or karmic propensities of desire for the grosser sensations of sansaric existence, such as govern life in a human body, can be dominated through the exercise of the more powerful influence of right knowledge, that part of the consciousness principle capable of realizing Buddhahood triumphs, and the deceased, instead of being obsessed with the frightful hallucinatory specters of his lower or animal nature, passes the interval between human death and rebirth in one of the paradise realms instead of in the Bardo. If such a more enlightened one be very unusually developed spiritually, that is to say, if he be a great yogic saint, he may gain even the highest of the paradises and be reborn among mankind under the guiding power of the lords of karma, who, though still sansaric beings, are described by the Lamas as being immeasurably higher in evolution than man. When thus directed by the guardians of the great law, the earth-returning one is said to reincarnate out of compassion to assist humankind. He comes as a teacher, as a divine missionary, as a nirmanic kaya incarnate. Normally, however, rebirth is of the lower or ordinary sort, unendowed, because of the lack of enlightenment of the one undergoing it, with consciousness of the process. Even as a child, knowing not the higher mathematics, cannot measure the velocity of light, so the animal man cannot profit by the higher law governing the rebirth of the divine man. And drinking of the river of forgetfulness, he enters the door of the womb and is reborn, direct from the desire world called the Bardo. This lower rebirth, almost brutish in many instances because controlled chiefly by animal propensities such as subhuman and human creatures have in common, differs, however, from that of brutes in virtue of the functional activity of the purely human element of the consciousness, which in all subhuman creatures is latent and not active. And for this element, even in the lowest of mankind, to become latent instead of active requires approximately as long a period of cyclic time as it does for the subhuman consciousness to evolve its latent human element into full human activity. The popular misunderstanding of this aspect of the higher or esoteric doctrine of rebirth thus appears to have assisted in no small measure to give rise to the obviously irrational belief, found almost everywhere throughout the scriptures of both Buddhism and Hinduism, that the brute principle of consciousness in its entirety and the human principle of consciousness in its entirety are capable of alternately exchanging places with one another. It was the late Dr. E.B. Tyler, father of the modern science of anthropology, who after a very careful examination of the data pronounced the higher doctrine of rebirth to be the more reasonable.
So it may seem that the original idea of transmigration was the straightforward and reasonable one of human souls being reborn in new human bodies. The beast is the very incarnation of familiar qualities of man, and such names as lion, bear, fox, owl, parrot, viper, worm, when we apply them as epithets to men, condense into a word some leading feature of a human life.
That this is the true interpretation is confirmed, so far as Europe is concerned, by the teachings of the Druids, the learned Brahmin-like priests of Europe's scientific pre-Christian religion held by the Celtic nations. In the fairy faith in Celtic countries in the year 1911, I suggested that the rebirth doctrine in its straightforward druidic form accords in its essentials with the psychological science of the West, that the subconscious mind is the storehouse of all latent memories, that these memories are not limited to one lifetime, that these memory records, being recoverable, prove the doctrine to be based upon demonstrable facts. Since the year 1911, the whole trend of Western psychological research in the realm of the subconscious and in psychoanalysis has tended to confirm that view. I was unaware when I wrote The Fairy Faith that Huxley held, as he did, the theory of human reincarnation to offer the best explanation of even ordinary physiological and biological phenomena. And since the testimony of Huxley as one of the greatest biologists coincides with that, as above given, of the late Dr. Tyler, the foremost of modern anthropologists, and also confirms from the standpoint of our own Western science the higher or esoteric interpretation of the rebirth doctrine as offered by the occult sciences of the East, we here record it as a fitting conclusion to this section. Everyday experience familiarizes us with the facts which are grouped up under the name of heredity. Every one of us bears upon him obvious marks of his parentage, perhaps of remoter relationships. More particularly, the sum of tendencies to act in a certain way, which we call character, is often to be traced through a long series of progenitors and collaterals. So we may justly say that this character, this moral and intellectual essence of a man, does veritably pass over from one fleshly tabernacle to another, and does really transmigrate from generation to generation. In the newborn infant, the character of the stock lies latent, and the ego is little more than a bundle of potentialities. But very early these become actualities. From childhood to age, they manifest themselves in dullness or brightness, weakness or strength, viciousness or uprightness, and with each feature modified by confluence with another character, if by nothing else, the character passes on to its incarnation in new bodies. The Indian philosophers called character, as thus defined, karma. In the theory of evolution, the tendency of a germ to develop according to a certain specific type, the example of the kidney bean seed to grow into a plant having all the characters of Phaseolus vulgaris, is its karma. It is the last inheritor and the last result of all the conditions that have affected a line of ancestry which goes back for millions of years to the time when life first appeared on the earth. As Professor Rhys Davies aptly says in Hibbert Lectures, page 114, the snowdrop is a snowdrop and not an oak, and just that kind of snowdrop because it is the outcome of the karma of an endless series of past existences.
T.H. Huxley, Evolution and Ethics, London, 1894, pages 61 to 95. The late William James, the well-known American psychologist, independently arrived at substantially the same conclusion as Huxley. For after explaining his own inability to accept either popular Christianity or scholastic theism, he says, "I'm ignorant of Buddhism and speak under correction, and merely in order the better to describe my general point of view. But, as I apprehend the Buddhist doctrine of karma, I agree in principle with that." The Varieties of Religious Experiences, pages 521 to
11. The Cosmography. Buddhist cosmography, as understood by the Lamas, and continually referred to throughout our text, more especially in connection with the doctrine of rebirth, is a very vast and complex subject, and to consider it here in any detail would involve the esoteric as well as the exoteric interpretation of an enormous mass of doctrines more or less of Brahmanic origin, concerning the many states of sentient existence within the samsara, or cosmos. Some planetary, as in this world, some in the many heavens and paradises, and others in the numerous states of purgation called hells. Generalizing, it may be said that when the Brahmanic and Buddhist teachings concerning cosmography are carefully examined from the standpoint of the initiated Oriental, and not from the too oft prejudiced standpoint of the Christian philologist, it seems to suggest far-reaching knowledge, handed down from very ancient times of astronomy, of the shape and motion of the planetary bodies, and of the interpenetration of worlds and systems of worlds, some solid and visible, such as are alone known to Western science, and some ethereal and invisible, existing in what we may perhaps call a fourth dimension of space. Esoterically explained, Mount Meru, Tib-Rirab, the central mountain of Hindu and Buddhist cosmography, round which our cosmos is disposed in 7 concentric circles of oceans, separated by 7 intervening concentric circles of golden mountains, is the universal hub, the support of all the worlds. We may possibly regard it like the central sun of Western astronomy, as the gravitational center of the known universe. Outside the 7 circles of oceans and the intervening 7 circles of golden mountains lies the circle of continents. In illustration, an onion of 15 layers may be taken to represent roughly the Lamaic conception of our universe. The core to which the 15 layers cohere is Mount Meru. Below are the various hells. Above, supported by Mount Meru, are the heavens of the gods, the more sensuous, like the 33 heavens ruled by Indra, and those under the sway of Mara, being ranged in their own regular gradation beneath the less sensuous heavens of Brahma. As apex overall is the final heaven called the Supreme, Tib-Ogmin, being the last outpost of our universe. Ogmin, as the vestibule to nirvana, is the transitional state leading from the mundane to the supramundane, and thus there presides over it the divine influence of the best of all. Tibetan, Kuntu Zangpo, Sanskrit, Samantabhadra, the Lamaic personification of nirvana. On a level with Indra's realm dwell in their own heaven worlds the 8 mother goddesses, Tibetan, Lama, all of whom appear in our text. They are the mother goddesses of the early Hindus, called in Sanskrit the Matris. Within Mount Meru itself, upon the heaven's rest, there are 4 realms, one above another. Of these, the 3 lower are inhabited by various orders of genii, and in the 4th, immediately beneath the heavens, from which, like the fallen angels of Christian belief, they were expelled on account of their pride, dwell the ungodly spirits, the Asuras, Tibetan, Lamayin, or Titans, who as rebels live and die, waging unending war with the gods above. The innermost layer of the onion is the ocean surrounding Mount Meru. The next layer, outwardly expanding, is that of the Golden Mountains. The next beyond is another ocean, and so on, a circle of golden mountains always coming after a circle of ocean, until the 15th layer containing the outermost ocean, in which float the continents and their satellites. The skin of the onion is a wall of iron enclosing the one universe. Beyond one universe there lies another, and so on to infinity.
Could we take the Lamaic conception of a universe to be that of a world system, and of a plurality of universes to be that of a plurality of world systems forming a universe? We should then be able to better to correlate the cosmography of Northern Buddhism and of Brahmanism, from which it appears to have originated, with the cosmography of Western science.
Each universe, like a great cosmic egg, is enclosed within the iron wall shell, which shuts in the light of the sun and moon and stars, the iron wall shell being symbolical of the perpetual darkness separating one universe from another. All universes alike are under the domination of natural law, with which karma is commonly made synonymous. For, in the Buddhist view, there is no scientific necessity to affirm or to deny the existence of a supreme God-creator, the karmic law furnishing a complete explanation of all phenomena and being of itself demonstrable. Each universe, like our own, rests upon a warp and woof of blue air, i.e., ether, symbolized by crossed doorways, such as are depicted by the emblem on the cover of our book. Upon this rests the body of the waters of the outer ocean. Each ocean symbolizes a stratum of air, or ether, and each of the intervening mountains a stratum of congealed air, or ether, that is to say, material substance. Or from a more occult viewpoint, the oceans are the subtle and the mountains the gross. the one alternating with the other as opposites. Like the 7 days of the Mosaic version of creation, the numerical dimensions which the Lamas assign to our universe are more often to be taken as suggestive or symbolical than literal. Mount Meru, they say, towers 80,000 miles above the central enchanted ocean and extends below the surface of the waters the same distance. The central ocean itself being also 80,000 miles deep and 80,000 miles wide. The succeeding girdle of the Golden Mountains is just half that number of miles in height and width and depth, and the next ocean correspondingly 40,000 miles deep and 40,000 miles wide. The consecutive circles of alternating pairs composed of the Golden Mountains and an enchanted ocean gradually diminish as to width, depth, and height, being respectively 20,000, 10,000, 5,000, 2,500, 1,250, and 625 miles. This brings us to the continents in the outer ocean of space. Of these continents, the 4 chief ones, as described in the second book of our Bardo Total, are situated in the 4 directions. On either side of these 4 continents are smaller or satellite continents, thus making the total number of continents 12, which again is a symbolical number, like the number 7 of the cosmographical arrangement. The eastern continent is called in Tibetan Lupa, Lushpags, or vast body, Sanskrit Virat Deha. Its symbolical shape is like that of a crescent moon, and accordingly the color white is assigned to it. The crescentic faces are ascribed to its inhabitants, who are said to be tranquil-minded and virtuous. Its diameter is given as being 9,000 miles. The southern continent is our planet Earth, called Jambuling, Sanskrit Jambuvidpa, probably an onomatopoeic word, as the translator held, descriptive of the fruit of a jambu tree falling into water, ling itself meaning place or region. The name Jambuling would thus mean the region or continent wherein jambu fruit fall into the water. Its symbolic shape is like that of a shoulder blade of a sheep that is subtriangular or rather pear-shaped, to which the faces of its inhabitants conform. Blue is the assigned color to it. Riches and plenty abound in it along with both good and evil. It is said to be the smallest of the 4 continents, being but 7,000 miles in diameter. The western continent is called Balongchod, Balglang Spjod, literally meaning cow plus ox plus action. Sanskrit Godana, or wealth of oxen. In shape it is like the sun and red of color. Its inhabitants, whose faces are round like the sun, are believed to be very powerful and to be addicted to eating cattle, as the literal meaning of its name itself may suggest. Its diameter measures 8,000 miles. The northern continent is Dominion, or Graminian, Skra-min-yan, equivalent to the Sanskrit Uttara Kuru, meaning northern Kuru, race. It is of square shape and green color. Its inhabitants have corresponding faces, square like those of horses. Trees supply all their sustenance and wants, and the Kuru, on dying, haunt the trees as tree spirits. This is the largest of the continents, being 10,000 miles in diameter. Each satellite continent resembles the continent to which it is attached, and is 1/2 its size. The left satellite of our world, Jambuling, called Nyagayabling, is, for example, the world of the Rakshasas, to which Padma Sambhava, the great guru of Lamaism, is believed to have gone to teach the Rakshasas goodness and salvation, and to be there now as their king. Underlying this Lamaic cosmology there is, as research will show, an elaborate symbolism. Take, for instance, the description of Mount Meru as given by Dr. Waddell.
Its eastern face is of silver, the south of jasper, the west of ruby, and the north of gold,
which illustrates a use of ancient symbols very similar to that in the Revelation of John. The complete rational explanation of all these symbolism connected with Hindu and in turn Buddhist cosmography would be, even if it were possible for us, quite beyond the scope of an introduction. Suffice it to say that the possession of a key to such explanation is claimed by expert professors of the occult sciences in India and in Tibet, compared to which, in the realm of mind and matter, our Western sciences, so they maintain, but at the threshold of the temple of understanding. 12. The fundamental teachings summarized. Here, passing on to the final sections of this introduction touching the manuscript itself, we may now summarize the chief teachings upon which the whole of the Bardo Total is based as follows. 1. That all possible conditions or states or realms of sansaric existence, heavens, hells, and worlds are entirely dependent upon phenomena, or, in other words, are not but phenomena. 2. That all phenomena are transitory, are illusionary, are unreal, and non-existent save in the sansaric mind perceiving them. 3. That in reality there are no such beings anywhere as gods or demons or spirits or sentient creatures, all alike being phenomena dependent upon a cause. 4. That this cause is a yearning or thirsting after sensation, after the unstable sansaric existence. 5. That so long as this cause is not overcome by enlightenment, death follows birth and birth death unceasingly, even as the wise Socrates believed. 6. That the after-death existence is but a continuation, under changed conditions, of the phenomena-born existence of the human world, both states alike being karmic. 7. That the nature of the existence intervening between death and rebirth in this or any other world is determined by antecedent actions. 8. That, psychologically speaking, it is a prolonged dreamlike state in what may be called the fourth dimension of space, filled with hallucinatory visions directly resultant from the mental content of the percipient, happy and heaven-like if the karma be good, miserable and hell-like if the karma be bad. 9. That unless enlightenment be won, rebirth in the human world directly from the Bardo world or from any other world or from any paradise or hell to which karma has led is inevitable. 10. That enlightenment results from realizing this unreality of the samsara of existence. 11. That such realizing is possible in the human world, or at the important moment of death in the human world, or during the whole of the after-death or Bardo state, or in certain of the non-human realms. 12. That training in yoga, i.e. control of the thinking processes so as to be able to concentrate the mind in an effort to reach right knowledge is essential. 13. That such training can be best had under a human guru or teacher. 14. That the greatest of gurus known to mankind in this cycle of time is Gautama, the Buddha. 15. That his doctrine is not unique, but is the same doctrine which has been proclaimed in the human world for the gaining of salvation, for the deliverance from the circle of rebirth and death, for the crossing of the ocean of samsara, for the realization of nirvana, since immemorial time by a long and illustrious dynasty of Buddhas who were Gautama's predecessors. 16. That lesser spiritually enlightened beings, bodhisattvas and gurus, in this world or in other worlds, though still not freed from the net of illusion, can nevertheless bestow divine grace and power upon the shishya, i.e. the chela or disciple, who is less advanced upon the path than themselves. 17. That the goal is and can only be emancipation from the samsara. 18. That such emancipation comes from the realization of nirvana. 19. That nirvana is non-sansaric, being beyond all paradises, heavens, hells, and worlds. 20. That it is the ending of sorrow. 21. That it is reality. He who realized nirvana, the Buddha Gautama himself, has spoken of it to his own disciples thus.
There is, disciples, a realm devoid of earth and water, fire and air. It is not endless space, nor infinite thought, nor nothingness, neither ideas nor non-ideas. Not this world, nor that is it. I call it neither a coming nor a departing, nor a standing still, nor death, nor birth. It is without a basis, progress, or a stay. It is the ending of sorrow. For that which clingeth to another thing there is a fall, but unto that which clingeth not no fall can come. Where no fall cometh there is rest, and where rest is, there is no keen desire. Where keen desire is not, naught cometh or goeth, and where naught cometh or goeth there is no death, no birth. Where there is neither death nor birth, there neither is this world nor that, nor in between. It is the ending of sorrow. There is, disciples, an unbecome, unborn, unmade, unformed. If there were not this unbecome, unborn, unmade, unformed, there would be no way out for that which is become, born, made, and formed. But since there is an unbecome, unborn, unmade, unformed, there is escape for that which is become, born, made, and formed.
13. The manuscript. Our manuscript copy of the Bardo Total was procured by the editor early in the year 1919 from a young Lama of the Kargyupta sect of the Red Hat School attached to the Bhutia Basti Monastery, Darjeeling, who said that it had been handed down in his family for several generations. The manuscript is unlike any other seen by the translator or editor, in that it is illustrated by paintings in color painted on the folios of the text. All other similarly illustrated Tibetan manuscripts seen by us have had the illustrations made on separate pieces of manuscript paper, or else of cotton cloth, pasted to the folios. When procured, the manuscript was in a very ragged and worn condition, now remedied by each folio being inserted in a protective frame of Tibetan paper of the same sort as that which upon the manuscript is written. Fortunately, all of the illuminated folios, though faded, were in a fair state of preservation. One of the ordinary folios, folio number 111, was missing, but this has now been replaced by a faithful copy of the same passage found in block print version of the Bardo Total, belonging to Dr. Johann van Manen, secretary of the Asiatic Society, Calcutta, well known as a Tibetan scholar. Reference to this block print version is made throughout our translation. In all essentials, and generally word for word, our manuscript and Dr. van Manen's block print were found to be identical. In some spellings of proper names of deities of Sanskrit origin, there are variations in the two versions, and in both books a number of clerical errors. The manuscript is far older than the modern block print and seems to have been copied from an earlier manuscript. The manuscript itself is undated, but the translator judged it to be from 150 to 200 years old. It has seen very much service, having been read many times over the dead. Its ragged and worn condition is therefore no criterion, as it might seem to be, of its age. It is written in an excellent hand on the ordinary paper used for manuscripts among the Tibetans and Himalayan peoples, made from the pulped bark of the hadal, pronounced da'a, otherwise known as daphne, a kind of laurel of which one species bears a purplish-white blossom, another a yellowish-white. It is usually by lamas in a monastery that the paper is manufactured, on account of the bark of the hadal being extremely tough. The Sikkimese used it as ropes. The total number of folios composing the manuscript is 137, each measuring about 9.5 by 3.25 inches. Excepting the first folio and the first half of the second, the space actually occupied by the text on each measures an average of 8.25 by 2.25 inches. Most of the folios contain 5 lines of matter. A few contain 4 lines. The title page contains 2 lines in a space 7 by 1 inches. The second page of the first folio, along with the first page of the second folio, which give the obeisances, consist of 3 lines, occupying a space 4.5 by 2.5 inches respectively. And these, like the title page, are written in gold, now much faded on a black background. The illustrations are on 14 of the folios, each illustration being in the center of the text on one side of the folio. See frontispiece as follows. On folio 18, Vairocana embraced by his Shakti, the mother of the space of heaven, seated upon a lion throne, the deities on the first day. On folio 20, Vajra Sattva, embraced by his Shakti, the mother Mamakai, surrounded by their four accompanying deities of the second day. On folio 23, Ratna Sambhava, embraced by his Shakti, the mother Sangye Chanma, she of the Buddha eye, surrounded by the four accompanying deities of the third day. On folio 26, Amitba, embraced by his Shakti, the mother Gokarmo, she of white raiment, surrounded by their four accompanying deities of the fourth day. On folio 31, Amoga City, embraced by his Shakti, the faithful Dolma, or Sanskrit Tara, surrounded by their four accompanying deities on the fifth day. On folio 35, the united mandalas of the deities that dawn on the sixth day. On folio 44, the mandala of the 10 knowledge-holding deities of the seventh day. On folio 55, the Buddha Haruka and Shakti of the eighth day. On folio 57, the Vajra Haruka and Shakti of the ninth day. On folio 58, the Ratna Haruka and Shakti of the 10th day. On folio 59, the Padma Haruka and Shakti of the 11th day. On folio 61, the Karma Haruka and Shakti of the 12th day. On folio 64, the 8 Karima and the 8 Hatemna of the 13th day. And the 4 female doorkeepers of the 14th day. On folio 67, the mandala of the animal-headed deities of the 14th day. Each deity is depicted in conformity with the description given in the text as to color, position, posture, mudra, and symbols. All of the illustrations in the manuscript thus being to the Chonyid Bardo of the first book. In our translation, copious annotations contain the textual name of each deity and the Sanskrit equivalent when, as in most cases, there is one. No attempt has been made to collate our manuscript with other manuscripts of the same text. None having been available, such manuscripts are no doubt numerous in Tibet, and the production of a standard or uniform text would require years of careful labor. A task remaining for scholars of the future. The only comparison of text attempted was with Dr. Van Menen's block print, which is probably not more than about 20 to 30 years old. The translator said that, so far as he was aware, block prints of the Bardo total have appeared, at least in Sikkim and Darjeeling, rather recently, although probably known in Tibet itself much longer, block-type printing having been carried on for unknown centuries in China, and thence brought to Tibet long before printing was done in Europe.
These block prints are usually composed of separate treatises belonging to the Bardo total cycle. One of such block prints, which was purchased in Ghanzi, Tibet, during the year 1919 by Major W. L. Campbell, then the British political representative in Tibet, Bhutan, and Sikkim, and presented to the editor, contains 17 treatises, whose Tibetan titles have been rendered in slightly abbreviated form by the translator as follows. 1. The Clear Directions of the Divine Bardo, called The Great Liberation by Hearing, from The Profound Doctrine of the Divine Peaceful and Wrathful Self-Liberation. 2. The Exposition of the Wrathful or Active Aspect of the Bardo. 3. The Good Wishes or Prayers invoking the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas for assistance. 4. The Root Verses of the Bardo. 5. The Prayer to Rescue One from the Narrow Places of the Bardo. 6. The Setting Face-to-Face of the Sidpa Bardo. 7. The Salvation by Attaching, whereby the body aggregate is self-liberated, a version of the Tadol doctrine. 8. The Prayer to Protect One from the Fears in the Bardo. 9. The Self-Liberating Diagnosis of the Symptoms of Death. 10. The Setting Face-to-Face called The Naked Vision and the Self-Liberation by that. 11. The Special Teaching showing the forms of merit or demerit while in the Sidpa Bardo called The Self-Liberating in the Sidpa Bardo. 12. The Addenda to the above, the Special Teaching. 13. Prayer to the line of gurus of the Divine Self-Liberating Doctrine. 14. The Ransoming of the Dying. 15. Self-Liberation called Absolution by Confession. 16. The best wish-granting Tadol, another form of the Tadol doctrine. 17. The ritual called the self-liberation from habitual propensities. Herein, the treatises numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 correspond in slightly different versions to the matter contained in our manuscript. The manuscript, moreover, contains much matter in the appendix not contained in this block print. The block print itself is quite new, but the blocks from which it was printed may be quite old. How old we have been unable to ascertain.
Each Buddhist sect in Tibet, according to the opinion of the translator, probably has his own version of the Bardo Total, more or less changed in some details, but not in essentials from our version, the version used by the reformed Gelugpa, otherwise known as the Yellow Hat School, being the most altered with all references to Padmasambhava, the founder of the Nyingmapa, the Red Hat School of Lamaism, as well as the names of deities peculiar to the Red Hats, expurgated. Major W. L. Campbell, who was the British political representative in Sikkim during my residence there, wrote to me from the residency in Gangtok, under date of the 12th of July, 1919, concerning the various versions of the Bardo Total as follows. The Yellow Sect have 6, the Red Sect 7, and the Kargyutpas 5. Our text being of the primitive or Red Hat school and attributed to the great guru Padmasambhava himself, who introduced Tantric Buddhism into Tibet, has been deemed by us to be substantially representative of the original version, which, on the basis of internal evidence derived from our manuscript text, was probably, at least in essentials, pre-Buddhistic. As elsewhere noted, our manuscript is arranged as one work in 2 parts or books with 13 folios of texts of Bardo, prayers as an appendix at the end. The block print is arranged as 2 distinct books and lacks the appendix of prayers. But at the end of the first book of the block print there comes a very important account of the origin of the Bardo Total, which is not contained in our manuscript, and this is given in translation in the following section. 14. The origin of the Bardo Total. Thus, from the block print and also from other Tibetan sources, we learn that the Bardo Total text originated, or what is perhaps more correct, was first committed to writing in the time of Padmasambhava in the 8th century AD, was subsequently hidden away, and then, when the time came for it to be given to the world, was brought to light by Rigzen Karma Lingpa. The block print account is as follows. This has been brought from the hill of Gampodar, on the bank of the Surdan, Tibetan Gesur Ildan, meaning possessing gold or golden river by Rigzen Karma Lingpa, Tibetan Rigzen Karma Glingpa. Rigzen, as herein given, is a personal title, and Karma Lingpa, the name of a place in Tibet meaning Karma land. The translator has pointed out that Riggs is an erroneous spelling of Rig, for if Riggs were correct, the name Rigzen would mean class holder, Riggs plus Zin. That Rig is intended, thus making the name mean knowledge holder, Rig plus Zin, a caste or class designation, was confirmed by a small section of the Bardo Total manuscript in the possession of the translator, in which Rigzen Karma Lingpa is otherwise called Turtan, Tibetan Gturbstan, or taker out of treasures.
Rigzen, a translation into Tibetan of the Sanskrit term Vidyadhara, used as herein, of a learned person, such as a pandit, also denotes a class of supernatural beings like certain orders of fairies.
The Bardo Total is therefore one of the Tibetan lost books recovered by Rigzen of Karma Lingpa, who is held to be an emanation or incarnation of Padmasambhava, the founder of Lamaism. It was in the 8th century AD that Lamaism, which we may define as Tantric Buddhism, took firm root in Tibet. A century earlier, under the first king to rule over united Tibet, King Shuangzan Gambo, who died in AD 650, Buddhism itself entered Tibet from 2 sources. from Nepal, the land of the Buddha's ancestors, through the Tibetan king's marriage with a daughter of the royal family of Nepal, and from China, through his marriage in the year 641 with a princess of the Chinese imperial family. The king had been nurtured in the old Bon faith of Tibet, which with its primitive doctrine of rebirth was quite capable of serving as an approach to Buddhism. And under the influence of his two Buddhist wives, he accepted Buddhism, making it the state religion. But it made little headway in Tibet until a century later, when his powerful successor, Tai Strong Detsan, held the throne from AD 740 to 786. It was Tai Strong Detsan who invited Padmasambhava, Tibetan Pedma Jungne, i.e. the lotus-born, better known to the Tibetans as Guru Rinpoche, the precious guru, to come to Tibet. The famous guru was at that time a professor of yoga in the great Buddhist University of Nalanda, India, and far famed for expert knowledge of the occult sciences. He was a native of Udjana, or Swat, in what is now part of Afghanistan. The great guru saw the wonderful opportunity which the king's invitation offered and promptly accepted the call, passing through Nepal and arriving at Samyas, Tibet, in the year 747. It was to Samyas that the king had invited him in order to have exorcised the demons of the locality. For as soon as the walls of a monastery which the king was having erected there were razed, they were overthrown by local earthquakes, which the demons opposing Buddhism were believed to have caused. When the great guru had driven out the demons, all the local earthquakes ceased, much to the wonder of the people, and he himself supervised the completion of the royal monastery, and established therein the first community of Tibetan Buddhist Lamas in the year 749. During his sojourn in Tibet at that time and during subsequent visits, Padmasambhava had many tantric books translated into Tibetan out of Indian Sanskrit originals, some of which have been preserved in the monasteries of Tibet, and hidden away with appropriate mystic ceremonies in various secret places. He also endowed certain of his disciples with the yogic power of reincarnating at the proper time, as determined by astrology, in order to take them out, along with the treasures hidden away with them and the requisites needed for properly performing the rites described in the texts. This is the generally accepted tradition, but according to another tradition, the Tertans are to be regarded as various incarnations of the great guru himself. According to a rough estimate, the religious texts already taken out by such Tertans from century to century would form an encyclopedia of about 65 volumes of block prints, each on an average consisting of about 400 ordinary-sized folios. Our text, the Bardo Total, being one of these recovered apocryphal books, should therefore be regarded as having been compiled, for the internal evidence suggests that it was a Tibetan compilation rather than a direct translation from some unknown Sanskrit original, during the first centuries of Lamaism, either as it purports to have been in the time of Padmasambhava or soon afterwards. Its present general use all over Tibet as a funeral ritual and its acceptance by the different sects in various versions could not have been the outcome of a few generations. It testifies rather convincingly to its antiquity, bears out the pre-Buddhistic and at least partially Bon origin which we attribute to it, and suggests some validity in the claims made for the Tertans. We are well aware of the adverse criticisms passed by European critics on the Tertan tradition. There is not lacking, nevertheless, sound reason for suspecting that the European critics are not altogether right. Therefore, it seems to us that the only sound attitude to assume towards the Tertan problem is to keep an open mind until sufficient data accumulate to pronounce judgment. Though the Tertan claim be proven false, the fact that the Bardo Total is now accepted as a sacred book in Tibet and has for some considerable time been used by the Lamas for reading over the dead would, of course, not be affected. Only the theory concerning the textual compilation of what, in its essentials, is apparently a prehistoric ritual would be subject to revision. As for Padmasambhava's own sources, apart from such congenial traditional teachings as no doubt he incorporated in some of his Tibetan treatises, We are told by oral tradition now current among the Lamas that he had 8 gurus in India, each representing one of the 8 chief tantric doctrines. In a Tibetan block print which belonged to the translator, purporting to record the history, but much mixed with myth, of the great guru entitled Orgyan Padmas Zad Pahi Bathang Dudpa, pronounced Ogyan Padme Zad Paiba Thang Dupa, meaning the abridged testament made by Ugyan Padma, or by the lotus-born Ugyan Padma Sambhava. Consisting of but 17 folios, there is recorded on the 12th folio, 16th section, the following passage confirming the historical tradition touching the origin of the Bardo Total text. Behold, the 16th section showing the 8 Lingpas, the leaders of religion, is thus. The 8 incarnations of the great Bodhisattvas are Ugyan Lingpa in the center, Dorje Lingpa in the east, Rinchen Lingpa in the south, Padma Lingpa in the west, Karma Lingpa in the north, Samten Lingpa and Nyinda Ling, and Shigpo Ling, or Turdagling. These 8 great Turtans shall come. Mine own incarnations alone are they. Padma Sambhava himself is herein represented as declaring that the Turtans, or takers out of the hidden books, are to be his own incarnations. According to this account, the Turtan of our own book, the Bardo Total, is the 5th named after the place called Karma Land, thus confirming the block print of the Bardo Total. And Karma Land is in the northern quarter of Tibet. We have been unable to ascertain the exact time in which this Turtan lived, although he is a popular figure in the traditional history of Tibet. The name Rigzin, given to him in the block print first above quoted, meaning knowledge holder, refers to his character as a religious devotee or Lama. Karma Lingpa, as given in both accounts, refers also to an ancient Tibetan monastery of primitive Lamaism in the Khams province, northern Tibet. According to our view, the best attitude to take touching the uncertain history and origin of the Bardo Total is that of a critical truth seeker who recognizes the anthropological significance of the passing of time and of the almost inevitable reshaping of ancient teachings handed down at first orally and then, after having crystallized, being recorded in writing. As in the case of the Egyptian Bardo Total, popularly known as the Egyptian Book of the Dead, so in the Tibetan Book of the Dead, there is no doubt the record of the belief of innumerable generations in a state of existence after death. No one scribe could have been its author, and no one generation its creator. Its history as a book, if completely known, could only be the history of its compilation and recording. And the question, whether this compilation and recording were done within comparatively recent times, or in the time of Padma Sambhava or earlier, could not fundamentally affect the ancient teachings upon which it is based. Although it is remarkably scientific in its essentials, there is no need to consider it as being accurate in all its details, for undoubtedly considerable corruption has crept into the text. In its broad outlines, however, it seems to convey a sublime truth, heretofore veiled to many students of religion, a philosophy as subtle as that of Plato, and a psychical science far in advance of that, still in its infancy, which forms the study of the Society for Psychical Research. And as such, it deserves the serious attention of the Western world, now awakening to a new age, freed in large measure from all the incrustations of medievalism, and eager to garner wisdom from all the sacred books of mankind, be they of one faith or of another. 15. The translating and the editing. Although the translating of this manuscript was done wholly in the presence of the editor in Gangtok, Sikkim, the chief credit should be given to the late Lama Kazidawa Samdup, the translator. The Lama himself aptly summarized the editor's part in the work by saying that the editor was his living English dictionary. Indeed, the editor could have been a little more than this, for his knowledge of Tibetan was almost as nothing. The aim of both the translator and the editor has been to keep as closely to the sense of the text as the idiomatic structures of the Tibetan and English tongues permit. Sometimes the translator, preferring to render into English the real meaning, which a Lama would derive from certain more or less technically worded phrases, has departed from a strictly literal translation. The Tibetan of Tantric texts, such as ours, is especially difficult to turn into good English, and owing to the terseness of many passages, it has been necessary to interpolate words and phrases which are bracketed. In years to come, it is quite probable that our rendering, as has been the case with the pioneer translations of the Bible, may be subject to revision. A strictly literal rendering of a work so abstruse in its real meanings as this, and written in symbolical language as well if attempted by Europeans, who, finding it difficult to get out of their Western mentality, too often are Christians first and scholars second when working with non-Christian sacred texts, would perhaps be as misleading as some of the renderings of the ancient Sanskrit Vedas. Even to a Tibetan, unless he be a Lama and well-versed in Tantricism, as the translator was, the Bardo Total is almost a sealed book. His profound Lamaic training, his fervent faith in the higher yogic teachings of the great perfectionist school of Guru Padmasambhava, he being an initiate of the semi-reformed sect known as Kargyupta, founded by the great yogis Marpa and Milarepa. His practical knowledge of the occult sciences as taught to him by his late guru in Bhutan, and his marvelous command both of English and of Tibetan, lead me to think that rarely, if ever again in this century, is there likely to arise a scholar more competent to render the Bardo Total than the late Lama Kazi Dawa Samdup, the actual translator. To him each reader of this book owes a debt of gratitude, for herein he has in part opened to the peoples of the West the treasure house, so long tightly locked, of Tibetan literature and Northern Buddhism. As his close disciple for many months, I hereby formally acknowledge that debt of gratitude and respect which is ever due from the disciple to the teacher. Though the translation was completed and revised by the translator during the year 1919, whilst he was the headmaster at the Maharaja's Bhutia boarding school, chiefly for Sikkimese boys of good Tibetan ancestry near Gantok, Sikkim, formerly a part of Tibet, it is unfortunate for us that he is not now in this world to read the printer's proofs of it, as he had hoped to do. As to the transliterations, it may rightly be objected by philologists that they are in some instances less technically exact than they might be. The editor, however, preferring to preserve the simpler transliterations according to the old-fashioned style, to which ordinary readers are more accustomed, just as the translator dictated them to him, has left them unchanged save for the correcting of a few obvious errors which had crept in. The editor himself cannot expect in a book of this nature that his own interpretations of controversial problems will meet with universal acceptance, nor can he hope to have escaped all error. He trusts, however, that critics, in recognizing the pioneer character of the work, will be prepared to concede to the editor, as to the translator, such measure of indulgence as it may perhaps seem to deserve. A brief account of the unusual career of the translator will, no doubt, be interesting to all who read this book. The late Lama Kazi Dawa Samdup, the honorific term Kazi indicating his superior social standing as a member of a land-holding family of Tibetan origin settled in Sikkim, was born on the 17th day of June, 1868. From December of the year 1887 until October 1893, as a young man whose learning the British authorities of India had already recognized, he was stationed at Buksadwar in Bhutan as interpreter to the British government. In later years, he also acted as interpreter to the government of Tibet. It was at Buksadwar that he first met his guru, commonly known there as the hermit Guru Norbu. Shlobdpan Mchams Panorbu, pronounced Laban Cham Panorbu, a man of vast knowledge and of strict ascetical habits of life, and from him afterwards received the mystic initiation. The late Lama Kazidawa Sandup once confided to me that at that time he had made all necessary preparations as a shishya on probation to renounce the world completely. But his father, then an old man, called him home and requested him to perform the usual duties of an eldest son and marry to perpetuate the family. The son had no option, and he married, 2 sons and 1 daughter being born to him. In the year 1906, the Maharaja of Sikkim appointed him headmaster of the Gangtok school, where in the early part of the year 1919 I first met him through a letter of introduction from Mr. S.W. Ladin La Sardar Bahadur, Chief of Police Darjeeling, who was a well-known Buddhist scholar of Tibetan ancestry. About a year later, in 1920, after our work together was finished, the Lama was appointed lecturer in Tibetan to the University of Calcutta. But very unfortunately, as is usual with peoples habituated to the high Himalayan regions, he lost his health completely in the tropical climate of Calcutta and departed from this world on the 22nd day of March, 1922. As records of the Lama's ripe scholarship, there are his English-Tibetan dictionary, published by the University of Calcutta in 1919, and his edition of the Tri Chakra Sambhara Tantra, with English translation and Tibetan text, published by Sir John Woodruff, pseudonym Arthur Avalon, as Volume 2 of Tantric Texts, London, 1919. In addition to these and a few small works published by the Asiatic Society of Calcutta, the Lama left behind him many important translations out of the Tibetan, as yet unpublished, some with the editor, others with Sir E. Denison Ross and with Major W. L. Campbell. May this book help further to perpetuate the memory of him who revered the teachings of the great masters of Tibetan wisdom and bequeathed the translation of the Bardo Total to the English-speaking peoples of the world.
The Dharmakaya of thine own mind thou shalt see, and seeing that thou shalt have seen the all, the vision infinite, the round of death and birth and the state of freedom. Milarepa, Jetsun Kabum, 12, Lama Kazidawa Sandup's translation.
Book 1. The Chikai Bardo and the Chonyan Bardo. Herein lieth the setting face to face to the reality in the intermediate state, the great deliverance by hearing while on the after-death plane, from the profound doctrine of the emancipating of the consciousness by meditation upon the peaceful and wrathful deities.
Death's messengers, all they who thoughtless are, nor heed what time death's messengers appear, must long the pangs of suffering feel in some base body habiting. But all those good and holy men, what time they see death's messengers, behave not thoughtless, but give heed to what the noble doctrine says. And in attachment frighted see of birth and death the fertile source, and from attachment free themselves, thus birth and death extinguishing. Secure and happy ones are they, released from all this fleeting show, exempted from all sin and fear, all misery have they overcome.
Anguttara Nikaya 335. Warren's translation. The obeisances. To the divine body of truth, the incomprehensible, boundless light. To the divine body of perfect endowment, who are the lotus and the peaceful and the wrathful deities.
These deities are in ourselves. They are not something apart from us. We are one with all that is in every state of sentient existence, from the lowest worlds of suffering to the highest states of bliss and perfect enlightenment. In this esoteric sense, the lotus order of deities represent the deified principles of the vocal functions in ourselves. The peaceful represent the deified principles of the heart or functions of feeling. The wrathful represent in the same way the functions of our mentality, such as thinking or reasoning and imagination or memory centered in the brain. Lama Kazidawa Sandup.
To the lotus-born incarnation, Padma Sambhava, who is the protector of all sentient beings.
Padma Sambhava, Tibetan, Pidma Yangje, i.e., the lotus-born, referring to birth under pure or holy conditions commonly called by the Tibetans Guru Rinpoche, the precious guru, or simply guru, the Sanskrit for teacher, is regarded by his followers as an incarnation of the essence of the Buddha, Shakya Muni, and its tantric or deeply esoteric aspect.
To the gurus, the three bodies, obeisance. The introduction. This great doctrine of liberation by hearing, which conferreth spiritual freedom on devotees of ordinary wit, while in the intermediate state hath three divisions, the preliminaries, the subject matter, and the conclusion. At first, the preliminaries, the guide series for emancipating beings, should be mastered by practice.
The guide series refers to various treatises offering practical guidance to devotees on the Bodhi path through the human world and thence through Bardo, the after-death state, and onward to rebirth or else to nirvana.
The transference of the consciousness principle.
The text contains merely the Tibetan word fo, meaning transference of the sum total or aggregate of karmic propensities, composing or bound up with personality and consciousness. The use of the term soul being objectionable, since Buddhism as a whole denies the existence of a permanent, unchanging personal consciousness entity, such as the Semitic faiths and animistic creeds in general understand thereby. The translator has avoided using it. But wherever any similar or equivalent term occurs herein, it should be taken to imply something akin to consciousness principle or compound of consciousness as implied by the Tibetan fo, or else as synonymous with the term life flux, as used chiefly by Southern Buddhists.
By the guide, the highest intellects ought most certainly to be liberated. But should they not be liberated, then while in the intermediate state of the moments of death, they should practice the transference, which giveth automatic liberation by one's merely remembering it. Devotees of ordinary wit ought most certainly to be freed thereby. But should they not be freed, then, while in the intermediate state, during the experience of reality, they should persevere in the listening to this great doctrine of liberation by hearing. Accordingly, the devotee should at first examine the symptoms of death as they gradually appear in his dying body, following self-liberation by observing the characteristics of the symptoms of death.
A Tibetan work of the Bardo cycle, commonly used by lamas as supplementary to the Bardo total. It treats of the symptoms of death in particular, scientifically and in very great detail. The late Lama Kazi Dawa Sandup had planned its translation into English.
Then, when all the symptoms of death are complete, he should apply the transference, which conferreth liberation by merely remembering the process.
Liberation in this context does not necessarily imply, especially in the case of the average devotee, the liberation of nirvana, but chiefly a liberation of the life flux from the dying body, in such manner as will afford the greatest possible after-death consciousness and consequent happy rebirth. Yet for the very exceptional and very highly efficient yogi or saint, the same esoteric process of transference can be, according to the Lama gurus, so employed as to prevent any break in the flow of the stream of consciousness, from the moment of a conscious death to the moment of a conscious rebirth. Judging from a translation made by the late Lama Kazi Dawa Sandup of an old Tibetan manuscript containing practical directions for performing the transference, which the editor possesses, the process is essentially yogic and could be employed only by a person trained in mental concentration or one-pointedness of mind to such a high degree of proficiency as to have gained control over all the mental and bodily functions. Merely remembering the process at the all-important moment of death, as the text implies, is, for a yogi, equivalent to performing the transference itself. For once the yogi's trained mind is directed to the process, Instantaneously, or as the text explains, automatically, the desired result is achieved.
The reading of this total. If the transference hath been effectually employed, there is no need to read this total. But if the transference hath not been effectually employed, then this total is to be read correctly and distinctly near the dead body. If there be no corpse, then the bed or the seat to which the deceased had been accustomed should be occupied by the reader, who ought to expound the power of the truth. Then, summoning the spirit of the deceased, imagine it to be present there listening, and read.
The Lama, or reader, stationed in the house of the deceased as directed, whether the corpse be there or not, is to summon the departed one in the name of truth, saying, "As the Trinity is true, and as the truth proclaimed by the Trinity is true, by the power of that truth I summon thee. Although no corpse be at hand, as there would not be when a person had met a violent or accidental death entailing loss or destruction of the human plain body, or when, to accord with astrological calculations, the body had been removed or disposed of immediately after death, a not uncommon event in Tibet. The spirit of the deceased in the invisible bardo plain body must nevertheless be present at the reading in order to be given the necessary guidance through the other world, as the Egyptian Book of the Dead also directs.
During this time, no relative or fond mate should be allowed to weep or to wail, as such is not good for the deceased, so restrain them."
This prohibition is found in Brahmanism too.
If the body be present, just when the expiration hath ceased, either a Lama, who hath been as a guru to the deceased, or a brother in the faith whom the deceased trusted, or a friend for whom the deceased had great affection, putting the lips close to the ear of the body, without actually touching it, should read this great total.
According to Tibetan and Lamaic belief, the body of a dying person should not be touched, that the normal departure of the consciousness principle, which should take place through the Brahmanic aperture on the crown of the head, be not interfered with. Otherwise, the departure may be brought about through some other bodily aperture and lead to birth in one of the non-human states. For example, it is held that if the departure is through the aperture of the ear, the deceased will be obliged, ere he can return to human birth, to be born in the world of the Gandharvas, fairy-like celestial musicians, wherein sound, as in song and music, is the prevailing quality of existence.
The practical application of this total by the officiant. Now for the explaining of the total itself. If thou canst gather together a grand offering, offer it in worship of the Trinity. If such cannot be done, then arrange whatever can be gathered together as objects on which thou canst concentrate thy thoughts, and mentally create as illimitable an offering as possible and worship. Then the path of good wishes invoking the aid of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas should be recited 7 times or thrice.
See the appendix, where each of these chief bardo prayers or paths of good wishes is translated.
After that, the path of good wishes giving protection from fear in the bardo, and the path of good wishes for safe delivery from the dangerous pitfalls of the bardo, together with the root words of the bardo, are to be read distinctly and with the proper intonation.
Cf. The 2 following passages, the first from the Book of the Craft of Dying, Chapter 6, in Bodleian MS 423, circa 15th century, Compers ed. The second from the Craft to Know Well to Die, 15th century, Chapter 4, Compers ed. Last of all, it is to be known that the prayers that follow may be conveniently said upon a sick man that laboureth to his end. And if it is a religious person, then when the covent, i.e. convent, is gathered together with smiting of the table as the manner is, then shall be said first the litany with the psalms and orisons that he used therewith. Afterward, if he live yet, let some man that is about him say the orisons that follow hereafter, as the time and opportunity will suffer. And they may be often rehearsed again to excite the devotion of the sick man, if he have reason and understanding with him, and if the sick man or woman may, nor cannot, say the orisons and prayers beforesaid, some of the assistants, i.e., bystanders, ought to say them before him with a loud voice in changing the words, there as they ought to be changed.
Then this great total is to be read either 7 times or thrice according to the occasion.
Cf. The following from The Craft to Know Well to Die, Chapter 4, Compers ed. After all these things he, the person dying, ought to say 3 times, if he may, these words that follow.
First cometh the setting face to face to the symptoms of death as they occur during the moments of death. Second, the application of the great vivid reminder, the setting face to face to reality while in the intermediate state. And third, the methods of closing the doors of the womb while in the intermediate state when seeking rebirth.
The first bardo is the Chikai bardo, the second, the Chonyid bardo, the third, the Sidpa bardo.
Part 1. The bardo of the moments of death. Instructions on the symptoms of death, or the first stage of the Chikai bardo, the primary clear light seen at the moment of death. The first, the setting face to face with the clear light during the intermediate state of the moments of death is, here, some there may be who have listened much to religious instructions, yet not recognized, and some who, though recognizing, are nevertheless weak in familiarity. But all classes of individuals who have received the practical teachings, called guides, will, if this be applied to them, be set face to face with the fundamental clear light, and without any intermediate state, they will obtain the unborn Dharmakaya by the great perpendicular path.
Text: Yar Gi Zan Tal Chenpo. The Great Straight Upward Path. One of the doctrines peculiar to Northern Buddhism is that spiritual emancipation, even Buddhahood, may be won instantaneously without entering upon the bardo plane and without further suffering on the age-long pathway of normal evolution, which transverses the various worlds of samsaric existence. The doctrine underlines the whole of the bardo total. Faith is the first step on the secret pathway. Then comes illumination, and with it certainty. And when the goal is won, emancipation. But here again, success implies very unusual proficiency in yoga, as well as much accumulated merit or good karma on the part of the devotee. If the disciple can be made to see and to grasp the truth as soon as the guru reveals it, that is to say, if he has the power to die consciously, and at the supreme moment of quitting the body can recognize the clear light, which will dawn upon him then, and become one with it, all samsaric bonds of illusion are broken asunder immediately. The dreamer is awakened into reality simultaneously with the mighty achievement of recognition.
The manner of application is, it is best if the guru from whom the deceased received guiding instructions can be had. But if the guru cannot be obtained, then a brother of the faith, or if the latter is also unobtainable, then a learned man of the same faith. Or should all these be unobtainable, then a person who can read correctly and distinctly ought to read this many times over. Thereby the deceased will be put in mind of what he had previously heard of the setting face to face, and will at once come to recognize that fundamental light and undoubtedly obtain liberation. As regards the time for the application of these instructions, when the expiration hath ceased, the vital force will have sunk into the nerve center of wisdom, and the knower will be experiencing the clear light of the natural condition.
Here, as elsewhere in our text, nerve center refers to a psychic nerve center. The psychic nerve center of wisdom is located in the heart. Text: Shezpa, pronounced Shipa, mind knower, i.e. the mind in its knowing or cognizing functions. Text: Sprosbral, pronounced total, devoid of formative activity, i.e. the mind in its natural or primal state. The mind in its unnatural state, that is to say, when incarnate in a human body, is because of the driving force of the five senses, continuously in thought formation activity. Its natural or discarnate state is a state of quiescence, comparable to its condition in the highest of dhyana, or deep meditation, when still united to a human body. The conscious recognition of the clear light induces an ecstatic condition of consciousness, such as saints and mystics of the West have called illumination.
Then, the vital force being thrown backwards and flying downwards through the right and left nerves, the intermediate state momentarily dawns.
Text, lung, pronounced lung, vital air or vital force or psychic force. Text, sa ga gon, pronounced sayayon, right and left psychic nerves. Sanskrit pingala nadi, right psychic nerve, and ida nadi, left psychic nerve.
The above directions should be applied before the vital force hath rushed into the left nerve, after first having transversed the navel nerve center. The time ordinarily necessary for this motion of the vital force is as long as the inspiration is still present, or about the time required for eating a meal.
When this text first took form, the reckoning of time was apparently yet primitive, mechanical time-keeping appliances being unknown. A similar condition still prevails in many parts of Tibet, where the period of a meal time is frequently mentioned in old religious books, a period of from 20 minutes to half an hour in duration.
Then the manner of the application of the instructions is, when the breathing is about to cease, it is best if the transference hath been applied efficiently. If the application hath been inefficient, then address the deceased thus: O nobly born, so-and-so by name, the time hath now come for thee to seek the path. In reality, thy breathing is about to cease. Thy guru hath set thee face to face before with the clear light. And now thou art about to experience it in its reality in the bardo state, wherein all things are like the void and cloudless sky, and the naked, spotless intellect is like unto a transparent vacuum without circumference or center. At this moment know thou thyself, and abide in that state. I too at this time am setting thee face to face. Having read this, repeat it many times in the ear of the person dying, even before the expiration hath ceased, so as to impress it on the mind of the dying one. If the expiration is about to cease, turn the dying one over on the right side, which posture is called the lying posture of a lion. The throbbing of the arteries on the right and left side of the throat is to be pressed. If the person dying be disposed to sleep, or if the sleeping state advances, it should be arrested, and the arteries pressed gently but firmly.
The dying person should die fully awake and keenly conscious of the process of death, hence the pressing of the arteries.
Thereby, the vital force will not be able to return from the median nerve, and will be sure to pass out through the Brahmanic aperture.
Sanskrit of text, dute, pronounced duty, meaning median nerve, but lit, trijunction. V.S. Apte's Sanskrit-English Dictionary, Pune 1890, gives duty as the only similar word defined as shaking or moving, which, if applied to our text, may refer to the vibratory motion of the psychic force traversing the median nerve as its channel. Lama Kazi Dawa Samdup. If non-distracted and alertly conscious at this psychological moment, the dying person will realize, through the power conferred by the reading of the total, the importance of holding the vital force in the median nerve till it passes out thence through the aperture of Brahma.
At this moment, the first glimpsing of the bardo of the clear light of reality, which is the infallible mind of the Dharmakaya, is experienced by all sentient beings. The interval between the cessation of the expiration and the cessation of the inspiration is the time during which the vital force remaineth in the median nerve.
After the expiration has ceased, the vital force, lit inner breath, is thought to remain in the median nerve so long as the heart continues to throb.
The common people call this the state wherein the consciousness principle hath fainted away.
Text, Namshis, pronounced Namshi, Sanskrit Vijnana, or preferably Chatyana, conscious principle or object knowing principle.
The duration of this state is uncertain. It dependeth upon the constitution, good or bad, and the state of the nerves and vital force. In those who have had even a little practical experience of the firm, tranquil state of jhana, and in those who have sound nerves, this state continueth for a long time.
Sometimes it may continue for 7 days, but usually only 4 or 5 days. The consciousness principle, however, save in certain conditions of trance, such as a yogi, for example, can induce, is not necessarily resident in the body all the while. Normally it quits the body at the moment called death, holding a subtle magnetic-like relationship with the body until the state referred to in the text comes to an end. Only for adepts in yoga would the departure of the consciousness principle be accomplished without break in the continuity of the stream of consciousness, that is to say, without the swoon state referred to. The death process is the reverse of the birth process, birth being the incarnating, death the discarnating of the consciousness principle. But in both alike there is a passing from one state of consciousness into another. And just as a babe must wake up in this world and learn by experience the nature of this world, so likewise a person at death must wake up in the Bardo world and become familiar with his own peculiar conditions. The Bardo body, formed of matter in an invisible or ethereal-like state, is an exact duplicate of the human body, from which it is separated in the process of death. Retained in the Bardo body are the consciousness principle and the psychic nerve system, the counterpart for the psychic or Bardo body of the physical nerve system of the human body.
In the setting face-to-face, the repetition of the above address to the deceased is to be persisted in until a yellowish liquid beginneth to appear from the various apertures of the bodily organs of the deceased. In those who have led an evil life and in those of unsound nerves, the above state endureth only so long as would take to snap a finger. Again, in some it endureth as long as the time taken for the eating of a meal. In various tantras, it is said that the state of swoon endureth for about 3½ days. Most other religious treatises say for 4 days, and that this setting face-to-face with the clear light ought to be persevered in during the whole time. The manner of applying these directions is, if, when dying, one be by one's own self capable of diagnosing the symptoms of death, use of the knowledge should have been made ere this.
The full meaning implied is that not only should the person about to die diagnose the symptoms of death as they come one by one, but that he should also, if able, recognize the clear light without being set face to face with it by some second person.
If the dying person be unable to do so, then either the guru or the shisha, a brother in the faith with whom the one dying was very intimate, should be kept at hand, who will vividly impress upon the one dying the symptoms of death as they appear in due order, repeatedly saying at first thus,
Cf. The following instructions from Ars Moriendi, 15th century, Compers ed. When any of likelihood shall die, i.e. is likely to die, then it is most necessary to have a special friend, the which will heartily help and pray for him, and therewith counsel the sick for the weal, i.e. health, of his soul.
Now the symptoms of earth sinking into water are come.
The 3 chief symptoms of death, which the text merely suggests by naming the first of them, is being taken for granted that the reader officiating will know the others and name them as they occur, with their symbolical counterpart are as follows. 1. A bodily sensation of pressure, earth sinking into water. 2. A bodily sensation of clammy coldness, as though the body were immersed in water, which gradually merges into that of feverish heat, water sinking into fire. 3. A feeling as though the body were being blown to atoms, fire sinking into air. Each symptom is accompanied by visible eternal changes in the body, such as loss of control over facial muscles, loss of hearing, loss of sight, the breath coming in gasps just before the loss of consciousness, whereby lamas trained in the science of death detect one by one the interdependent psychic phenomena culminating in the release of the bardo body from its human plane envelope. The translator held that the science of death, as expounded in this treatise, has been arrived at through the actual experience of death on the part of learned lamas, who, when dying, have explained to their pupils the very process of death itself in analytical and elaborate detail.
When all the symptoms of death are about to be completed, then enjoin upon the one dying this resolution, speaking in a low tone of voice in the ear. O nobly born, or, if it be a priest, O venerable sir, let not thy mind be distracted. If it be a brother in the faith or some other person, then call him by name and say thus, O nobly born, that which is called death being come to thee, now resolve thus. O this now is the hour of death. By taking advantage of this death I will so act for the good of all sentient beings, peopling the illimitable expanse of the heavens as to obtain the perfect Buddhahood by resolving on love and compassion towards them, and by directing my entire effort to the soul perfection. Shaping the thoughts thus, especially at this time when the Dharmakaya of clear light in the state after death can be realized for the benefit of all sentient beings, know that thou art in that state, and resolve that thou wilt obtain the best boon of the state of the great symbol, in which thou art, as follows.
In this state, realization of the ultimate truth is possible, providing sufficient advance on the path has been made by the deceased before death. Otherwise, he cannot benefit now and must wander on into lower and lower conditions of the bardo as determined by karma until rebirth.
Even if I cannot realize it, yet will I know this bardo, and mastering the great body of union in bardo, will appear in whatever shape will benefit all beings whomsoever.
The Tibetan of the text is here unusually concise. Literally rendered, it is, will appear in whatever will subdue, for beneficial ends whomsoever. To subdue in this sense any sentient being of the human world, a form which will appeal religiously to that being is assumed. Thus, to appeal to a Shaivite devotee, the form of Shiva is assumed. To a Buddhist, the form of the Buddha, Shakyamuni. To a Christian, the form of Jesus. To a Muslim, the form of the Prophet, and so on for other religious devotees. And for all manners and conditions of mankind, a form appropriate to the occasion. For example, for subduing children, parents, and vice versa. For shishyas, gurus, and vice versa, for common people, kings or rulers, and for kings, ministers of state.
I will serve all sentient beings, infinite in number as are the limits of the sky. Keeping thyself unseparated from this resolution, thou shouldst try to remember whatever devotional practices thou were accustomed to perform during thy lifetime.
Cf. the following from the Book of the Craft of Dying, Chapter 5 in Bodleian MS 423, circa 15th century, Compers ed. Also, if he that shall die have long time and space to bethink himself, and be not taken with hasty death, then may be read afore him, of them that be about him, devout histories and devout prayers, in the which he most delighted in when he was in heal, i.e., health.
In saying this, the reader shall put his lips close to the ear and shall repeat it distinctly, clearly impressing it upon the dying person so as to prevent his mind from wandering even for a moment. After the expiration hath completely ceased, press the nerve of sleep firmly, and a Lama, or a person higher or more learned than thyself, impress in these words thus: Reverend Sir, now that thou art experiencing the fundamental clear light, try to abide in that state which now thou art experiencing. And also in the case of any other person, the reader shall set him face to face thus: O nobly born so-and-so, listen. Now thou art experiencing the radiance of the clear light of pure reality. Recognize it. O nobly born, thy present intellect, in real nature void, not formed into anything as regards characteristics or color, naturally void, is the very reality, the all-good.
Text, Shesrig, pronounced Shirig, is the intellect, the knowing or cognizing faculty. Text, Chosnid, Kunta Bzangpo, pronounced Chonyed, Kuntuzangpo, Sanskrit Dharma Dhatu Samantabhadra, the embodiment of the Dharmakaya, the first state of Buddhahood. Our block print text in error here gives for the all-good, Kuntu Zangpo, meaning all-good father, Kuntu Zangmo, which means all-good mother. According to the great perfectionist school, the father is that which appears or phenomena, the mother is that which is conscious of the phenomena. Again, bliss is the father, and the voidness perceiving it the mother. The radiance is the father, and the voidness perceiving it the mother. And as in our text here, the intellect is the father, the voidness the mother. The repetition of void is to emphasize the importance of knowing the intellect to be in reality void, or of the nature of voidness, i.e., of the unborn, uncreated, unshaped, primordial.
Thine own intellect, which is now voidness, yet not to be regarded as of the voidness of nothingness, but as being the intellect itself, unobstructed, shining, thrilling, and blissful, is the very consciousness, the all-good Buddha.
Text, Rigpa, meaning consciousness, or as distinct from the knowing faculty by which it cognizes or knows itself to be. Ordinarily, Rigpa and Sherig are synonymous, but in an abstruse philosophical treatise as herein, Rigpa refers to the consciousness in its purest and most spiritual, i.e., supramundane aspect, and Shirig to the consciousness in that grosser aspect, not purely spiritual, whereby cognizance of phenomena is present. In this part of the Bordal Total, the psychological analysis of consciousness or mind is particularly abstruse. Wherever the text contains the word Rigpa, we have rendered it as consciousness and the word Shirig as intellect, or else to suit the context, Rigpa as consciousness and Shirig as consciousness of phenomena, which is intellect. Text, Kuntubzanpo, Sanskrit Samanta, all or universal or complete, Bhadra, good or beneficent. In this state, the experiencer and the thing experienced are inseparably one and the same, as, for example, the yellowness of gold cannot be separated from gold, nor saltness from salt. For the normal human intellect, the transcendental state is beyond comprehension.
Thine own consciousness not formed into anything in reality void, and the intellect shining and blissful, these two are inseparable. The union of them is the Dharmakaya state of perfect enlightenment.
From the union of the two states of mind or consciousness implied by the two terms Rigpa and Shirig, and symbolized by the all-good father and the all-good mother, is born the state of the Dharmakaya, the state of perfect enlightenment, Buddhahood. The Dharmakaya, body of truth, symbolizes the purest and the highest state of being, a state of supramundane consciousness, devoid of all mental limitations or obscurations, which arise from the contact of the primordial consciousness with matter.
Thine own consciousness, shining, void, and inseparable from the great body of radiance, hath no birth, nor death, and is the immutable light, Buddha Amitba.
As the Buddha Samanta Bhadra state is the state of the all-good, so the Buddha Amitba state is the state of the boundless light, and as the text implies, both are, in the last analysis, the same state, merely regarded from two viewpoints. In the first is emphasized the mind of the all-good, in the second, the enlightening Bodhi power, symbolized as Buddha Amitba, the personification of the wisdom faculty, source of life and light.
Knowing this is sufficient, recognizing the voidness of thine own intellect to be Buddhahood and looking upon it as being thine own consciousness, is to keep thyself in the state of the divine mind of the Buddha.
Text, Gongspa, pronounced Gongpa, thoughts or mind, and being in the honorific form, divine mind. And the next note, realization of the non-sansara, which is the voidness, the unbecome, the unborn, the unmade, the unformed, implies Buddhahood, perfect enlightenment, the state of the divine mind of the Buddha. Compare the following passages from the Diamond, or Immutable Sutra, with its Chinese commentary, translated by W. Gemmell, London, 1912. Every form or quality of phenomena is transient and elusive. When the mind realizes that the phenomena of life are not real phenomena, the Lord Buddha may then be clearly perceived. Chinese annotation. The spiritual Buddha must be realized within the mind, otherwise there can be no true perception of the Lord Buddha.
Repeat this distinctly and clearly 3 or even 7 times. That will recall to the mind of the dying one the former, i.e. when living, setting face to face by the Guru. Secondly, it will cause the naked consciousness to be recognized as the clear light. And thirdly, recognizing one's own self, thus one becometh permanently united with the Dharmakaya, and liberation will be certain.
If, when dying, one be familiar with this state in virtue of previous spiritual or yogic training in the human world, and have power to win Buddhahood at this all-determining moment, the wheel of rebirth is stopped and liberation instantaneously achieved. But such spiritual efficiency is so very rare that the normal mental condition of the person dying is unequal to the supreme feat of holding on to the state in which the clear light shines, and there follows a progressive descent into lower and lower states of the bardo existence, and then rebirth. The simile of a needle balanced on set rolling on a thread is used by the Lamas to elucidate this condition. So long as the needle retains its balance, it remains on the thread. Eventually, however, the law of gravitation affects it and it falls. In the realm of the clear light, similarly, the mentality of a person dying momentarily enjoys a condition of balance or perfect equilibrium and of oneness. Owing to unfamiliarity with such a state, which is an ecstatic state of non-ego, of subliminal consciousness, the consciousness principle of the average human being lacks the power to function in it. Karmic propensities becloud the consciousness principle with thoughts of personality, of individualized being, of dualism, and losing equilibrium, the consciousness principle falls away from the clear light. It is ideation of ego, of self, which prevents the realization of nirvana, which is the blowing out of the flame of selfish longing, and so the wheel of life continues to turn.
Instructions concerning the second stage of the Chikai Bardo, the secondary clear light seen immediately after death. Thus, the primary clear light is recognized and liberation attained. But if it be feared that the primary clear light hath not been recognized, then it can certainly be assumed there is dawning upon the deceased that called the secondary clear light, which dawneth in somewhat more than a mealtime period after the expiration hath ceased. According to one's own good or bad karma, the vital force floweth down into either the right or left nerve and goeth out through any of the apertures of the body.
Immediately after the passing of the vital force into the median nerve, the person dying experiences the clear light in its primitive purity, the Dharmakaya, unobscured, and if unable to hold fast to that experience, next experiences the secondary clear light, having fallen to a lower state of the bardo, wherein the Dharmakaya is dimmed by karmic obscurations.
Then cometh a lucid condition of the mind.
Text, Shipa, rendered here as mind. The translator has added the following comment. The vital force passing from the navel psychic nerve center and the principle of consciousness passing from the brain psychic nerve center unite in the heart psychic nerve center, and in departing thence from the body, normally through the aperture of Brahma, produce in the dying person a state of ecstasy of the greatest intensity. The succeeding stage is less intense, In the first or primary stage is experienced the primary clear light. In the second stage, the secondary clear light. A ball set bouncing reaches its greatest height at the first bound. The second bound is lower, and each succeeding bound is still lower until the ball comes to rest. Similarly is it with the consciousness principle at the death of a human body. Its first spiritual bound directly upon quitting the earth plane body is the highest. The next is lower. Finally, the force of karma having spent itself in the after-death state, the consciousness principle comes to rest, a womb is entered, and then comes rebirth in this world.
To say that the state of the primary clear light endureth for a mealtime period would depend upon the good or bad condition of the nerves, and also whether there hath been previous practice or not in the setting face to face. When the consciousness principle getteth outside the body, it saying to itself, "Am I dead, or am I not dead?" it cannot determine. It seeth its relatives and connections as it had been used to seeing them before. It even heareth the wailings. The terrifying karmic illusions have not yet dawned, nor have the frightful apparitions or experiences caused by the lords of death yet come.
Text: Shinre, pronounced Shinje, Lord of Death, but the plural form is allowable and preferable here.
During this interval, the directions are to be applied by the Lama or reader. There are those, devotees, of the perfected stage and of the visualizing stage. If it be one who was in the perfected stage, then call him thrice by name and repeat over and over again the above instructions of setting face to face with the clear light. If it be one who was in the visualizing stage, then read out to him the introductory descriptions and the text of the meditation on his tutelary deity, and then say, "O thou of noble birth, meditate upon thine own tutelary deity." Here the deity's name is to be mentioned by the reader. Do not be distracted. Earnestly concentrate thy mind upon the tutelary deity. Meditate upon him as if he were the reflection of the moon in water, apparent yet in existence in itself. Meditate upon him as if he were a being with a physical body.
Cf. The following from The Craft to Know Well to Die, Chapter 4, Comper's Ed. And after he, the person dying, ought to require the apostles, the martyrs, the confessors, and the virgins, and in special all the saints that he most loved ever. And the note: the favorite deity of the deceased is the tutelary Tibetan, Yidam, usually one of the Buddhas or Bodhisattvas, of whom Shenrazi is the most popular.
So saying, the reader will impress it. If the deceased be of the common folk, say, "Meditate upon the great compassionate Lord."
Text: Jovo Thogs Ren Chenpo, pronounced Jowothu Jijenpo. Great compassionate Lord, synonymous with Tibet. Yangra Zigs, pronounced Shenrazi. Sanskrit: Avalokiteshvara.
By thus being set face to face, even those who would not be expected to recognize the bardo, unaided, are undoubtedly certain to recognize it. Persons who while living have been set face to face with the reality by a guru, yet who have not made themselves familiar with it, will not able to recognize the bardo clearly by themselves. Either a guru or a brother in the faith will have to impress vividly such persons.
A person may have heard a detailed description of the art of swimming and yet never have tried to swim. Suddenly thrown into the water, he finds himself unable to swim. So with those who have been taught the theory of how to act in the time of death and have not applied through yogic practices the theory. They cannot maintain unbroken continuity of consciousness. They grow bewildered at the changed conditions and fail to progress or to take advantage of the opportunity offered by death unless upheld and directed by a living guru. Even with all that a guru can do, they ordinarily, because of bad karma, fail to recognize the bardo as such.
There may be even those who have made themselves familiar with the teachings, yet who, because of the violence of the disease causing death, may be mentally unable to withstand illusions. For such also this instruction is absolutely necessary. Again, there are those who, although previously familiar with the teachings, have become liable to pass into the miserable states of existence, owing to breach of vows or failure to perform essential obligations honestly. To them, this instruction is indispensable. If the first stage of the bardo hath been taken by the forelock, that is best. But if not, by application of this distinct recalling to the deceased, while in the second stage of the bardo, his intellect is awakened and attaineth liberation. While on the second stage of the bardo, one's body is of the nature of that called the shining illusory body.
Text: Dagpahingulas, pronounced Tagpegulu, pure or shining illusory body, Sanskrit Maya Rupa. This is the ethereal counterpart to the physical body of the earth plane, the astral body of theosophy.
Not knowing whether he be dead or not, a state of lucidity cometh to the deceased.
With the departure of the consciousness principle from the human body, there comes a psychic thrill which gives way to a state of lucidity.
If the instructions be successfully applied to the deceased while he is in that state, then by the meeting of the mother reality and the offspring reality, karma controlleth not.
Text: Chosnyed Mebu, Sanskrit Dharma Matri Putra, mother and offspring reality or truth. The offspring truth is that realized in this world through practicing deep meditation, Sanskrit Dhyana. The mother truth is the primal or fundamental truth experienced only after death, whilst the knower is in the bardo state of equilibrium. Here, karmic propensities have erupted into activity. What a photograph is compared to the object photographed, the offspring reality is to the mother reality. And the next note, lit, karma is unable to turn the mouth or head, the figure implied being that of a rider controlling a horse with a bridle and bit. In the Tantra of the Great Liberation, there is this similar passage. The man blinded by the darkness of ignorance, the fool caught in the meshes of his actions, and the illiterate man, by listening to his great Tantra, are released from the bonds of karma. Cf. Tantra of the Great Liberation, line 205, as edited by Arthur Avalon, London, 1913.
Like the sun's rays, for example, dispelling the darkness, the clear light on the path dispelleth the power of karma. That which is called the second stage of the bardo dawneth upon the thought body.
Text: Yidkilos, pronounced Yidkilu, mental body, desire body, or thought body.
The knower hovereth within those places to which its activities had been limited. If at this time this special teaching be applied efficiently, then the purpose will be fulfilled, for the karmic illusions will not have come yet, and therefore he, the deceased, cannot be turned hither and thither from his aim of achieving enlightenment. Part 2. The Bardo of the Experience of Reality. Introductory instructions concerning the experiencing of reality during the third stage of the bardo, called the Chonyad bardo, when the karmic apparitions appear. But even though the primary clear light be not recognized, the clear light of the second bardo being recognized, liberation will be attained. If not liberated even by that, then that called the third bardo or the Chonyad bardo dawneth. In this third stage of the bardo, the karmic illusions come to shine. It is very important that this great setting face-to-face of the Chonyad bardo be read. It hath much power and can do much good. About this time, the deceased can see that the share of food is being set aside, that the body is being stripped of its garments, that the place of the sleeping rug is being swept, can hear all the weeping and wailing of his friends and relatives, and although he can see them and can hear them calling upon him, they cannot hear him calling upon them, so he goeth away displeased.
The references are 1, to the share of food being set aside for the deceased during the funeral rites, 2, to his corpse being prepared for the shroud, and 3, to his bed or sleeping place.
At that time, sounds, lights, and rays, all three, are experienced. These awe, frighten, and terrify and cause much fatigue. At this moment, this setting face-to-face with the bardo during the experiencing of reality is to be applied. Call the deceased by name and correctly and distinctly explain to him as follows. O nobly born, listen with full attention without being distracted. There are 6 states of bardo, namely, the natural state of bardo while in the womb, the bardo of the dream state, the bardo of ecstatic equilibrium while in deep meditation, the bardo of the moment of death, the bardo during the experiencing of reality, the bardo of the inverse process of sansaric existence.
Text: Skynas bardo, pronounced Kaine bardo, intermediate state or state of uncertainty of the place of birth or while in the womb. Text: Milam bardo, pronounced Milam bardo, intermediate state or state of uncertainty during the experiencing of the dream state. Text: Tingni Hizin Basam Gitam bardo, pronounced Tingizin Samtam bardo, intermediate state or state of uncertainty during the experiencing of jhana meditation in samadhi, ecstatic equilibrium. Text: Hichai Kahi bardo, pronounced Chikai bardo, intermediate state or state of uncertainty of the dying moment or moment of death. Text: Chosnid bardo, pronounced Chonid bardo, intermediate state or state of uncertainty during the experiencing of reality. Text: Lugs Kyung Shridpahi bardo, pronounced Luyang Sidpai bardo, intermediate state or state of uncertainty in the inverse process of sansaric worldly existence, the state wherein the knower is seeking rebirth.
These are the 6. O nobly born, thou wilt experience 3 bardos, the bardo of the moment of death, the bardo during the experiencing of reality, and the bardo while seeking rebirth. Of these 3, up to yesterday thou hadst experienced the bardo of the moment of death. Although the clear light of reality dawned upon thee, thou wert unable to hold on, and so thou hast to wander here. Now henceforth thou art going to experience the other 2, the Chonyid bardo and the Sidpa bardo. Thou wilt pay undistracted attention to that with which I am about to set thee face to face and hold on. O nobly born, that which is called death hath now come. Thou art departing from this world, but thou art not the only one. Death cometh to all. Do not cling in fondness and weakness to this life. Even though thou clingest out of weakness, thou hast not the power to remain here. Thou wilt gain nothing more than wandering in this sansara.
Text: Korva, pronounced Korwa, a thing whirling around, whirligig, Sanskrit sansara or samsara.
Be not attached to this world. Be not weak. Remember the precious Trinity.
That is, the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha.
O nobly born, whatever fear and terror may come to thee in the Chonyid bardo, forget not these words, and bearing their meaning at heart go forwards. In them lieth the vital secret of recognition. Alas, when the uncertain experiencing of reality is dawning upon me here,
reality is experienced or glimpsed in a state of uncertainty because the knower experiences it through the bardo counterpart of the illusory perceptive faculties of the earth plane body, and not through the unobscured supramundane consciousness of the pure Dharmakaya state, wherein there can be no bardo, i.e. uncertain or intermediate state.
with every thought of fear or terror or awe for all, apparitional appearances set aside, may I recognize whatever visions appear as the reflections of mine own consciousness. May I know them to be of the nature of apparitions in the bardo. When at this all-important moment of opportunity of achieving a great end, may I not fear the bands of peaceful and wrathful deities, mine own thought forms.
Text, Ran Snang, pronounced Rang Nang, one's own mental visions or thought forms.
Repeat thou these verses clearly, and remembering their significance as thou repeatest them, go forwards, O nobly born. Thereby whatever visions of awe or terror appear, recognition is certain, and forget not this vital secret art lying therein. O nobly born, when thy body and mind were separating, thou must have experienced a glimpse of the pure truth, subtle, sparkling, bright, dazzling, glorious, and radiantly awesome, in appearance like a mirage moving across a landscape in springtime, in one continuous stream of vibrations. Be not daunted thereby, not terrified, nor awed. That is the radiance of thine own true nature. Recognize it. From the midst of that radiance, the natural sound of reality, reverberating like 1,000 thunders simultaneously sounding, will come. That is the natural sound of thine own real self. Be not daunted thereby, nor terrified, nor awed. That is the radiance of thine own true nature. Recognize it. From the midst of that radiance, the natural sound of reality, reverberating like 1,000 thunders simultaneously sounding, will come. That is the natural sound of thine own real self. Be not daunted thereby, nor terrified, nor awed. The body which thou hast now is called the thought body of propensities.
Text, Bagchags Yidlus, pronounced Bagchayidlu. Yidlu, mind, body, or thought body. Bagchags, habit, propensities, born of sansaric or worldly existence.
Since thou hast not a material body of flesh and blood, whatever may come, sounds, lights, or rays, are all three unable to harm thee. Thou art incapable of dying. It is quite sufficient for thee to know that these apparitions are thine own thought forms. Recognize this to be the bardo. O nobly born, if thou dost not now recognize thine own thought forms, whatever of meditation or of devotion thou mayest have performed while in the human world, if thou hast not met with this present teaching, the lights will daunt thee, the sounds will awe thee, and the rays will terrify thee. Shouldest thou not know this all-important key to the teachings, not be able to recognize the sounds, lights, and rays, thou wilt have to wander in the samsara. The dawning of the peaceful deities from the 1st to the 7th day. Assuming that the deceased is karmically bound, as the average departed one is, to pass through the 49 days of the bardo existence, despite the very frequent settings face to face, the daily trials and dangers which he must meet and attempt to triumph over during the first 7 days, wherein dawn the peaceful deities, are next explained to him in detail. The first day, judging from the text, being reckoned from the time in which normally he would be expected to wake up to the fact that he is dead and on the way back to rebirth, or about 3½ to 4 days after death. The first day, O nobly born, thou hast been in a swoon during the last 3½ days. As soon as thou art recovered from this swoon, thou wilt have the thought, what hath happened? Act so that thou wilt recognize the bardo. At that time, all the samsara will be in revolution, and the phenomenal appearances that thou wilt see will then be the radiances and deities.
That is to say, phenomena or phenomenal experiences as experienced when in the human world will be experienced in quite another way in the bardo world, so that to one just dead they will seem to be in revolution or confusion. Hence the warning to the deceased, who must accustom himself to the after-death state as a babe must accustom itself after birth to our world. And at this point, where the marvelous bardo visions begin to dawn, the student in attempting to rationalize them should ever keep in mind that this treatise is essentially esoteric, being in most parts, especially from here onwards, allegorical and symbolical of psychic experiences in the after-death state.
The whole heavens will appear deep blue. Then, from the central realm called the spreading forth of the seed, the Bhagavan Vairocana, white in color and seated upon a lion throne, bearing an 8-spoked wheel in his hand, and embraced by the mother of the space of heaven, will manifest himself to thee.
Text, Thigal Berdalva, pronounced Tigildalwa, spreading forth the seed of all things. Esoterically, this is the Dharma Dhatu. And text, Renampar Snangmazad, pronounced Nampar Nangzad. Sanskrit Vairocana, the Jnana Buddha of the center or central realm. Vairocana literally means in shapes making visible. Hence he is the manifester of phenomena, or the noumena. The wheel he holds symbolizes sovereign power. His title, Bhagavan, applied to many other of the deities to follow hereinafter, meaning one possessed of dominion, or of the six powers, or the victorious, qualifies him as being a Buddha, i.e. one who has conquered or has dominion over samsaric or worldly existence. As the central Jnana Buddha, Vairocana is the highest path to enlightenment of the esoteric school. Like a central sun surrounded by the four Jnana Buddhas of the four cardinal directions who dawn on the 4 succeeding days, he symbolizes the one truth surrounded by its 4 constituents or elements. As the source of all organic life, in him all things visible and invisible have their consummation and absorption. For general references to the deities of the Bardo Total, see L.A. Waddell, The Buddhism of Tibet or Lamaism, London, 1895, and A. Getty, The Gods of Northern Buddhism, Oxford, 1914. And text, Nam Makaa Devings King Dvang Phung Ma, pronounced Nam Kaying Kaiwang Chagma, Sovereign Lady of the Space of Heaven, Sanskrit Akasa Dhatu Ishvara. The mother is the female principle of the universe, the father, Vairocana, the seed of all that is.
It is the aggregate of matter resolved into its primordial state, which is the blue light.
Here the block print reads, it is the aggregate of consciousness. Nampar Shis Pahe, pronounced Nampar Shipe, Sanskrit Vijnana Skanda, resolved into its primordial state, which is the blue light. In our MS, the aggregate of consciousness shines as a white light in relationship with Vajra Sattva on the second day.
The wisdom of the Dharma Dhatu, blue in color, shining, transparent, glorious, dazzling from the heart of Vairocana, as the Father-Mother, will shoot forth and strike against thee with a light so radiant that thou wilt scarcely be able to look at it.
Here, as in parallel passages following, the chief deity personifies in himself the female as well as the male principle of nature, and hence is called the Father-Mother. Depicted, as described by the text, in appropriate symbolical colors on the corresponding illuminated folio of our MS as the Divine Father and the Divine Mother in union, i.e. in divine at-one-ment.
Along with it, there will also shine a dull white light from the Devas, which will strike against thee in thy front. Thereupon, because of the power of bad karma, the glorious blue light of the wisdom of the Dharma Dhatu will produce in thee fear and terror, and thou wilt wish to flee from it. Thou wilt beget a fondness for the dull white light of the Devas. At this stage, thou must not be awed by the divine blue light which will appear shining, dazzling, and glorious, and be not startled by it. That is the light of the Tathagata, called the light of the wisdom of the Dharma Dhatu.
Text, Debshing Shegspa, pronounced Deshing Shegpa, Sanskrit Tathagata, meaning he who hath gone that same way, i.e. one who hath reached the goal, nirvana, a Buddha.
Put thy faith in it, believe in it firmly, and pray unto it, thinking in thy mind that it is the light proceeding from the heart of the Bhagavan Vairocana, coming to receive thee while in the dangerous ambuscade of the Bardo.
Text, Frang, pronounced Tang, narrow passage, ambush.
That light is the light of the grace of Vairocana. Be not fond of the dull white light of the Devas. Be not attached to it. Be not weak. If thou be attached to it, thou wilt wander into the abodes of the Devas and be drawn into the whirl of the 6 lokas. That is an interruption to obstruct thee on the path of liberation. Look not at it. Look at the bright blue light in deep faith. Put thy whole thought earnestly upon Virochana, and repeat after me this prayer. Alas, when wandering in the sansara because of intense stupidity, on the radiant light path of the Dharma Dhatu, wisdom, may I be led to the Bhagavan Virochana. May the Divine Mother of Infinite Space be my rear guard. May I be led safely across the fearful ambush of the Bardo. May I be placed in the state of the all-perfect Buddhahood.
Cf. The following instructions to the dying person in the prayer from the Craft to Know Well to Die, Chapter 4, Compers ed. He ought afterwards, if he may, to call on the holy angels in saying, Ye spirits of heaven, angels much glorious, I beseech you that ye will be assistant, i.e. present, with me that now beginneth to depart, and that ye deliver me mightily from the awaits and fallacies of mine adversaries, and that it please you to receive my soul into your company, the principal, my leader, and my good angel, which by our Lord are deputed to be my warder and keeper, I pray and require thee that thou shalt now aid and help me.
Praying thus, in intense humble faith, thou wilt merge in halo of rainbow light into the heart of Virochana, and obtain Buddhahood in the Sambhoga Kaya in the central realm of the densely packed.
Text. Stugpo Kodpadi Jinghams, pronounced Tugpo Kodpai Shingham, thickly formed or densely packed realm, i.e. the seat of all universal forces and things are densely packed together therein, also called in Tibetan Ogmin, lit, no down, the realm whence there is no fall, the state leading into nirvana. It is preeminently the realm of the Buddhas.
But if, notwithstanding this setting face-to-face through power of anger or of obscuring karma, one should be startled at the glorious light and flee, or be overcome by illusions despite the prayer on the second day, Vajra Sattva and his attendant deities, as well as one's evil deeds meriting hell, will come to receive one. Thereupon the setting face-to-face is calling the deceased by name thus, O nobly born, listen undistractedly. On the second day the pure form of water will shine as a white light. At that time, from the deep blue eastern realm of preeminent happiness, the Bhagavan Akshobhya, as Vajra Sattva, blue in color, holding in his hand a 5-pronged dorje, seated upon an elephant throne and embraced by the mother Mamakai, will appear to thee, attended by the bodhisattvas Kshitigarbha and Maitreya, with the female bodhisattvas Lasima and Pushpima.
Text. Dorje Semsdpa Mikbskodpa, pronounced Dorje Semspa Mykyodpa, Sanskrit Vajrasattva Akshobhya. Akshobhya, the unagitated or immovable, the Jnani Buddha of the eastern direction, here as throughout the text appears as Vajrasattva, the divine heroic-minded or indestructible-minded, his Sambhoga Kaya, or adorned active reflex, Vajra Dara, the indestructible or steadfast holder, is also a reflex of Akshobhya, and both reflexes are very important deities of the esoteric school. And the dorje is the Lamaic scepter, a type of the thunderbolt of Indra, Jupiter. And this is the Sanskrit form as incorporated in our Tibetan text. Here the block print, evidently in error, contains in Tibetan Sangria Spayama, pronounced Sangye Chanma, meaning she of the Buddha eye, who in our manuscript text comes with Ratna Sambhava on the third day. Mamakai is also one of the 108 names given to Dolma, Sanskrit Tara, the national goddess of Tibet. In the Dharma Samgraha, it is said that there are 4 devas, namely Rochani, Mamaki, Pandura, and Tara. And text, Sahi Sningpo, pronounced Sayi Ningpo, Sanskrit Kitagarbha, womb or matrix of the earth. And text, Byamspa, pronounced Champa, Sanskrit Maitreya, love the Buddha to come, who will reform mankind through the power of divine love. And Lasima and Pushpima are correct Sanskrit forms incorporated in our manuscript. Their Tibetan equivalents are respectively Gegmopa, Sanskrit Lasya, meaning bell or dallying one, and Mitogma, Sanskrit Pushpa, she who offers or holds blossoms. Pushpa, depicted holding a blossom in her hand, is a personification of blossoms. Lasya, the bell, depicted holding a mirror in a coquettish attitude, personifies beauty.
These 6 Bodic deities will appear to thee, the aggregate of thy principle of consciousness being in its pure form, which is the mirror-like wisdom, will shine as a bright, radiant white light from the heart of Vajrasattva, the Father-Mother, with such dazzling brilliancy and transparency that thou wilt scarcely be able to look at it, and will strike against thee.
Text: Renampar Shispahi Pongpo, pronounced Nampar Shipe Fungpo. Aggregate of consciousness principle, the knower. The block print contains in place of this Zugski Fungpo, pronounced Zuki Fungpo. Aggregate of the body or bodily aggregate.
And a dull, smoke-colored light from hell will shine alongside the light of the mirror-like wisdom and will also strike against thee. Thereupon, through the power of anger, thou wilt beget fear and be startled at the dazzling white light and wilt wish to flee from it. Thou wilt beget a feeling of fondness for the dull smoked color light from hell. Act then so that thou wilt not fear that bright, dazzling, transparent white light. Know it to be wisdom. Put thy humble and earnest faith in it. That is the light of the grace of the Bhagavan Vajrasattva. Think, will faith, I will take refuge in it and pray. That is the Bhagavan Vajrasattva, coming to receive thee and to save thee from the fear and terror of the bardo. Believe in it, for it is the hook of the rays of grace of Vajrasattva.
The rays of divine grace are a hook of salvation to catch hold of the deceased and drag him away from the dangers of the bardo. Sometimes each ray is thought of as ending in a hook, just as each ray emanating from the sun god Ra and descending as a grace ray upon a devotee is depicted in ancient temples of Egypt as ending in a hand. Similarly, the Christian thinks of the saving grace of God.
Be not fond of the dull, smoke-colored light from hell. That is the path which openeth out to receive thee because of the power of accumulated evil karma from violent anger. If thou be attracted by it, thou wilt fall into the hell worlds, and falling therein thou wilt have to endure unbearable misery, whence there is no certain time of getting out. That being an interruption to obstruct thee on the path of liberation, look not at it, and avoid anger.
The deceased is here thought of perhaps as being able to see his people on earth and as liable to anger should he see them disputing over the division of his property, or if he perceives avarice on the part of the Lama conducting the funeral rites. But the prohibition touching anger is essentially yogic. Yogis of all religions recognizing that anger prevents spiritual progress, and it parallels the moral teaching against giving way to anger contained in the ancient Egyptian precepts of Ptah Hotep.
Be not attracted by it, be not weak. Believe in the dazzling bright white light, and putting thy whole heart earnestly upon the Bhagavan Vajrasattva, pray thus. Alas, when wandering in the samsara because of the power of violent anger, on the radiant light path of the mirror-like wisdom, may I be led to the Bhagavan Vajrasattva. May the Divine Mother, Mamaki, be my rear guard. May I be led safely across the fearful ambush of the bardo, and may I be placed in the state of the all-perfect Buddhahood. Praying thus, in intense humble faith, thou wilt merge in rainbow light into the heart of the Bhagavan Vajrasattva, and obtain Buddhahood in the Sambhoga Kaya, in the eastern realm called preeminently happy. The third day. Yet even when set face to face in this way, some persons, because of obscurations from bad karma and from pride, although the hook of the rays of grace striketh against them, flee from it. If one be one of them, then on the third day, the Bhagavan Ratna Sambhava and his accompanying deities, along with the light path from the human world, will come to receive one simultaneously.
Text: Rinchen Byung Uldan, pronounced Rinchen Yungdan, Sanskrit Ratna Sambhava, I.C., born of a jewel. He is the beautifier, whence comes all that is precious, a personified attribute of the Buddha.
Again, calling the deceased by name, the setting face to face is thus: O nobly born, listen undistractedly. On the third day, the primal form of the element earth will shine forth as a yellow light. At that time, from the southern realm endowed with glory, the Bhagavan Ratna Sambhava, yellow in color, bearing a jewel in his hand, seated upon a horse throne and embraced by the Divine Mother, Sangye Chanma, will shine upon thee.
Text: Sangyas Spyan Ma, pronounced Sangye Chanma, she of the Buddha eye, or eyes.
The two bodhisattvas, Akasha Garbha and Samantabhadra, attended by the two female bodhisattvas, Malema and Dupima, in all 6 Bodic forms, will come to shine from amidst a rainbow halo of light.
Text: Nam Mikani Snyingpo, pronounced Namkai Ningpo, Sanskrit Akasha Garbha, womb or matrix of the sky. And text: Kuntu Zangpo, pronounced Kuntu Zangpo, Sanskrit Samantabhadra, all good. This is not the Adi Buddha, Samantabhadra, but the spiritual son of the Jnani Buddha, Vairochana. And text: Malema, she who holds or bears the rosary, and Dupima, she who holds or bears the incense. These are corrupt forms, hybrids of Sanskrit and Tibetan, their Sanskrit equivalents being Mala and Dupa, and their Tibetan equivalents Frang Bama, pronounced Fren Bama, and Dug Sposma, pronounced Dugpoma. The color of these goddesses, corresponding to that of the earth light, is yellow.
The aggregate of touch in its primal form as the yellow light of wisdom of equality, dazzling yellow, glorified with orbs having satellite orbs of radiance, so clear and bright that the eye can scarcely look upon it, will strike against thee. Side by side with it, the dull bluish-yellow light from the human world will also strike against thy heart, along with the wisdom light. Thereupon, through the power of egotism, thou wilt beget a fear for the dazzling yellow light, and wilt wish to flee from it. Thou wilt be fondly attracted towards the dull bluish-yellow light from the human world. At that time do not fear that bright, dazzling, yellow, transparent light, but know it to be wisdom. In that state, keeping thy mind resigned, trust in it earnestly and humbly. If thou knowest it to be the radiance of thine own intellect, although thou exertest not thy humility and faith and prayer to it, the divine body and light will merge into thee inseparably, and thou wilt obtain Buddhahood. If thou dost not recognize the radiance of thine own intellect, think with faith. It is the radiance of the grace of the Bhagavan Ratna Sambhava. I will take refuge in it, and pray. It is the hook of the grace rays of the Bhagavan Ratna Sambhava. Believe in it. Be not fond of that dull bluish-yellow light from the human world. That is the path of thine accumulated propensities of violent egotism come to receive thee. If thou art attracted by it, thou wilt be born in the human world and have to suffer birth, age, sickness, and death, and thou wilt have no chance of getting out of the quagmire of worldly existence. That is an interruption to obstruct thy path of liberation. Therefore look not upon it, and abandon egotism, abandon propensities. Be not attracted towards it, be not weak. Act so as to trust in that bright, dazzling light. Put thine earnest thought, one pointedly, upon the Bhagavan Ratna Sambhava, and pray thus: Alas, when wandering in the samsara because of the power of violent egotism, on the radiant light path of the wisdom of equality, may I be led by the Bhagavan Ratna Sambhava. May the Divine Mother, she of the Buddha eye, be my rear guard. May I be led safely across the fearful ambush of the bardo. And may I be placed in the state of the all-perfect Buddhahood. By praying thus with deep humility and faith, thou wilt merge into the heart of the Bhagavan Ratna Sambhava, the divine Father-Mother, in halo of rainbow light, and attain Buddhahood in the Sambhoga Kaya, in the southern realm endowed with glory. The fourth day. By thus being set face to face, however weak the mental faculties may be, there is no doubt of one's gaining liberation. Yet, though so often set face to face, there are classes of men who, having created much bad karma, or having failed in observance of vows or their lot, for higher development being altogether lacking, prove unable to recognize. Their obscurations and evil karma from covetousness and miserliness produce awe of the sounds and radiances, and they flee. If one be of these classes, then on the fourth day the Bhagavan Amitabha and his attendant deities, together with the light path from the Pretaloka, proceeding from miserliness and attachment, will come to receive one simultaneously.
Text: Snangva Fayas, pronounced Nangwa Faye, Sanskrit Amitba, boundless or incomprehensible light. As an embodiment of one of the Buddha attributes or wisdoms, the all-discriminating wisdom Amitba personifies life eternal.
Again, the setting face-to-face is calling the deceased by name thus. O nobly born, listen undistractedly. On the fourth day the red light, which is the primal form of the element fire, will shine. At that time, from the red western realm of happiness, the Bhagavan Buddha Amitabha, red in color, bearing a lotus in his hand, seated upon a peacock throne and embraced by the Divine Mother, Gokarmo, will shine upon thee, together with the Bodhisattvas Chanrazi and Jampal, attended by the female Bodhisattvas, Gurdima and Alok.
Text: Gos Karmo, pronounced Gokarmo, she in white raiment. Text: Spian Ras Ziggs, pronounced Chanrazi, Sanskrit Avalokiteshvara. Down-looking one, the embodiment of mercy or compassion. The Dalai Lamas are believed to be his incarnations. Amitabha, with whom he here dawns, is his spiritual father, whose incarnate representatives are the Tashi Lamas. He is often depicted with 11 heads and 1,000 arms, each with an eye in the palm, as the great pitier, his 1,000 arms and eyes appropriately representing him as ever on the outlook to discover distress and to succor the troubled. In China, Avalokiteshvara becomes the great goddess of mercy, Kuan Yin, represented by a female figure bearing a child in her arms. And text: Agam Dapal, pronounced Jampal, Sanskrit Manjushri, of gentle glory. A fuller Tibetan form is Gam Dapal Jangs, pronounced Jampal Yang, Sanskrit Manjugosha, glorious, gentle-voiced one. He is the god of mystic wisdom, the Buddhist Apollo, commonly depicted with the flaming sword of light held aloft in his right hand, and the lotus-supported book of wisdom, the Prajna Paramita, held in his left. And text: Gurdima and Alok, corrupted from Sanskrit Gita, strong, and Aloka, light. Tibetan Gluma, pronounced Luma, and Snang Salma, pronounced Nang Salma. Gita, commonly represented holding a lyre, personifies or symbolizes music and song, and Aloka, holding a lamp, personifies or symbolizes light, related to the element fire, as herein their color is red.
The 6 bodies of enlightenment will shine upon thee from amidst a halo of rainbow light. The primal form of the aggregate of feelings as the red light of the all-discriminating wisdom, glittering red, glorified with orbs and satellite orbs, bright, transparent, glorious, and dazzling, proceeding from the heart of the Divine Father, Mother, Amitabha, will strike against thy heart, so radiantly that thou wilt scarcely be able to look upon it. Fear it not. Along with it, a dull red light from the Pritaloka, coming side by side with the light of wisdom, will also shine upon thee. Act so that thou shalt not be fond of it. Abandon attachment and weakness for it. At that time, through the influence of intense attachment, thou wilt become terrified by the dazzling red light, and wilt wish to flee from it. And thou wilt beget a fondness for that dull red light of the Pritaloka. At that time be not afraid of the glorious, dazzling, transparent, radiant red light. Recognizing it as wisdom, keeping thine intellect in the state of resignation, thou wilt merge into it inseparably and attain Buddhahood. If thou dost not recognize it, it is the rays of the grace of the Bhagavan Amitabha, and I will take refuge in it, and trusting humbly in it, pray unto it. That is the hook rays of the grace of the Bhagavan Amitabha. Trust in it humbly, flee not. Even if thou fleest, it will follow thee inseparably from thyself. Fear it not. Be not attracted towards the dull red light of the Pritaloka. That is the light path proceeding from the accumulations of thine intense attachment to sansaric existence, which hath come to receive thee. If thou be attached thereto, thou wilt fall into the world of unhappy spirits and suffer unbearable misery from hunger and thirst. Thou wilt have no chance of gaining liberation therein.
Lit, of liberation there will be no time. Once the deceased becomes a preta, or unhappy ghost, the after-death attainment of nirvana is normally no longer possible. He must then wait for the opportunity afforded by rebirth in the human world when his Pritaloka existence has ended.
That dull red light is an interruption to obstruct thee on the path of liberation. Be not attached to it, and abandon habitual propensities. Be not weak, trust in the bright dazzling red light, in the Bhagavan Amitabha, the Father-Mother. Put thy trust one pointedly and pray thus. Alas, when wandering in the sansara because of the power of intense attachment, on the radiant light path of the discriminating wisdom, may I be led by the Bhagavan Amitabha. May the Divine Mother, she of white raiment, be my rear guard. May I be safely led across the dangerous ambush of the Bardo, and may I be placed in the state of the all-perfect Buddhahood. By praying thus humbly and earnestly, thou wilt merge into the heart of the Divine Father-Mother, the Bhagavan Amitabha, in halo of rainbow light, and attain Buddhahood in the Sambhoga Kaya, in the Western realm named Happy. The 5th day. It is impossible that one should not be liberated thereby. Yet, though thus set face to face, sentient beings unable through long association with propensities to abandon propensities, and through bad karma and jealousy, awe and terror being produced by the sounds and radiances, the hook rays of grace failing to catch hold of them, wander down also to the 5th day. If one be such a sentient being, thereupon the Bhagavan Amoga city, with his attendant deities and the light and rays of his grace, will come to receive one. A light proceeding from the Asura Loka, produced by the evil passion of jealousy, will also come to receive one.
Text: John Yod Grudpa, pronounced John Yud Ruppa. Sanskrit: Amoga city, almighty conqueror.
The setting face-to-face at that time is calling the deceased by name thus. O nobly born, listen undistractedly. On the 5th day, the green light of the primal form of the ancient air will shine upon thee. At that time, from the green northern realm of successful performance of best actions, the Bhagavan Buddha Amoga city, green in color, bearing a crossed dorje in hand, seated upon a sky-traversing harpy throne, embraced by the Divine Mother, the faithful Dulma, will shine upon thee with his attendants. The 2 bodhisattvas, Chagna Dorje and Dip Panmazel, attended by 2 female bodhisattvas, Gendama and Nedama.
That is, a dorje with 4 heads, such as is depicted on the front cover of this volume, It symbolizes equilibrium, immutability, and almighty power. Text, Shang Chang, refers to an order of creatures like the fabulous harpies of classical mythology, having human form from the waist upwards, and from the waist downwards the form of a bird. But whereas the Greek harpies were female, these are of both sexes. That a race of such harpies exists in the world somewhere is a popular belief among Tibetans. Text, Scrolma, pronounced Dolma, Dolma Sanskrit Tara, equals Savioress. She is the divine consort of Avalokiteshvara. There are now two recognized forms of this goddess. The green Dolma, as worshipped in Tibet, and the white Dolma, as worshipped chiefly in China and Mongolia. The royal Nepalese princess who became the wife of the first Buddha king in Tibet is believed to have been an incarnation of the green Dolma, and his wife from the imperial house of China an incarnation of the white Dolma. The late Lama Kazi Dawa Sandup told me that because Tibetans saw the likeness of Queen Victoria on English coins and recognized it as being that of Dolma, there developed throughout Tibet during the Victorian era a belief that Dolma had come back to birth again to rule the world in the person of the great Queen of England, and that, owing to this belief, the British representatives of the Queen then met with an unusually friendly reception in their negotiations with Lhasa, although probably unaware of the origin of the friendship. Text, Fyagna Ridorje, pronounced Chogna Dorje, bearing the Dorje in hand, Sanskrit Vajrapani, and text, Scrib Pa Ranamsel, pronounced Dip Panamsel, clear of obscurations, Sanskrit Dipani, also Dipika, Sanskrit Tib, hybrid of text, corresponding Tibetan Dri Chama, Sanskrit Ganda. She sprang perfume, one of the 8 mother goddesses, matrice of the Hindu pantheon. She is depicted holding a shell vase of perfume, Dri. Sanskrit Tibet hybrid of text, corresponding Tibetan Zal Sazma, pronounced Shelzama. She holding sweet meats. Although a goddess like Gandama Nadema, Sanskrit Navedya, cannot be included in the formal list of 8 matrices, the 8 already having been named in our text, both goddesses are green in color, like the light of the all-performing wisdom.
These 6 Bodic forms, from amidst a halo of rainbow light, will come to shine. The primal form of the aggregate of volition, shining as the green light of the all-performing wisdom, dazzling green, transparent and radiant, glorious and terrifying, beautified with orbs surrounded by satellite orbs of radiance, issuing from the heart of the divine Father-Mother, Amoga city, green in color, will strike against thy heart, so wondrously bright that thou wilt be scarcely able to look at it. Fear it not. That is the natural power of the wisdom of thine own intellect. Abide in a state of great resignation of impartiality. Along with it, i.e. the green light of the all-performing wisdom, a light of dull green color from the Asura Loka, produced from the cause of the feeling of jealousy coming side by side with the wisdom rays, will shine upon thee. Meditate upon it with impartiality, with neither repulsion nor attraction. Be not fond of it. If thou art of low mental capacity, be not fond of it. Thereupon, through the influence of intense jealousy, thou wilt be terrified at the dazzling radiance of the green light and wilt wish to flee from it. And thou wilt beget a fondness for that dull green light of the Asura Loka.
Here, as in the previous and following paragraph, the jealousy referred to is the karmic propensities of jealousy existing as part of the content of the consciousness or subconsciousness of the deceased. And erupting on this, the 5th day of the Bardo existence, they produce their corresponding astral hallucinations.
At that time, fear not the glorious and transparent, radiant and dazzling green light, but know it to be wisdom, and in that state allow thine intellect to rest in resignation. Or else think. It is the hook rays of the light of grace of the Bhagavan Amoga Siddhi, which is the all-performing wisdom. Believe thus on it, flee not from it. Even though thou shouldst flee from it, it will follow thee inseparably from thyself. Fear it not. Be not fond of that dull green light of the Asura Loka. That is the karmic path of acquired intense jealousy, which hath come to receive thee. If thou art attracted by it, thou wilt fall into the Asura Loka and have to engage in unbearable miseries of quarreling and warfare.
Quarreling and warfare are the chief passions of a being born as an Asura in the Asura Loka.
That is an interruption to obstruct thy path of liberation. Be not attracted by it. Abandon thy propensities. Be not weak. Trust in the dazzling green radiance, and putting thy whole thought one-pointedly upon the Divine Father-Mother, the Bhagavan Amoga Siddhi. Pray thus. Alas, when wandering in the samsara because of the power of intense jealousy, on the radiant light path of the all-performing wisdom, may I be led by the Bhagavan Amoga Siddhi. May the Divine Mother, the faithful Tara, be my rear guard. May I be led safely across the dangerous ambush of the Bardo, and may I be placed in the state of the all-perfect Buddhahood. By praying thus with intense faith and humility, thou wilt merge into the heart of the Divine Father-Mother, the Bhagavan Amoga Siddhi, in a halo of rainbow light, and attain Buddhahood in the Sambhoga Kaya, in the northern realm of the heaped-up good deeds.
The block print has realm of perfected good deeds or actions, and this is the more correct form.
The sixth day. Being thus set face to face at various stages, however weak one's karmic connections may be, one should have recognized in one or the other of them, and where one has recognized in any of them, it is impossible not to be liberated. Yet, although set face to face so very often in that manner, one long habituated to strong propensities and lacking in familiarity with and pure affection for wisdom, may be led backwards by the power of one's own evil inclinations, despite these many introductions. The hook rays of the light of grace may not be able to catch hold of one. One may still wander downwards because of one's begetting the feeling of awe and terror of the lights and rays. Thereupon all the Divine Father-Mothers of the 5 orders of Jnani Buddhas, with their attendants, will come to shine upon one simultaneously. At the same time, the lights proceeding from the 6 lokas will likewise come to shine upon one simultaneously. The setting face to face for that is calling the deceased by name thus. O nobly born, until yesterday, each of the 5 orders of the deities had shine upon thee one by one, and thou hadst been set face to face. But owing to the influence of thine evil propensities, thou wert awed and terrified by them, and hast remained here till now. If thou hadst recognized the radiances of the 5 orders of wisdom to be the emanations from thine own thought forms, ere this thou wouldst have obtained Buddhahood in the Sambhoga Kaya, through having been absorbed into the halo of rainbow light in one or another of the 5 orders of Buddhas. But now look on undistractedly. Now the lights of all 5 orders, called the lights of the union of 4 wisdoms, will come to receive thee.
The philosophically descriptive Tibetan terms, which are not contained in our text for these 4 wisdoms, are 1. Snang Stong, pronounced Nang Tong, phenomena and voidness. 2. Gsal Stong, pronounced Sao Tong, radiance and voidness. 3. Bri Stong, pronounced Ditong, bliss and voidness. And 4. Rig Stong, pronounced Rig Tong, consciousness and voidness. They correspond to the 4 stages of jhana, which arise in the same order. They probably also correspond, but in a less exact manner, to the 4 wisdoms. the mirror-like wisdom, the wisdom of equality, the all-discriminating wisdom, and the all-performing wisdom. Jnana consists of progressive mental states: analysis, Sanskrit vitarka; reflection, Sanskrit vichara; fondness, Sanskrit priti; bliss, Sanskrit ananda; and concentration, Sanskrit ekagrata. In the first stage of jhana, the devotee asks himself, what is this body? Is it lasting? Is it the thing to be saved? And decides that to cling to an impermanent, corruptible bodily form, such as he thereby realizes it to be, is not desirable. Similarly, having gained knowledge of the nature of form, he analyzes and reflects upon touch, feeling, volition, cognition, and desire, and finding that mind is the apparent reality, arrives at ordinary concentration. In the second stage of jhana, reflection only is employed. In other words, reflection transcends the lower mental process called analysis. In the third stage, reflection gives way to a blissful state of consciousness. And this bliss, being at first apparently a physical sensation, merges into pure ecstasy in the fourth stage. In the fifth stage, the sensation of ecstasy, although always present in a suppressed or secondary condition, gives way to complete concentration. Lama Kazi Dawa Sandup.
Act so as to know them. O nobly born, on this the sixth day, the four colors of the primal states of the four elements, water, earth, fire, air, will shine upon thee simultaneously. At that time, from the central realm of the spreading forth of the seed, the Buddha, Vairochana, the divine Father-Mother, with the attendant deities, will come to shine upon thee.
Heretofore, each of the chief deities has been called Bhagavan, the victorious, but herein Buddha, the enlightened, is the designation. The text contains Tib Sangs Rigas, pronounced Sangye, Sanskrit Buddha. Sangs equals awakened from sleep of stupidity, plus Ragyas, developed fully in all attributes of perfection or moral virtues.
From the eastern realm of preeminent happiness, the Buddha, Vajrasattva, the divine Father-Mother, with the attendant deities, will come to shine upon thee. From the southern realm endowed with glory, the Buddha, Ratna, Sambhava, the divine Father-Mother, with the attendant deities, will come to shine upon thee. From the happy western realm of heaped-up lotuses, the Buddha, Amitabha, the divine Father-Mother, along with the attendant deities, will come to shine upon thee.
Between this bar and the bar in the sentence following is contained the translation of the Tibetan text on the upper folio, 35a, of our frontispiece.
From the northern realm of perfected good deeds, the Buddha, Amoga, Siddhi, the divine Father-Mother, along with the attendants, will come amidst a halo of rainbow light to shine upon thee at this very moment. O nobly born, on the outer circle of these 5 pair of Jnani Buddhas, the 4 doorkeepers, the wrathful ones, the victorious one, the destroyer of the Lord of Death, the horse-necked king, the urn of nectar, with the 4 female doorkeepers, the goad-bearer, the noose-bearer, the chain-bearer, and the bell-bearer, along with the Buddha of the Devas, named the One of Supreme Power, the Buddha of the Asuras, named He of Strong Texture, the Buddha of Mankind, named the Lion of the Shakyas, the Buddha of the Brute Kingdom, named the Unshakable Lion, the Buddha of the Pretas, named the One Flaming Mouth, and the Buddha of the Lower World, named the King of Truth.
Text: Ranam Par Gyalva, pronounced Nam Par Gyalwa, Sanskrit Vijaya, victorious one, the doorkeeper of the East. Text: Gishin Reje Geshedbo, pronounced Shinje Shedpo, Sanskrit Yamantaka, destroyer of Yama, death, the doorkeeper of the South, a form of Shiva and the wrathful aspect of Avalokiteshvara. He, as a wrathful deity, personifies one of the 10 forms of anger. Tibetan Krobo, pronounced Towo, Sanskrit Krodha. Text Rata Mgrin Gyalpo, pronounced Tamdin Gyalpo, Sanskrit Hayagriva, horse-necked king, the doorkeeper of the West. Text Dudritsi Hikilva, pronounced Dutsi Kilwa, Sanskrit Amrita Dara, he who is the urn of nectar, whose divine function is to transmute all things into nectar, in the esoteric sense of tantric yoga, Amrita meaning nectar exoterically and esoterically voidness. He is the doorkeeper of the north. Text Chagkyuma, pronounced Chakyuma, Sanskrit Ankusha, she holding the goad, the Shakti, or female counterpart of Vijaya. Text Hagspama, pronounced Zagpama, Sanskrit Pashadari, she holding the noose, the Shakti of Yamantaka. Text Gags Grogma, pronounced Chadogma, Sanskrit Vajra Shrinkala, she holding the chain, the Shakti of Hayagriva. Text Drilbuma, pronounced Tilbuma, Sanskrit Kinkini Dari, she holding the bell, the Shakti of Amrita Dara. All the doorkeepers and their Shaktis possess occult significance in relation to the 4 directions and to the mandala, or conclave of deities, to which they belong. As tantric faith-guarding deities, Tibetan Chos Shon, Sanskrit Dharmapala, they rank with bodhisattvas. They symbolize too the 4 tranquil or peaceful methods employed by divine beings for the salvation of sentient creatures, of whom mankind are the highest, which are compassion, fondness, love, and stern justice. Text Devang Porgya Bien, pronounced Wang Po Ginjin, powerful one of 100 sacrifices, Sanskrit Shatakratu, a name of Indra, one of supreme power. Text Phag Bzangri, pronounced Phagzangri, he of strong texture, Sanskrit Virachara, a name referring either to the bodily strength of or else to the coat of mail worn by this lord of the Asura Loka, the world wherein warfare is the predominant passion of existence. Text Choski Gyalpo, pronounced Choki Gyalpo, Sanskrit Dharma Raja.
These, the 8 father-mother doorkeepers and the 6 teachers, the victorious ones, will come to shine too. The all-good father and the all-good mother, the great ancestors of all the Buddhas, Samantabhadra and Samantabhadra, the divine father and the divine mother, these 2 also will come to shine.
Text Kuntu Bzyangmo, pronounced Kuntu Dzangmo, all good mother, Sanskrit Samantabhadra. The Tantric school holds that every deity, even the supreme, has its Shakti. A few deities are, however, commonly depicted Shaktiless. For example, Manjushri or Manjugosha. Though there may be, as in the instance of the Prajna Paramita, often called the mother, which this deity holds some symbolic representation of a Shakti. This is apparently a doctrine of universal dualism. In the final analysis, however, all pairs of opposites being viewed as having a single source, in the voidness of the Dharmakaya, the apparent dualism becomes monism.
These 42 perfectly endowed deities, issuing from within thy heart, being the product of thine own pure love, will come to shine. Know them. O nobly born, these realms are not come from somewhere outside thyself. They come from within the 4 divisions of thy heart, which including its center make the 5 directions. They issue from within there and shine upon thee. The deities, too, are not from somewhere else. They exist from eternity within the faculties of thine own intellect. Know them to be of that nature.
According to the esotericism of Northern Buddhism, man is, in the sense implied by the mystical philosophies of ancient Egypt and Greece, the microcosm of the macrocosm.
O nobly born, the size of all these deities is not large, not small, but proportionate. They have their ornaments, their colors, their sitting postures, their thrones, and the emblems that each holds. These deities are formed into groups of 5 pairs, each group of 5 being surrounded by a 5-fold circle of radiances, the male bodhisattvas partaking of the nature of the divine fathers, and the female bodhisattvas partaking of the nature of the divine mothers. All these divine conclaves will come to shine upon thee in one complete conclave.
Text: Jil Kaur, pronounced Kilkor, Sanskrit mandala, i.e. conclave of deities.
They are thine own tutelary deities.
The tutelary deities, too, in the last analysis, are the visualizations of the person believing in them. The Demchok Tantra says that the devatas are but symbols representing the various things which occur on the path, such as the helpful impulses and the stages attained by their means, and that, should doubts arise as to the divinity of these devatas, one should say, the dakini is only the recollection of the body, and remember that the deities constitute the path. See F.A. Avalon Tantric Texts, London, 1919, 7.
Know them to be such. O nobly born from the hearts of the divine fathers and mothers of the 5 orders, the rays of light of the 4 wisdoms united, extremely clear and fine, like the rays of the sun spun into threads, will come and shine upon thee and strike against thy heart. On that path of radiance there will come to shine glorious orbs of light, blue in color, emitting rays, the Dharma Dhatu wisdom itself, each appearing like an inverted turquoise cup, surrounded by similar orbs, smaller in size, glorious and dazzling, radiant and transparent, each made more glorious with 5 yet smaller satellite orbs, dotted round about with 5 starry spots of light of the same nature, leaving neither the center nor the borders of the blue light path, unglorified by the orbs and the smaller satellite orbs. From the heart of Vajra Sattva, the white light path of the mirror-like wisdom, white and transparent, glorious and dazzling, glorious and terrifying, made more glorious with orbs, surrounded by smaller orbs of transparent and radiant light upon it, each like an inverted mirror will come to shine. From the heart of Ratna Sambhava, the yellow light path of the wisdom of equality, glorified with yellow orbs of radiance, each like an inverted gold cup, surrounded by smaller orbs, and these with yet smaller orbs will come to shine. From the heart of Amitba, the transparent bright red light path of the discriminating wisdom, upon which are orbs like inverted coral cups, emitting rays of wisdom, extremely bright and dazzling, each glorified with 5 satellite orbs of the same nature, leaving neither the center nor the borders of the red light path, unglorified with orbs, and similar satellite orbs will come to shine. These will come to shine against thy heart simultaneously.
Each of these mystical radiances symbolizes the particular bodhic, or wisdom quality of the Buddha whence it shines. In the Tibetan of our text, there is here such fervency in the poetical description of the light paths that the translator, in order to render something of the beauty of the original language, essayed several renderings of which the actual rendering is the outcome.
O nobly born, all these are the radiances of thine own intellectual faculties come to shine. They have not come from any other place. Be not attracted towards them. Be not weak. Be not terrified, but abide in the mood of non-thought formation.
The mood of non-thought formation is attained in Samadhi Yoga. This state, regarded as the primordial state of mind, is illustrated by the following figure. So long as a man afloat on a river passively submits to the current, he is carried along smoothly. But if he attempts to grasp an object fixed in the water, the tranquility of his motion is broken. Similarly, thought formation arrests the natural flow of the mind.
In that state, all the forms and radiances will merge into thyself, and Buddhahood will be obtained. The green light path of the wisdom of perfected actions will not shine upon thee, because the wisdom faculty of thine intellect hath not been perfectly developed. O nobly born, those are called the lights of the four wisdoms united, whence proceeds that which is called the inner path through Vajra Sattva.
In the transcendental state of the illumination of Buddhahood, on the inner or secret path into Vajra Sattva merge in at-one-ment. All the peaceful and wrathful deities of the greater mandala described by our text, in all 110, 42 in the heart center, 10 in the throat center, and 58 in the brain center.
At that time thou must remember the teachings of the setting face to face, which thou hast had from thy guru. If thou hast remembered the purport of the settings face to face, thou wilt have recognized all these lights which have shone upon thee, as being the reflection of thine own inner light, and having recognized them as intimate friends, thou wilt have believed in them and have understood them at the meeting, as the son understandeth his mother. And believing in the unchanging nature of the pure and holy truth, thou wilt have produced in thee the tranquil flowing samadhi. And having merged into the body of the perfectly evolved intellect, thou wilt have obtained Buddhahood in the Sambhoga Kaya, whence there is no return. O nobly born, along with the radiances of wisdom, the impure illusory lights of the six lokas will also come to shine. If it be asked, what are they? They are a dull white light from the devas, a dull green light from the asuras, a dull yellow light from human beings, a dull blue light from the brutes, a dull reddish light from the pretas, and a dull smoke-colored light from hell.
There are irreconcilable differences between the colors assigned to these light paths in the block print 25b and in our MS. The block print gives them as follows: white from the devas, red from the asuras, blue from human beings, green from the brutes, yellow from the pretas, smoke-colored from hell. According to the translator, the colors should correspond to the color of the Buddha of each loka. Thus, deva white, asura green, human yellow, brute blue, preta red, hell smoke-colored or black. Therefore, the block print is wrong in all save the first and last. And the MS is wrong in assigning dull blue to the human and black or smoke-colored to the animal world. On folio 23, the MS correctly assigns yellow to the human world light path. The necessary corrections have been made in the translation herein and in the corresponding passages in folio 46 following.
These six thus will come to shine along with the six radiances of wisdom, whereupon be not afraid, or nor be attracted towards any, but allow thyself to rest in the non-thought condition. If thou art frightened by the pure radiances of wisdom and attracted by the impure lights of the six lokas, then thou wilt assume a body in any of the six lokas and suffer sansaric miseries. And thou wilt never be emancipated from the ocean of sansara, wherein thou wilt be whirled around and made to taste of the sufferings thereof. O nobly born, if thou art one who hath not obtained the select words of the Guru, thou wilt have fear of the pure radiances of wisdom and of the deities thereof. Being thus frightened, thou wilt be attracted towards the impure sansaric objects. Act not so. Humbly trust in the dazzling pure radiances of wisdom. Frame thy mind to faith and think the compassionate radiances of wisdom of the 5 orders of Buddhas have come to take hold of me out of compassion. I take refuge in them.
Text: Udarva Shegpa, pronounced Diwar Shegpa. Sanskrit Sugata, literally meaning those who have passed into happiness or attained nirvana, i.e. Buddhas.
Not yielding to attraction towards the illusory lights of the 6 lokas, but devoting thy whole mind one-pointedly towards the divine fathers and mothers, The Buddhas of the 5 orders pray thus. Alas, when wandering in the samsara through the power of the 5 virulent poisons.
The 5 virulent poisons, which like drugs enslave and bind mankind to the sufferings of existence within the confines of the 6 lokas, are lust, hatred, stupidity, pride or egoism, and jealousy.
On the bright radiance path of the 4 wisdoms united, may I be led by the 5 victorious conquerors. May the 5 orders of divine mothers be my rearguard. May I be rescued from the impure light paths of the 6 lokas. And being saved from the ambuscades of the dread bardo, may I be placed within the 5 pure divine realms. By thus praying, one recognizes one's own inner light, and merging one's self therein, in at one-ment, Buddhahood is attained. Through humble faith, the ordinary devotee cometh to know himself, and obtaineth liberation. Even the most lowly, by the power of the pure prayer, can close the doors of the 6 lokas, and in understanding the real meaning of the 4 wisdoms united, obtain Buddhahood by the hollow pathway through Vajra Sattva.
Text: Rang, self plus Snang, light, or self-light or inner light, i.e. thoughts or ideas appearing in the radiance of the consciousness principle. The bardo state is the after-death dream state following the waking or living on earth state, as explained in our introduction. And the whole aim of the bardo total teaching is to awaken the dreamer to reality, to a supramundane state of consciousness, to an annihilation of all bonds of sansaric existence, to perfect enlightenment, Buddhahood. And Vajra Sattva, as a symbolic deity, the reflex of Akshobhya, is visualized in Tibetan occult rituals as being internally vacuous. As such, he represents the void, concerning which there are many treatises with elaborate commentaries essentially esoteric. Through Vajra Sattva there lies a certain pathway to liberation, he being the embodiment of all the 110 deities constituting the mandala of the peaceful and wrathful ones. See page 124. To tread this path successfully, the neophyte must be instructed by the Hierophant.
Thus, by being set face to face in that detailed manner, those who are destined to be liberated will come to recognize the truth. Thereby, many will attain liberation.
This truth is that there is no reality behind any of the phenomena of the bardo plane, save the illusions stored up in one's own mind as accretions from sansaric experiences. Recognition of this automatically gives liberation.
The worst of the worst, those of heavy evil karma, having not the least predilection for any religion, and some who have failed in their vows, through the power of karmic illusions, not recognizing, although set face to face with truth, will stray downwards. The 7th day. On the 7th day, the knowledge-holding deities from the holy paradise realms come to receive one. Simultaneously, the pathway to the brute world, produced by the obscuring passion, stupidity, also cometh to receive one.
As the gross physical atoms of a life-deserted human plane body gradually separate and go to their appropriate places, some as gases, some as fluids, some as solids, so on the after-death plane there comes about a gradual dispersion of the psychic or mental atoms of the bardo, thought body, each propensity, directed by karmic affinity, inevitably going to that environment most congenial to it. Hence, as our text suggests, the brute passion stupidity has a natural tendency to gravitate to the brute kingdom and become embodied therein as a disintegrated part of the mentality of the deceased.
The setting face to face at that time is calling the deceased by name thus, O nobly born, listen undistractedly. On the 7th day, the vari-colored radiance of the purified propensities will come to shine. Simultaneously, the knowledge-holding deities from the holy paradise realms will come to receive one.
Text: Rigdzin, pronounced Rigzin, possessing or holding knowledge, These deities are purely tantric.
From the center of the circle, or mandala, enhaloed in radiance of rainbow light, the supreme knowledge-holding deity, the lotus lord of dance, the supreme knowledge holder who ripens karmic fruits, radiant with all the 5 colors, embraced by the divine mother, the red dakini, he holding a crescent knife and a skull filled with blood, dancing and making the mudra of fascination, with his right hand held aloft, will come to shine.
The dakinis, Tibetan ka groma, or sky goer, Sanskrit dakini, fairy-like goddesses possessing peculiar occult powers for good or for evil, are also purely tantric, and as such they are invoked in most of the chief rituals of northern Buddhism. And esoterically, the skull, which is human, and the blood, also human, filling it, signify in one sense renunciation of human life, the giving up of the samsara, self-immolation on the cross of the world. And in the mass ritual of Lamaism, there are resemblances between the blood, symbolized by a red fluid, in the skull, and the wine as blood in the chalice of the Christian communion. And a mudra is a mystic sign made by posturing the hand and fingers of the body. Some mudras are used as signs of recognition by members of occult fraternities, after the manner of the Masonic hand clasp. Others, chiefly employed by yogis as bodily postures, short-circuit or otherwise change the magnetic currents of the body. Placing the tip of one finger against the tip of another in mudra controls, likewise, the bodily forces or life currents. The mudra of fascination is of this last sort, being made with the right hand by the second finger touching the thumb, the index finger and the little finger held upright, and the third finger folded in the palm of the hand.
To the east of that circle, the deity called the earth-abiding knowledge holder, white of color with radiant, smiling countenance, embraced by the white dakini, the divine mother, he holding a crescent knife and a skull, filled with blood, dancing and making the mudra of fascination, with his right hand held aloft, will come to shine. To the south of that circle, the knowledge-holding deity called he, having power over duration of life, yellow in color, smiling and radiant, embraced by the yellow dakini, the divine mother, he holding a crescent knife and a skull filled with blood, dancing and making the mudra of fascination, with his right hand held aloft, will come to shine. To the west of that circle, the deity called the knowledge-holding deity of the great symbol, red of color, smiling and radiant, embraced by the red dakini, the divine mother, he holding a crescent knife and a skull filled with blood, dancing and making the mudra of fascination, with his right hand held aloft, will come to shine. To the north of that circle, the deity called the self-evolved knowledge holder, green of color, with a half-angry, half-smiling, radiant countenance, embraced by the green dakini, the divine mother, he holding a crescent knife and a skull filled with blood, dancing and making the mudra of fascination, with his right hand held aloft, will come to shine. In the outer circle, round about these knowledge holders, innumerable bands of dakinis, dakinis of the 8 places of cremation, dakinis of the 4 classes, dakinis of the 3 abodes, dakinis of the 30 holy places, and of the 24 places of pilgrimage, heroes, heroines, celestial warriors, and faith-protecting deities, male and female, each bedecked with the 6 bone ornaments, having drums and thigh-bone trumpets, skull timbrels, banners of gigantic human-like hides, human hide canopies, human hide bannerets, fumes of human fat incense, and innumerable other kinds of musical instruments, filling with music the whole world systems and causing them to vibrate, to quake and tremble with sounds so mighty as to daze one's brain, and dancing various measures will come to receive the faithful and punish the unfaithful.
Herein, the dakinis are represented like various orders of fairy-like beings, some dwelling in one place, some in another. The 8 places of cremation are the 8 known to Hindu mythology, The three abodes are the heart center, the throat center, and the brain center, over which, esoterically speaking, certain dakinis, as the personification of the psychic forces resident in each center, preside, just as other dakinis preside over the holy places and places of pilgrimage. And, that is, hides of Rakshasas, an order of giant demoniacal beings having human form and possessed of certain cities, i.e., supernormal powers, and Tibetan Lamas in chanting their rituals employ 7 or 8 sorts of musical instruments, big drums, cymbals, commonly of brass, conch shells, bells like the hand bells used in the Christian Mass service, timbrels, small clarionets sounding like Highland bagpipes, big trumpets, and human thigh-bone trumpets. Although the combined sounds of these instruments are far from being melodious, the Lamas maintain that they physically produce in the devotee an attitude of deep veneration and faith, because they are the counterparts of the natural sounds which one's own body is heard producing when the fingers are put in the ears to shut out external sounds. Stopping the ears thus, there are heard a thudding sound like that of a big drum being beaten, a clashing sound as of cymbals, a soughing sound as of wind moving through a forest, as when a conch shell is blown, a ringing as of bells, a sharp tapping sound as when a timbrel is used, a moaning sound like that of a clarionet, a bass moaning sound as if made with a big trumpet, and a shriller sound as of a thigh-bone trumpet. Not only is this interesting as a theory of Tibetan sacred music, but it gives the clue to the esoteric interpretation of the symbolical natural sounds of truth, referred to in the second paragraph following and elsewhere in our text, which are said to be or to proceed from the intellectual faculties within the human mentality.
O nobly born 5-colored radiances of the wisdom of simultaneously born, which are the purified propensities vibrating and dazzling like colored threads, flashing, radiant and transparent, glorious and awe-inspiring, will issue from the hearts of the 5 chief knowledge-holding deities, and strike against thy heart, so bright that the eye cannot bear to look upon them.
That is, the wisdom which is born simultaneously with the achievement of recognition, the simultaneously born wisdom.
At the same time, a dull blue light from the brute world will come to shine along with the radiances of wisdom. Then, through the influence of the illusions of thy propensities, thou wilt feel afraid of the radiance of the 5 colors, and wishing to flee from it, thou wilt feel attracted towards the dull light from the brute world. Thereupon, be not afraid of that brilliant radiance of 5 colors, nor terrified, but know the wisdom to be thine own. Within those radiances, the natural sound of the truth will reverberate like 1,000 thunders. The sound will come with a rolling reverberation, amidst which will be heard, slay, slay, and awe-inspiring mantras.
See addenda.
Fear not, flee not, be not terrified. Know them, i.e., these sounds, to be of the intellectual faculties of thine own inner light. Be not attracted towards the dull blue light of the brute world. Be not weak. If thou art attracted, thou wilt fall into the brute world, wherein stupidity predominates, and suffer the illimitable miseries of slavery and dumbness and stupidness. And it will be a very long time ere thou canst get out. Be not attracted towards it. Put thy faith in the bright, dazzling, 5-colored radiance. Direct thy mind one-pointedly towards the deities, the knowledge-holding conquerors. Think one-pointedly thus. These knowledge-holding deities, the heroes and the dakinis, have come from the holy paradise realms to receive me. I supplicate them all. Up to this day, although the 5 orders of the Buddhas of the 3 times have all exerted the rays of their grace and compassion, yet have I not been rescued by them? Alas, for a being like me. May the knowledge-holding deities not let me go downwards further than this, but hold me with the hook of their compassion and lead me to the holy paradise. Thinking in that manner, one pointedly pray thus, O ye knowledge-holding deities, pray hearken unto me. Lead me on the path out of your great love. When I am wandering in the samsara because of intensified propensities, on the bright light path of the simultaneously born wisdom, may the bands of heroes, the knowledge holders, lead me. May the bands of the mothers, the dakinis, be my rear guard. May they save me from the fearful ambuscades of the bardo and place me in the pure paradise realms. Praying thus in deep faith and humility, there is no doubt that one will be born within the pure paradise realms, after being merged in rainbow light into the heart of the knowledge-holding deities.
The deceased, having by now fallen to lower and lower stages of the bardo, looks to the heaven worlds, which are worlds of embodiment within the samsara, rather than to nirvana, which is the non-sansaric, as a place of refuge. Although, theoretically, nirvana is ever realizable from any stage of the bardo, practically, for the ordinary devotee, it is not meritorious karma being inadequate. Hence, the Lama or reader officiating aims at making the best of the situation in which, it is assumed, the deceased inevitably finds himself.
All the Pandit classes, too, coming to recognize at this stage obtain liberation, even those of evil propensities being sure to be liberated here. Here endeth the part of the great total concerned with the setting face-to-face of the peaceful deities of the Chonyad bardo, and the setting face-to-face of the clear light of the Chikai bardo. The dawning of the wrathful deities from the 8th to the 14th day. Introduction. Now the manner of the dawning of the wrathful deities is to be shown. In the above bardo of the peaceful deities, there were 7 stages of ambuscade. The setting face-to-face at each stage should have caused the deceased to recognize either at one or another stage and to have been liberated. Multitudes will be liberated by that recognition. And although multitudes obtain liberation in that manner, the number of sentient beings being great, evil karma powerful, obscurations dense, propensities of too long standing, the wheel of ignorance and illusion becometh neither exhausted nor accelerated. Although all be set face to face in such detail, there is a vast preponderance of those who wander downwards unliberated. Therefore, after the cessation of the dawning of the peaceful and the knowledge-holding deities, who come to welcome one, the 58 flame-and-haloed, wrathful, blood-drinking deities come to dawn, who are only the former peaceful deities in changed aspect, according to the place or psychic center of the bardo body of the deceased whence they proceed. Nevertheless, they will not resemble them.
Up to this time, the 52 peaceful and knowledge-holding deities, emanations from the heart and throat psychic centers of the bardo body of the deceased, have dawned. The wrathful deities now about to dawn issue from the brain psychic center. They are the excited or wrathful reflex forms of the peaceful deities, who, when contrasted with their wrathful aspects, include the knowledge-holding deities. See page 85 and addenda.
This is the bardo of the wrathful deities, and they being influenced by fear, terror, and awe, recognition becometh more difficult.
The fear, terror, and awe, or fascination, on the part of the deceased on beholding the deities arise only in the case of the ordinary devotee, who, as the text explains, has not had adequate yogic training, death, to enable him to recognize the bardo as such, immediately upon dying and pass beyond it. For the adept in yoga, who can take the bardo by the forelock, as the text puts it, mastering death, and who knows that all apparitional appearances are unreal and powerless, both in this world and in all other worlds, there is no bardo to experience. His goal is either an immediate and conscious rebirth among men, or in one of the paradise realms, or if he be really ripened, which would be an exceedingly rare circumstance, nirvana.
The intellect, gaining not in independence, passeth from one fainting state to a round of fainting states. Yet, if one but recognize a little, it is easier to be liberated at this stage. If it be asked why, The answer is because of the dawning of the radiances, which produce fear, terror, and awe. The intellect is undistractedly alert in one-pointedness. That is why.
No sooner does one radiance seize than another dawns. The deceased not having a moment of distraction, his intellect becomes concentratedly, i.e. one-pointedly alert.
If at this stage one do not meet with this kind of teaching, one's hearing of religious lore, although it be like an ocean in its vastness, is of no avail. There are even discipline-holding abbots, or bhikkhus, and doctors in metaphysical discourses who err at this stage and not recognizing wander into the samsara. As for the common worldly folk, what need is there to mention them? By fleeing through terror, fear, and awe, they fall over the precipices into the unhappy worlds and suffer. But the least of the devotees of the mystic Mantrayana doctrines, as soon as he sees these blood-drinking deities, will recognize them to be his tutelary deities, and the meeting will be like that of human acquaintances. He will trust them, and becoming merged into them, in at-one-ment will obtain Buddhahood.
The blood symbolizes sansaric existence. The blood drinking, the thirsting for, the drinking of, and the quenching of the thirst for, sansaric experience. For the devotee who, even at this stage, can be made to realize that these deities are thus but the karmic personifications of his own propensities, born from having lived an drunken life, and who has, in addition, the supreme power to face them unwaveringly, as in Bulwer Lytton's Zanoni, the neophyte to succeed must face the dweller on the threshold, meeting them like old acquaintances and then losing his personality in them. Enlightenment as to the true nature of sansaric existence dawns, and with it, the all-perfect illumination called Buddhahood.
By having meditated on the description of these blood-drinking deities while in the human world, and by having performed some worship or praise of them, or at least by having seen their painted likenesses and their images upon witnessing the dawning of the deities at this stage, recognition of them will result and liberation. In this lieth the art. Again, at the death of those discipline-holding abbots and doctors in metaphysical discourses, who remain uninstructed in these Bardo teachings, however assiduously they may have devoted themselves to religious practices, and however clever they may have been in expounding doctrines while in the human world, there will not come any phenomenal signs such as rainbow halo at the funeral pyre, nor bone relics from the ashes. This is because when they lived, the mystic or esoteric doctrines were never held within their heart, and because they had spoken contemptuously of them, and because they were never acquainted through initiation with the deities of the mystic or esoteric doctrines. Thus, when these dawn on the Bardo, they do not recognize them. Suddenly, seeing what they had never seen before when they view it as inimical, and an antagonistic feeling being engendered, they pass into the miserable states because of that. Therefore, if the observers of the disciplines and the metaphysicians have not in them the practices of the mystic or esoteric doctrines, such signs as the rainbow halo come not, nor are bone relics and seed-like bones ever produced from the bones of their funeral pyre.
The belief, prevalent amongst almost all peoples since immemorial time, that unusual phenomena commonly mark the death, as the birth and funeral of a great hero or saint, also prevails among the Tibetans, and the Lamas hold that such phenomena have a purely rational explanation, such as our text herein suggests. Furthermore, the Lamas maintain that if a reputed saint be really a saint, among the charred bones from his funeral pyre, there will be found some shaped into beautiful forms like images, and that small pearl-like, or, as the text has it, seed-like nodules will appear in the ashes of the bones cremated.
These are the reasons for it. The least of Mantrayanic devotees, who may seem to be of very unrefined manners, unindustrious, untactful, and who may not live in accordance with his vows, and who in every way may be inelegant in his habits and even unable, perhaps, to carry the practices of his teachings to a successful issue. Let no one feel disrespect for nor doubt him, but pay reverence to the esoteric or mystic doctrines which he holdeth. By that alone one obtaineth liberation at this stage. Even though the deeds of one paying such reverence may not have been very elegant while in the human world, at his death there will come at least one kind of sign, such as rainbow radiance, bone images, and bone relics. This is because the esoteric or mystic doctrines possess great gift waves.
That is to say, the esoteric doctrines being realizable because based on truth itself, one who follows or even reverences them is thereby automatically brought into rapport with the very definite psychic forces.
Those of and above the mystic Mantrayanic devotees of ordinary psychic development, who have meditated upon the visualization and perfection processes and practiced the essences, or essence mantras, need not wander down this far on the Chonyad Bardo.
That is to say, those devotees who have practiced in a thoroughly scientific manner under a competent guru the intonation of certain sacred mantras called essence mantras. Examples of such mantras are Om Mani Padme Hum, Hail to the Jew in the lotus, or Hail to him who is the jewel in the lotus. Om Wagi Shori Mum, Hail to the Lord of Speech, Mum. Om Vajra Pani Hum, Hail to the holder of the Dorje. The three essence mantras of the three protectors of Lamaism, the first being the essence mantra of the Bodhisattva Chanrazi, Sanskrit Avalokita, the seer with keen eyes, the great pitier, the second that of the Bodhisattva Jampayang, Sanskrit Manjagosha, the god of mystic wisdom, and the third that of the Bodhisattva Chakdor, Sanskrit Vajrapani, the wielder of the thunderbolt.
As soon as they cease to breathe, they will be led into the pure paradise realms by the heroes and heroines and the knowledge holders.
Cf. The following passage from a prayer on behalf of the dying person in the Book of the Craft of Dying, Chapter 6, Compers Ed. When thy soul passeth out of thy body, may glorious companies of angels come against thee, the victorious host, worthy judges, and senators of the holy apostles meet with thee, the fair, white, shining company of holy confessors, with the victorious number of glorious martyrs come about thee, the joyful company of holy virgins receive thee, and the worthy fellowship of holy patriarchs open to thee the place of rest and joy, and deem thee to be among them, that they be among everlastingly.
As a sign of this, the sky will be cloudless. They will merge into rainbow radiance. There will be sun showers, sweet scent of incense in the air, music in the skies, radiances, bone relics, and images from their funeral pyre. Therefore, to the abbots or discipline holders, to the doctors, and to those mystics who have failed in their vows, and to all the common people, this total is indispensable.
The Lamas maintain that while mere goodness and book knowledge are desirable in devotees seeking liberation, spiritual wisdom coupled with unshakable faith and the setting aside of all intellectualisms are indispensable. One of the precepts of the great Tibetan yogis taught to all neophytes is, difficult indeed is it to obtain liberation through intellectual knowledge alone. Through faith, liberation is easily obtained.
But those who have meditated upon the great perfection and the great symbol will recognize the clear light at the moment of death. And obtaining the Dharmakaya, all of them will be such as not to need the reading of this total.
The great perfection refers to the fundamental doctrine concerning the gaining of perfection or Buddhahood as taught by the school of Guru Padma Sambhava. The great symbol, Tibet Chog Chen, Sanskrit Mahamudra, refers to an ancient Indian system of yoga related to the same school, but more especially practiced nowadays by the followers of the semi-formed Kargayupta sect found in the latter half of the 11th century AD by the learned Tibetan yogi Marpa, who having sojourned in India as the disciple of the Pandit Atisha and of Naropa, Atisha's disciple, introduced the great symbol into Tibet. Milarepa, the most beloved of all Tibetan yogis who was Marpa's successor, developed the practice of the great symbol and made it the foundation teaching of the sect.
By recognizing the clear light at the moment of death, they also will recognize the visions of the peaceful and the wrathful during the Chonyad Bardo and obtain the Sambhogakaya, or recognizing during the Sidpa Bardo, obtain the Nirmanakaya, and taking birth on the higher planes will, in the next rebirth, meet with this doctrine, and then enjoy the continuity of karma.
If there be recognition of reality when it first dawns, i.e., if the dreamer in sansaric existence be awakened into the divine state of the Sambhogakaya during the Chonyad Bardo, the normal cycle of rebirth is broken, and the awakened one returns voluntarily and fully conscious to the human world as a divine incarnation, to work for the uplifting of mankind. If recognition be delayed till the Sitpa Bardo and the Nirmanakaya be attained, that is but a partial awakening, not an unclouded realization of reality, the Sidpa Bardo being a much lower plane than the Chonyad Bardo, but even then there will be won the great boon of spiritually enlightened birth on one of the higher planes, Devaloka, Asura Loka, or the human Loka. And upon being born anew in the human world, the devotee will take up, in virtue of acquired propensities gained in the previous earth life, the study of the mystic Mantrayana doctrines and yogic practices from the point where it was broken off by death, this being the continuity of karma.
Therefore, this total is the doctrine by which Buddhahood may be attained without meditation, the doctrine liberating by the hearing of it alone, the doctrine which leadeth beings of great evil karma on the secret path, the doctrine which produceth differentiation instantaneously between those who are initiated into it and those who are not, being the profound doctrine which conferreth perfect enlightenment instantaneously. Those sentient beings who have been reached by it cannot go to the unhappy states. This doctrine and the Taral doctrine, when joined together, being like unto a mandala of gold inset with turquoise, combine them.
Text. Tag's Grol, pronounced Tadal, a small Tibetan work consisting wholly of mantras used as an accompaniment to the Bardo total. If the deceased dies knowing the Tadal mantras, they, being powerful talismans, give him safe passage through the Bardo and a happy rebirth. Very often a copy of the Tadal, or perhaps merely some of its mantras copied on small strips of paper and wound together in a tiny roll, is tied to the corpse and burned or buried with it, just as a copy of the Egyptian Book of the Dead was ordinarily interred with a mummy.
Thus, the indispensable nature of the total being shown, there now cometh the setting face to face with the dawning of the wrathful deities in the Bardo. The 8th day. Again calling the deceased by name, address him thus: O nobly born, listen undistractedly, not having been able to recognize when the peaceful deities shone upon thee in the Bardo above. Thou hast come wandering thus far. Now on the 8th day, the blood-drinking wrathful deities will come to shine. Act so as to recognize them without being distracted. O nobly born, the great glorious Buddha, Haruka, dark brown of color with 3 heads, 6 hands, and 4 feet firmly postured. The right face being white, the left red, the central dark brown, the body emitting flames of radiance, the 9 eyes widely opened in terrifying gaze, the eyebrows quivering like lightning, the protruding teeth glistening and set over one another, giving vent to sonorous utterances of la la and ha ha, and piercing whistling sounds, the hair of a reddish-yellow color standing on end and emitting radiance, the heads adorned with dried human skulls and the symbols of the sun and moon, black serpents and raw human heads forming a garland for the body, the first of the right hands holding a wheel, the middle one a sword, the last one a battle axe. The first of the left hands a bell, the middle one a human scalp, the last one a plowshare. His body embraced by the mother, Buddha, Kroti, Sharima, her right hand clinging to his neck and her left putting to his mouth a red shell filled with blood, making a palatal sound like a cackling, and a clashing sound, and a rumbling sound as loud as thunder, emanating from the two deities, radiant flames of wisdom, blazing from every hair pore of the body, and each containing a flaming dorje. The two deities together thus, standing with one leg bent and the other straight and tense, on a dais supported by horned eagles, will come forth from within thine own brain, and shine vividly upon thee.
Text: Palchenpo Buddha Heruka, pronounced Palchenpo Buddha Heruka, Great Glorious Buddha Heruka, and text: Buddha Kroti Shvarima, pronounced Kroti Shaurima, i.e. the female Buddha, the mighty wrathful mother. And these are the Garudas of Indian and Tibetan mythology. They're depicted with eagle head and human bird body, having two human-like arms, two eagle wings, and two eagle feet. Symbolically, they personify energy and aspiration.
Fear that not, be not awed, know it to be the embodiment of thine own intellect. As it is thine own tutelary deity, be not terrified, be not afraid, for in reality it is the Bhagavan Vairocana, the Father-Mother. Simultaneously with the recognition, liberation will be obtained. If they be recognized, merging thyself in at one-ment into the tutelary deity, Buddhahood in the Sambhoga Kaya will be one. The 9th day. But if one flee from them, through awe and terror being begotten, then on the 9th day the blood-drinking deities of the Vajra order will come to receive one. Thereupon the setting face-to-face is calling the deceased by name thus: O nobly born, listen undistractedly. He of the blood-drinking Vajra order named the Bhagavan Vajra Heruka, dark blue in color, with 3 faces, 6 hands, and 4 feet firmly postured. In the first right hand holding a dorje, in the middle one a human scalp, in the last one a battle axe. In the first one of the left a bell, in the middle one a human scalp, in the last one a plowshare. His body embraced by the mother Vajra Kotasharima, her right hand clinging to his neck, her left offering to his mouth a red shell filled with blood, will issue from the eastern quarter of thy brain and come to shine upon thee. Fear it not, be not terrified, be not awed, know it to be the embodiment of thine own intellect. As it is thy own tutelary deity, be not terrified. In reality, they are the Bhagava Vajra Sattva, the mother and father. Believe in them, recognizing them, liberation will be attained at once. By so proclaiming them, knowing them to be tutelary deities, merging in them in at one-ment, Buddhahood will be obtained. The 10th day. Yet, if one do not recognize them, the obscurations of evil deeds being too great, and flee from them through terror and awe, then, on the 10th day, the blood-drinking deities of the precious gem order will come to receive one. Thereupon the setting face-to-face is calling the deceased by name thus: O nobly born, listen. On the 10th day, the blood-drinking deity of the precious gem order named Ratna Heruka, yellow of color, having 3 faces, 6 hands, 4 feet firmly postured. The right face white, the left red, the central darkish yellow, enhaloed in flames, in the first of the 6 hands holding a gem, in the middle one a trident staff, in the last one a baton. In the first of the left hands a bell, in the middle one a human scalp, in the last one a trident staff. His body embraced by the mother Ratna Koti Sharima, her right hand clinging to his neck, her left offering to his mouth a red shell filled with blood, will issue from the southern quarter of thy brain and come to shine upon thee. Fear not, be not terrified, be not awed. Know them to be the embodiment of thine own intellect. They being thine own tutelary deity, be not terrified. In reality they are the Father-Mother Bhagavan Ratna Sambhava. Believe in them. Recognition of them and the obtaining of liberation will be simultaneous. By so proclaiming them, knowing them to be tutelary deities, merging in them in at-one-ment, Buddhahood will be obtained. The 11th day. Yet, though set face to face thus, if, through power of evil propensities, terror and awe being produced, not recognizing them to be tutelary deities, one flee from them, then on the 11th day the blood-drinking lotus order will come to receive one. Thereupon the setting face to face is calling the deceased by name thus. O nobly born, on the 11th day the blood-drinking deity of the lotus order, called the Bhagavan Padma Haruka, of reddish-black color, having 3 faces, 6 hands, and 4 feet firmly postured. The right face white, the left blue, the central darkish red. In the first of the right of the 6 hands, holding a lotus, in the middle one a trident staff, in the last a club. In the first of the left hands a bell, in the middle one a human scalp filled with blood. In the last a small drum. His body embraced by the mother Padma Kotisharima, her right hand clinging to his neck, her left offering to his mouth a red shell full of blood. The father and mother in union will issue from the western quarter of thy brain and come to shine upon thee.
Lit, filled with red substance, and likewise for parallel passages following. In Lamaic rituals, a fluid red pigment is commonly used to represent blood, symbolical of renunciation of life or of sansaric existence, as red wine is by Christians in the Eucharist.
Fear that not. Be not terrified. Be not awed. Rejoice. Recognize them to be the product of thine own intellect. As they are thine own tutelary deity, be not afraid. In reality, they are the Father, Mother, Bhagavan, Amitabha. Believe in them. Concomitantly with recognition, liberation will come. Through such acknowledging, recognizing them to be tutelary deities, in at-one-ment thou wilt merge into them and obtain Buddhahood. The 12th day. Despite such setting face to face being still led backwards by evil propensities, terror and awe arising, it may be that one recognize not and flee. Thereupon, on the 12th day, the blood-drinking deities of the karmic order, accompanied by the Karima, Temenma, and Wang Chugma, will come to receive one.
These 3 orders of deities are goddesses, Indian and Tibetan in origin, the Karima having human shape, the Hatenma, and the Wang Chugma, like Egyptian deities more or less totemistic, having human-like bodies and animal heads, and each deity symbolizes some particular karmic impulse or propensity, appearing as a hallucination in the bardo, consciousness of the deceased. Karima seems to be a hybrid Sanskrit-Tibetan word, from Sanskrit Kayuri, which, having become current in Tibet like so many similar words, was incorporated into our text unchanged. Hatamenma, as pronounced from Tibet, from Menma, is probably the name of the order of pre-Buddhistic deities belonging to the ancient Bon religion of Tibet. Wang Chugma, as pronounced from Tibet, Dvang Phugma, is the Tibetan rendering of the Sanskrit Ishvari, meaning mighty goddesses.
Not recognizing terror may be produced, whereupon the setting face to face is calling the deceased by name thus. O nobly born, on the 12th day the blood-drinking deity of the karmic order, named Karma Haruka, dark green of color, having 3 faces, 6 hands, and 4 feet firmly postured, the right face white, the left red, the middle dark green, majestic of appearance. In the first of the right of the 6 hands holding a sword, in the middle one a trident staff, and the last a club. In the first of the left hands a bell, in the middle one a human scalp, in the last a plowshare. His body embraced by the mother Karima Kroti Sharima, her right hand clinging to his neck, the left offering to his mouth a red shell. The father and mother in union, issuing from the northern quarter of thy brain, will come to shine upon thee. Fear that not. Be not terrified. Be not awed. Recognize them to be the embodiment of thine own intellect. They, being thine own tutelary deity, be not afraid. In reality, they are the Father, Mother, Bhagavan, Amoga, Siddhi. Believe, and be humble, and be fond of them. Concomitantly with recognition, liberation will come. Through such acknowledging, recognizing them to be tutelary deities, in at one-ment thou wilt merge into them and obtain Buddhahood. Through the Guru's select teaching, one cometh to recognize them to be the thought forms issuing from one's own intellectual faculties. For instance, a person upon recognizing a lion's skin to be a lion's skin is freed from fear. For though it only be a stuffed lion's skin, if one do not know it to be so actually, fear ariseth. But upon being told by some person that it is a lion's skin only, one is freed from fear. Similarly, here too, when the bands of blood-drinking deities, huge of proportions, with very thick-set limbs dawn as big as the skies, awe and terror are naturally produced in one. But as soon as the setting face-to-face is heard, one recognizeth them to be one's own tutelary deities and one's own thought forms. Then, when upon the mother clear light, which one had been accustomed to formerly, a secondary clear light, the offspring clear light is produced, and the mother and offspring clear light, coming together like two intimate acquaintances, blend inseparably. And therefrom a self-emanating radiance dawneth upon one. Through self-enlightenment and self-knowledge one is liberated. The 13th day. If this setting face-to-face be not obtained, good persons on the path too fall back from here and wander into the samsara.
Or undergoing psychical development.
Then the 8 wrathful ones, the Karimas and the Tamenmas, having various animal heads, issue from within one's own brain and come to shine upon oneself. There upon the setting face is calling the deceased by name thus. O nobly born, listen undistractedly. On the 13th day from the eastern quarter of thy brain, the 8 Karimas will emanate and come to shine upon thee. Fear that not. From the east of thy brain, the white Kirima, holding a human corpse as a club in the right hand, in the left holding a human scalp filled with blood, will come to shine upon thee. Fear not.
Text, Karima, corrupted from Sanskrit Kayuri, name of an Indian cemetery goddess.
From the south, the yellow Tsarima, holding a bow and arrow ready to shoot. From the west, the red Pramoa, holding a Makara banner. From the north, the black Patali, holding a dorje and a scalp filled with blood. From the southeast, the red Pukasi, holding intestines in the right hand and with the left putting them to her mouth. From the southwest, the dark green Gasmari, the left hand holding a scalp filled with blood, with the right stirring it with a dorje, and she then drinking it with majestic relish. From the northwest, the yellowish-white Sandali, tearing asunder a head from a corpse, the right hand holding a heart, the left putting the corpse to the mouth, and she then eating thereof. From the northeast, the dark blue Smasha, tearing asunder a head from a corpse and eating thereof. These, the 8 Karimas of the abodes, or 8 directions, also come to shine upon thee, surrounding the 5 blood-drinking fathers.
The corrupted Sanskrit form and text, name of another Indian cemetery goddess. And Chushrin, pronounced Chusin, water lion or leviathan, Sanskrit Makara, a mythological monster. And textual form from Sanskrit Chandali, referring apparently to the spirit of a female of low caste, i.e. Chandali, who, like each of the goddesses of our text herein, haunts cemeteries or cremation grounds. All such goddesses here appearing seem intended as symbols, each in its own way to impress upon the deceased, as in an initiatory drama, the nature of sansaric existence, its impermanence, its unsatisfactoriness, and the need to rise above it, conquering it through world renunciation. All the goddesses emanating, as the text repeatedly teaches, from the mental content which the percipient's sansaric existence has bequeathed to him. And in place of this Tibetan Sanskrit form of our text, The block print gives smashali, which is a more correct form.
Yet be not afraid. O nobly born from the circle outside of them, the 8 temenmas of the 8 regions of the brain will come to shine upon thee. From the east, the dark brown lion-headed one, the hands crossed on the breast and in the mouth holding a corpse and shaking the mane. From the south, the red tiger-headed one, the hands crossed downwards, grinning and showing the fangs and looking on with protruding eyes. From the west, the black fox-headed one, the right hand holding a shaving knife, the left holding an intestine, and she eating and linking the blood therefrom. From the north, the dark blue wolf-headed one, the 2 hands tearing open a corpse and looking on with protruding eyes. From the southeast, the yellowish-white vulture-headed one, bearing a gigantic human-shaped corpse on the shoulder and holding a skeleton in the hand. From the southwest, the dark red cemetery bird-headed one, carrying a gigantic corpse on the shoulder. From the northwest, the black crow-headed one, the left hand holding a scalp, the right holding a sword, and she eating heart and lungs. From the northeast, the dark blue owl-headed one, holding a dorje in the right hand and holding a sword in the left, and eating. These 8 temenmas of the 8 regions likewise surrounding the blood-drinking fathers, and issuing from within thy brain, come to shine upon thee. Fear that not. Know them to be the thought forms of thine own intellectual faculties. The 14th day. O nobly born, on the 14th day, the 4 female doorkeepers also issuing from within thine own brain will come to shine upon thee. Again, recognize. From the east quarter of thy brain will come to shine the white tiger-headed goad holding goddess, bearing a scalp filled with blood in her left hand. From the south, the yellow sow-headed, noose-holding goddess. From the west, the red lion-headed, iron-chain-holding goddess. And from the north, the green serpent-headed, bell-holding goddess. Thus issue the 4 female doorkeepers also from within thine own brain, and come to shine upon thee, as tutelary deities recognize them. O nobly born, on the outer circle of these 30 wrathful deities, Harukas, the 28 various-headed mighty goddesses, bearing various weapons, issuing from within thine own brain will come to shine upon thee. Fear that not. Recognize whatever shineth to be the thought forms of thine own intellectual faculties. At this vitally important time, recollect the select teachings of the Guru. O nobly born, there will dawn from the east the dark brown yak-headed Rakshasa goddess, holding a dorje and a skull, and the reddish-yellow serpent-headed Brahma goddess, holding a lotus in her hand, and the greenish-black leopard-headed great goddess, holding a trident in her hand, and the blue monkey-headed goddess of inquisitiveness holding a wheel, and the red snow-bear-headed virgin goddess bearing a short spear in the hand, and the white bear-headed Indra goddess holding an intestine noose in the hand. These, the 6 yoginis of the east, issuing from within the eastern quarter of thine own brain, will come to shine upon thee.
Between this bar and the bar after moon goddess, in the sentence following, is contained the translation of the Tibetan text of the lower folio 67a of our frontispiece.
Fear that not. O nobly born, from the south will dawn the yellow bat-headed delight goddess holding a shaving knife in the hand, and the red makara-headed peaceful goddess holding an urn in the hand, and the red scorpion-headed Amrita goddess holding a lotus in the hand, and the white kite-headed moon goddess holding a dorje in the hand, and the dark green fox-headed baton goddess flourishing a club in the hand, and the yellowish-black tiger-headed Rakshasi holding a skull filled with blood in the hand. These, the 6 yoginis of the south issuing from within the southern quarter of thine own brain, will come to shine upon thee. Fear that not. O nobly born, from the west will dawn the greenish-black vulture-headed eater goddess holding a baton in the hand, and the red horse-headed delight goddess holding a huge trunk of a corpse, and the white eagle-headed mighty goddess holding a club in the hand, and the yellow dog-headed Rakshasi holding a dorje in the hand and a shaving knife and cutting with this, and the red hoop-poo-headed desire goddess holding a bow and arrow in the hand aimed, and the green stag-headed wealth guardian goddess holding an urn in the hand. These, the 6 yoginis of the West issuing from within the western quarter of thine own brain will come to shine upon thee. Fear that not. O nobly born from the north will dawn the blue wolf-headed wind goddess waving a pennant in the hand, and the red ibex-headed woman goddess holding a pointed stake in the hand, and the black sow-headed sow goddess holding a noose of fangs in the hand, and the red crow-headed thunderbolt goddess holding an infant corpse in the hand, and the greenish-black elephant-headed big-nosed goddess holding in the hand a big corpse and drinking blood from a skull, and the blue serpent-headed water goddess holding in the hand a serpent noose. These, the 6 yoginis of the north issuing from within the northern quarter of thine own brain, will come to shine upon thee. Fear that not. O nobly born, the 4 yoginis of the door, issuing from within the brain, will come to shine upon thee. From the east, the black cuckoo-headed mystic goddess, holding an iron hook in the hand. From the south, the yellow goat-headed mystic goddess, holding a noose in the hand. From the west, the red lion-headed mystic goddess, holding an iron chain in the hand. And from the north, the greenish-black serpent-headed mystic goddess. These, the 4 door-keeping yoginis, issuing from within the brain, will come to shine upon thee.
Text: Dorjima, pronounced Dorjima. She called the Dorje, or she called the mystic one, hence mystic goddess. The block print gives white cuckoo-headed mystic goddess.
Since these 28 mighty goddesses emanate from the bodily powers of Ratna Sambhava, he of the 6 Haruka deities recognized them.
In place of this, the block print gives the following synonymous sentence: since these 28 mighty goddesses are also our emanations from the power of the self-produced wrathful deities, recognize them.
O nobly born, the peaceful deities emanate from the voidness of the Dharmakaya, recognize them.
They are emanations from the void, or primordial, tranquil, unshaped aspect of the Dharmakaya state, viewing man as the microcosm of the macrocosm.
From the radiance of the Dharmakaya emanate the wrathful deities, recognize them.
They are the emanations from the active, radiant aspect of the Dharmakaya state, the clear light shining in the primordial voidness, man as the microcosm of the macrocosm, being inseparable therefrom.
At this time, when the 58 blood-drinking deities emanating from thine own brain come to shine upon thee, if thou knowest them to be the radiances of thine own intellect, thou wilt merge in the state of at-one-ment into the body of the blood-drinking ones there and then, and obtain Buddhahood.
The symbolism of the blood drinking should here be kept in mind.
O nobly born, by not recognizing now and by fleeing from the deities out of fear, again sufferings will come to overpower thee. If this be not known, fear being begotten of the blood-drinking deities, one is awed and terrified and fainteth away. One's own thought forms turn into illusory appearances, and one wandereth into the samsara. If one be not awed and terrified, one will not wander into the samsara. Furthermore, the bodies of the largest of the peaceful and wrathful deities are equal in vastness to the limits of the heavens, the intermediate as big as Mount Meru, the smallest equal to 18 bodies such as thine own body, set one upon the other.
Mount Meru, Tibetan Rirab, is the central mystical mountain of Buddhist cosmography. The spinal column, the central support of the human bodily structure, is analogously symbolized in the Tantras and in works on yoga as the Mount Meru of man, the microcosm.
Be not terrified at that. Be not awed. If all existing phenomena shining forth as divine shapes and radiances be recognized to be the emanations of one's own intellect, Buddhahood will be obtained at that very instant of recognition. The saying, Buddhahood will be obtained in a moment of time, is that which applieth now. Bearing this in mind, one will obtain Buddhahood by merging in at-one-ment into the radiances and the kayas. O nobly born, whatever fearful and terrifying visions thou mayest see, recognize them to be thine own thought forms. O nobly born, if thou recognize not and be frightened, then all the peaceful deities will shine forth in the shape of Mahakala, and all the wrathful deities will shine forth in the form of Dharma Raja, the Lord of Death. And thine own thought forms becoming illusions or maras, thou wilt wander into the samsara.
Text: Gonpo Nagpo, pronounced Gonpo Nagpo, Sanskrit Kalanath, commonly known in India as Mahakala. At this stage, all the illusory forms of the peaceful deities blend and appear as this one deity. And text: Shin Raji Hai Chos Kya Gyalpo, pronounced Shinje Chokyai Gyalpo, Sanskrit Dharma Raja plus Yama Raja, as described here and in the second book of the Bardo Total. This illusory deity commonly assumes many and varied forms capable of merging into a single form.
O nobly born, if one recognize not one's own thought forms, however learned one may be in the scriptures, both sutras and tantras, although practicing religion for a kalpa, one obtaineth not Buddhahood. If one recognizes one's own thought forms, by one important art and by one word Buddhahood is obtained. If one's thought forms be not recognized, as soon as one dieth, the shapes of Dharma Raja, the Lord of Death, will shine forth on the Chonyad Bardo. The largest of the bodies of Dharma Raja, the Lord of Death, equaling the heavens in vastness, the intermediate Mount Meru, the smallest 18 times one's own body, will come filling the world systems. They will come having their upper teeth biting the nether lip, their eyes glassy, their hairs tied up on the top of the head, big-bellied, narrow-waisted, holding a karmic record board in the hand, giving utterance from their mouth to sounds of strike, slay, licking human brain, drinking blood, tearing heads from corpses, tearing out the hearts. Thus will they come filling the worlds.
Text: Tram Shing, pronounced Tam Shing, referring to a board, either a flogging board such as that on which culprits are stretched and flogged in Tibet, or else, as here, a board written over with karmic records of the deceased's life. Kram is the name given to a scroll of records or an inventory like a rent roll. Shing alone means wood. Hence we may render the two words as wood register or record board. In the great Tibetan Arthurian-like saga called in Tibetan Gisar Sgrongs, pronounced Kisardong, or Kisar Saga, of unknown author but probably dating from the 8th or 9th century AD, which is so much the popular saga of Tibet that many Tibetans know it by heart. A boy, 13 years of age, who, when wishing to join in a battle, is held back by fond relatives, brushes them aside, saying, "The place of illness, the place of death, and the place of cremation are in accordance with the karmic register, the Lords of Death." And here, the Tibetan word for register is kram. The verification of our rendering of this passage is important because, like other passages in the Bardo Total, particularly the closely related passage describing the judgment coming in the second book, it has striking correspondence with parts of the Egyptian Book of the Dead.
O nobly born, when such thought forms emanate, be thou not afraid, nor terrified, the body which now thou possessest being a mental body of karmic propensities, though slain and chopped to bits, cannot die, because thy body is in reality one of voidness, thou needest not fear. The bodies of the Lord of Death too are emanations from the radiances of thine own intellect. They are not constituted of matter. Voidness cannot injure voidness. Beyond the emanations of thine own intellectual faculties, externally the peaceful and the wrathful ones, the blood-drinking ones, the various-headed ones, the rainbow lights, the terrifying forms of the Lord of Death, exist not in reality. Of this there is no doubt. Thus, knowing this, all the fear and terror is self-dissipated, and merging in the state of at-one-ment Buddhahood is obtained. If thou recognizest in that manner, exerting thy faith and affection towards the tutelary deities, and believing that they have come to receive thee amidst the ambuscades of the bardo, think, I take refuge in them, and remember the precious Trinity, exerting towards them the Trinity fondness and faith. Whosoever thine own tutelary deity may be, recollect now, and calling him by name, pray thus. Alas, wandering am I in the bardo. Run to my rescue, uphold me by thy grace, O precious tutelary. Calling upon the name of thine own guru, pray thus. Alas, wandering am I in the bardo. Rescue me, O let not thy grace forsake me. Have faith in the blood-drinking deities too, and offer up this prayer. Alas, when I am wandering in the sansara, through force of overpowering illusions, on the light path of the abandonment of fright, fear, and awe, may the bands of the Bhagavans, the peaceful and wrathful ones, lead me. May the bands of the wrathful goddesses rich in space be my rearguard, and save me from the fearful ambuscades of the bardo, and place me in the state of the perfectly enlightened Buddhas. When wandering alone, separated from dear friends, when the void forms of one's own thoughts are shining here, may the Buddhas, exerting the force of their grace, cause not to come the fear, awe, and terror in the bardo. When the 5 bright wisdom lights are shining here, may recognition come without dread and without awe. When the divine bodies of the peaceful and the wrathful are shining here, may the assurance of fearlessness be obtained and the bardo be recognized. When by the power of evil karma misery is being tasted, may the tutelary deities dissipate the misery. When the natural sound of reality is reverberating like 1,000 thunders, may they be transmuted into the sounds of the 6 syllables.
These are of the essence mantra of Shanrazi, Avalokiteshvara, being Om Mani Padme Hum, pronounced Om Mani Padme Hung. Shanrazi being the patron god or national tutelary deity of Tibet, and this being his mantra, its repetition both in the human world and on the bardo plane, is credited with bringing to an end the cycle of rebirth and thereby giving entrance into nirvana. Hence its importance in the bardo prayer. In the Tibetan work called Mani Ka Bum, pronounced Mani Ka Bum, i.e. History of the Mani or Mantra of the Shanrazi, this mantra is said to be the essence of all happiness, prosperity, and knowledge, and the great means of liberation. Also, it is said that Om closes the door of rebirth among the gods, Ma among the Asuras or Titans, Ni among mankind, Pe among subhuman creatures, Mi among pretas or unhappy ghosts, and Hung among the inhabitants of hell. Accordingly, each of the 6 syllables is given the color of the light path corresponding to the 6 states of existence. Thus, Om, the white light path of the Devaloka, or world of the gods, Ma, the green light path of the Asura Loka, or world of the Titans, Ni, the yellow light path of the Menaka Loka, or human world, Pe, the blue light path of the Triya Loka, or brute world, Mi, the red light path of the Pretaloka, or ghost world, and Hung, the smoke-colored or black light path of the Naraka Loka, or hell world. There is an old Tibetan folktale concerning a religious devotee who tried to incline his irreligious mother to devotional observances and merely succeeded in habituating her to the recitation of this mantra. Her bad karma predominating over her good karma, at death she passed into the hell world, whereupon her son, being proficient in yoga, went to her rescue. And she, upon seeing him, was able, in virtue of having recited the mantra on earth, to recite it in hell, and instantaneously she and all who heard it were liberated from hell. For as the tale at its end teaches, such is the power of the mantra. The origin of this mantra is traceable through Tibetan works concerning the introduction during the 8th century of Tantric Buddhism into Tibet. Dr. Waddell is inclined to doubt that these Tibetan works were hidden away then, i.e. in the time of Padma Sambhava, and in later centuries recovered as the Tibetans, i.e. takers out of such lost books, claim, and suggests that their compilation dates from the 14th to the 16th century, a tentative and possibly unsound theory. C.F. L. Waddell, Lamaism in Sikkim, in the Gazetteer of Sikkim, ed. by H. H. Risley, Calcutta, 1894, page 289, also our introduction, pages 73 to 77. In any case, the mantra, at least by tradition, which ordinarily is as reliable as recorded history, seems to have come into or been originated in Tibet contemporaneously with the introduction of Buddhism into Tibet.
When unprotected karma having to be followed here, I beseech the gracious, compassionate one to protect me when suffering miseries of karmic propensities here. May the blissfulness of the clear light dawn. May the 5 elements not rise up as enemies, but may I behold the realms of the 5 orders of the enlightened ones.
That is, Shenrazi, these are earth, air, water, fire, and ether.
Thus, in earnest faith and humility, offer up the prayer, whereby all fears will vanish and Buddhahood in the Sambhoga Kaya will undoubtedly be won. Important is this. Being undistracted, repeat it in that manner 3 or even 7 times. However heavy the evil karma may be and however weak the remaining karma may be, it is not possible that liberation will not be obtained, if one but recognize. If, nevertheless, despite everything done in these stages of the bardo, recognition is still not brought about, then, there being danger of one's wandering further into the 3rd bardo, called the Sidpa bardo, the setting face-to-face for that will be shown in detail hereinafter. The conclusion showing the fundamental importance of the bardo teachings. Whatever the religious practices of any one may have been, whether extensive or limited, during the moments of death various misleading illusions occur, and hence this total is indispensable. To those who have meditated much, the real truth dawneth as soon as the body and consciousness principle part. The acquiring of experience while living is important. They who have then recognized the true nature of their own being, and thus have had some experience, obtain great power during the bardo of the moments of death, when the clear light dawneth.
Lit, intellect, or consciousness principle.
Again, the meditation on the deities of the mystic path of the mantra, both in the visualizing and the perfecting stages while living, will be of great influence when the peaceful and wrathful visions dawn on the Chonyad bardo. Thus, the training in this bardo being of particular importance even while living, hold to it, read it, commit it to memory. Bear it in mind properly, read it regularly thrice. Let the words and the meanings be very clear. It should be so that the words and the meanings will not be forgotten even though 100 executioners were pursuing thee.
Cf. The following passage from the Book of the Craft of Dying, Chapter 5, Compers Ed. That what man that lusteth, and will gladly die well and surely meritorially, without peril, he must take heed visibly, and study and learn diligently this craft of dying, and the dispositions thereof above said, while he is in heal, i.e. health, and not abide till the death entereth in him.
It is called the Great Liberation by Hearing, because even those who have committed the 5 boundless sins are sure to be liberated if they hear it by the path of the ear.
These are patricide, matricide, setting 2 religious bodies at war, killing a saint and causing blood to flow from the body of a Tathagata, i.e. a Buddha.
Therefore, read it in the midst of vast congregations, disseminate it. Through having heard it once, even though one do not comprehend it, it will be remembered in the intermediate state without a word being omitted, for the intellect becometh 9-fold more lucid there. Hence it should be proclaimed in the ears of all living persons. It should be read over the pillows of all persons who are ill. It should be read at the side of all corpses. It should be spread broadcast. Those who meet with this doctrine are indeed fortunate. Save for them who have accumulated much merit and absolved many obscurations, difficult is it to meet with it. Even when met with, difficult is it to comprehend it. Liberation will be won through simply not disbelieving it upon hearing it. Therefore, treat this doctrine very dearly. It is the essence of all doctrines.
Here, the block print has, this is the Tantra of all doctrines.
the setting face-to-face while experiencing reality in the intermediate state called the teaching which liberateth by merely being heard, and that which liberateth by merely being attached, is finished.
This refers to the total, and the block print text corresponding in all essentials and in almost every important detail word for word with the text of our manuscript contains on folio 48b, as the parallel concluding sentence of the Chonyad Bardo, the following which differs from our own. The teaching for the intermediate state, the setting face-to-face while experiencing reality from the great liberation by hearing, while in the intermediate state, liberating by merely being heard and liberating by merely being seen, is finished.
Book 2. The Sidpa Bardo. This is known as the good head part of that called the profound essence of the liberation by hearing, the reminder, the clear setting face-to-face in the intermediate state when seeking rebirth.
Text: Shridpa Bardohi, Gosprod, Sal Debs, Toskrol, Zez Byava, Zab Pahi, Yinku, Zez Bya Vahi, Devu Fjog's legs. Pronounced Sidpa Bardo, Gotod Saldeb Total, Shechawa, Zabpai, Yinku, Shechawai, Uchole. In the block print, the Bardo Total being divided into two distinctly separate books, whereas in RMS, Book 2 is an unbroken continuation of Book 1. The first 4 folios of its second book contain, unlike RMS, a summary of the introductory parts of the first book, and the title of Book 2 of the block print is as follows: Bardo Thosgrol, Kemno, La Shridpa, Bardohi, Gosprod Shugs So. Pronounced Bardo Total, Kenmo Le Sidpa, Bardo Gotod Juso, which means, herein lieth the setting face-to-face in the intermediate state of, or when seeking, worldly existence, i.e., rebirth, from the great liberation by hearing on the after-death plane. The essence of all things is one and the same, perfectly calm and tranquil, and shows no sign of becoming. Ignorance, however, is in its blindness and delusion oblivious of enlightenment, and on that account cannot recognize truthfully all those conditions, differences, and activities which characterize the phenomena of the universe. Ashvagosha, The Awakening of Faith, Suzuki's translation.
The obeisances. To the assembled deities, to the tutelaries, to the gurus, humbly is obeisance paid. May liberation in the intermediate state be vouchsafed by them.
Lit. Act so as to liberate in the intermediate state. A direct supplication to the deities, tutelaries, and gurus, rendered by us in the third person to fit the context better.
Introductory verses.
Above, in the great Bardo Total, the Bardo called Chonyad was taught, and now of the Bardo called Sidpa, the vivid reminder is brought.
Part 1. The After-Death World. Introductory instructions to the efficient. Although heretofore, while in the Chonyad Bardo, many vivid remindings have been given, setting aside those who have great familiarity with the real truth and those who have good karma, for them of evil karma who have had no familiarity, and for them of evil karma who because of the influence thereof become stricken with fear and terror, recognition is difficult. These go down to the 14th day, and to re-impress them vividly that which follows is to be read. The Bardo body, its birth, and its supernormal faculties. Worship having been offered to the Trinity and the prayer invoking the aid of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas having been recited, then calling the deceased by name 3 or 7 times, speak thus: O nobly born, listen thou well, and bear at heart that birth in the hell world, in the Deva world, and in this bardo body is of the kind called supernormal birth.
Text: Zeus skies, pronounced Zukai, meaning to be born in disguise. Zeus equals to disguise plus skies equals to be born, or to be born in a supernormal manner, i.e., supernormal birth. As the text will proceed to explain, the birth process in the after-death states is quite unlike that known on earth.
Indeed, when thou wert experiencing the radiances of the peaceful and the wrathful in the Chonyad Bardo, being unable to recognize, thou didst faint away, through fear, about 3½ days after thy decease. And then, when thou wert recovered from the swoon, thy knower must have risen up in its primordial condition, and a radiant body, resembling the former body, must have sprung forth, as the Tantra says, having a body seemingly fleshly resembling the former, and that to be produced, endowed with all sense faculties and power of unimpeded motion, possessing karmic, miraculous powers, visible to the pure celestial eyes of the bardo beings of like nature.
In error, probably in transcribing, the text here has 4 instead of 3, and this springing forth or birth of the bardo body about 3½ days after death, i.e., upon the expiration of the 3½ or 4 days comparable to the prenatal period, normally passed in sleep or dream or unconsciousness on the human plane, mentioned on pages 93 and 105, is said to occur instantaneously. Like a trout leaping forth from water is the simile used by Tibetan gurus to explain it. It is the actual process of being born in the intermediate state, paralleling birth in our world.
Such then is the teaching. That radiant body, thus referred to as resembling the former and that to be produced, meaning that one will have a body just like the body of flesh and blood, the former human propensity body, will also be endowed with certain signs and beauties of perfection such as beings of high density possess. This body, born of desire, is a thought form hallucination in the intermediate state, and it is called desire body. At that time, if thou art to be born as a deva, visions of the deva world will appear to thee. Similarly, wherever thou art to be born, if as an asura, or a human being, or a brute, or a preta, or a being in hell, a vision of the place will appear to thee.
That is to say, esoterically, a human brute-like being.
Accordingly, the word former, in the quotation, implieth that prior to the 3½ days thou wilt have been thinking thou hadst the same sort of a body as the former body of flesh and blood, possessed by thee in thy former existence because of habitual propensities. And the word produced is so used because afterwards the vision of thy future place of birth will appear to thee.
That is to say, the habitual or karmic predilection for sansaric existence arising from the thirst for life, from the wish to be born as the sole cause of one's possessing a body, human or any other. The goal which the devotee must gain is the unbecome, the unborn, the unmade, the unformed, nirvana.
Hence, the expression as a whole, former and that to be produced, referreth to these, i.e., the fleshly body just discarded and the fleshly body to be assumed at rebirth. At that time, follow not the visions which appear to thee. Be not attracted, and be not weak. If through weakness thou be fond of them, thou wilt have to wander amidst the 6 lokas and suffer pain. Up to the other day thou wert unable to recognize the Chonyad Bardo, and hast had to wander down this far. Now if thou art to hold fast to the real truth, thou must allow thy mind to rest undistractedly in the nothing to do, nothing to hold condition of the unobscured, primordial, bright, void state of thine intellect, to which thou hast been introduced by thy guru.
It is herein assumed that the deceased has had, when in the human world, some elementary teachings, at least concerning mental concentration, or control of the thinking processes, sufficient to have realized the state of non-thought formation described as that of the nothing to do, nothing to hold condition of the unmodified primordial mind, which is in the state of yoga defined by Patanjali in his Yoga Aphorisms 1-2 as the suppression of the transformations of the thinking principle. Another rendering of the same passage is, yoga is the restraint of mental modifications. Rama Prasad, Patanjali's Yoga Sutras and the sacred books of the Hindus, Allahabad, 1912, 4-5.
Thereby thou wilt obtain liberation without having to enter the door of the womb. But if thou art unable to know thyself, then whosoever may be thy tutelary deity and thy guru, meditate on them in a state of intense fondness and humble trust, as overshadowing the crown of thy head.
Or directly above or lit, as being upon the crown of thy head. The significance herein is occult, the Brahmanic aperture through which the consciousness principle normally departs from the human body, either temporarily in yogic trance or permanently at death, is upon the crown of the head. And if the visualization be centered directly over that aperture, very definite psychic or spiritual benefit accrues to the visualizer.
This is of great importance. Be not distracted. Instructions to the efficient. Thus speak, and if recognition result from that, liberation will be obtained without need of the wandering in the 6 lokas. If, however, through influence of bad karma, recognition is made difficult, thereupon say as follows. O nobly born, again listen, endowed with all the sense faculties and power of unimpeded motion, implieth that although thou mayst have been, when living, blind of the eye or deaf or lame, yet on this after-death plane thine eyes will see forms, and thine eyes will hear sounds, and other sense organs of thine will be unimpaired and very keen and complete. Wherefore the Bardo body hath been spoken of as endowed with all sense faculties. That condition of existence in which thou thyself now art is an indication that thou art deceased and wandering in the Bardo. Act so as to know this. Remember the teachings. Remember the teachings. O nobly born, unimpeded motion implieth that thy present body being a desire body, thine intellect having been separated from its seat.
The seat is the human body which has been left behind.
Is not a body of gross matter, so that now thou hast the power to go right through any rock masses, hills, boulders, earth, houses, and Mount Meru itself, without being impeded.
This power, supernormal in the human world, is normal in the 4th dimension after-death state. In the human world, such powers innate in all persons can be developed and exercised through proficiency in yoga. The Buddha describes some of them thus. In this case, suppose that a being enjoyeth the possession in various ways of mystic power. From being one he becometh multiform, from being multiform he becometh one, from being visible he becometh invisible. He passeth without hindrance to the further side of a wall or battlement, or a mountain, as if through air. He walketh on water without dividing it, as if on solid ground. He travelleth cross-legged through the sky like the birds on the wing. Brahmana Vaga Anguttara Nikaya.
Excepting Bodh Gaya and the mother's womb, even the king of mountains, Mount Meru itself, can be passed through by thee straight forwards and backwards unimpededly.
Unless previously endowed with a very high degree of spiritual enlightenment, the deceased cannot consciously go to these 2 places at will. For from Bodh Gaya, as a great psychic center, and from the mother's womb, as being the destined path to rebirth, radiate such psychically blinding radiances that the ordinary mentality would be overcome with fear, in the same manner as when in the Bardo various radiances dawn, and so would avoid them. Cf. stanza 6, the path of good wishes which protecteth from fear in the Bardo, page 206.
That, too, is an indication that thou art wandering in the Sidpa Bardo. Remember thy Guru's teachings and pray to the compassionate Lord. O nobly born, thou art actually endowed with the power of miraculous action, which is not, however, the fruit of any samadhi, but a power come to thee naturally, and therefore it is of the nature of karmic power.
Text, Zufrol, pronounced Zutul. Rudzu meaning power to change one's shape, and Frul meaning power to change one's size and number by appearing or disappearing at will as one or as many, large or small. If developed on the earth plane through yogic practices, such miraculous power becomes a permanent endowment and can be employed in the body or out of the body, as when in the bardo.
Thou art able in a moment to traverse the 4 continents round about Mount Meru.
See pages 62 to 65 concerning cosmography.
Or thou canst instantaneously arrive in whatever place thou wishest. Thou hast the power of reaching there within the time which a man taketh to bend or to stretch forth his hand. These various powers of illusion and of shape-shifting desire not.
The most advanced of the Lamas teach the disciple not to strive after psychic powers of this nature for their own sake. For until the disciple is morally fit to use them wisely, they become a serious impediment to his higher spiritual development. Not until the lower or passional nature of man is completely mastered is he safe in using them.
None is there of such powers which thou mayst desire which thou canst not exhibit. The ability to exercise them unimpededly existeth in thee now. Know this and pray to the Guru. O nobly born, visible to pure celestial eyes of like nature, implieth that those beings of like nature, being those of similar constitution, or level of knowledge, in the intermediate state will individually see each other.
In addition to the normal human eyes with their limited visions, Lamas say that there are 5 sorts of eyes. 1, eyes of instinct, or eyes of the flesh, like those of birds and beasts of prey, which in most cases possess a greater range of vision than human eyes. 2, celestial eyes, like the eyes of the Devas, capable of seeing the human world as well as their own, and the past and future births of beings in both worlds through many lifetimes. 3, eyes of truth, like the eyes of bodhisattvas and arhants, capable of seeing throughout hundreds of world periods or kalpas backwards and in the future. 4, divine eyes of the most highly advanced bodhisattvas, capable of seeing throughout millions of world periods that which has been and that which will be. And 5, eyes of wisdom of the Buddhas, capable of seeing in like manner throughout eternity.
For example, those beings who are destined to be born amongst devas will see each other, and so on. Dote not on them, seen by thee, but meditate upon the compassionate one. Visible to pure celestial eyes also implieth that the devas, being born pure in virtue of merit, are visible to the pure celestial eyes of those who practice jhana. These will not see them at all times. When mentally concentrated upon them, they see them. When not, they see them not. Sometimes even when practicing jhana, they are liable to become distracted and not see them.
Ordinarily, it is only when clairvoyant vision is induced by jhana or exists naturally in certain specially gifted clairvoyants and directed to the deva world that the devas are seen. Sometimes, however, the devas appear unexpectedly. The Tripitaka, like the canonical literature of Northern Buddhism, is replete with visions and unexpected visitations of devas, as Christian and Muslim sacred literature is replete with lore concerning angels.